Didn't risk giving those sadistic bastards that kind of power, not after witnessing firsthand the depravities they're willing to commit for their beliefs. If the sovereigns found the heart in its complete form, the requirements to their final ritual would be met. And I swear, Ellie, where Dad failed, I would not. Something that monumental had to be permanently kept from their grasp. So I made the hard call to take a sledgehammer to that priceless ruby relic and shatter it into 2 separate pieces, putting one in Graham's old costume pieces of jewelry where a gem was missing. The other piece I placed back into the vault as a curse to keep the court forever baited. Even if they somehow managed to find it, without the other, it's powerless to them. And the necklace? Graham's been keeping it safe, unknowing of its importance. I've left enough false trails to keep the sovereigns and even Graham off balance. But I'm worried about how long this can hold them at bay. Illegible. I know the risks of what I've done, and if you're reading this, then I have failed. But I couldn't let them use you as they've used me. I love you, Ellie, and I'm so sorry. Maverick's final words turn my throat raw as silent sobs rack my body. His vulnerability, his concern for me, everything was laid bare. It's too much. It's all too much. I wipe the tears from my face, steeling myself against the tide of bleakness threatening to drown me. Dad, a sovereign of the Cimmerian Court, Maverick, forced to endure unspeakable horrors, and now the burden falls to me. I stare at the screen, at the illegible scrawl that holds the key to unlocking this nightmare. The second key. My fingers clench into fists. I need to know what that second key is, where this vault is. The shard Graham was unknowingly looking after, that is the amulet, the one I have. The other half remains there. I wrench myself from the chair and pace the room, rubbing the lump of the amulet under my nightgown. I need to do something, take action. I can't let Maverick's sacrifice, everything he went through, be for nothing. I stride back to the computer, jaw set. The second key the court requires exists to my detriment. What the hell does that mean? I enlarge the scan of the letter, focusing on that one indecipherable section. There has to be a way to recover the words. I refuse to let this vital clue slip through my fingers. I toggle the display settings, inverting the colors and sharpening the contrast. The white text shines stark against the black background, and I lean closer, eyes narrowed. Slowly, painstakingly, I make out a single word, then another. My blood runs cold as the meaning registers, a scream building in my throat. I stagger back from the desk, hand clamped over my mouth in horror, because now I know. I know what I am to the court, the heart of the exalted regent and a bloodline vessel, which they believed no longer existed. A bloodline vessel. The second key isn't an object, it's a person. Me. The last female descendant of Sarah Anderton, and the court needs me to complete their demented ritual, and that is exactly why Maverick broke the ruby to make it worthless. There's a sudden shift in the house. The boys made it downstairs without further incident, their quick senses now honed to my mother's every trick. Their presence radiates throughout the old house like a tangible wave of heat. Maverick's notes blur before my eyes as I become acutely aware of them below me. Wilder, Cav, Caspian, and Axe. They're waiting. A wicked gale of laughter trickles from the first floor, sending a tremor through me. Their casual sounds weave through the quiet hallway, a tantalizing lure drawing me away from the agony cast by reading through Maverick's violent, secret life. Taking a deep breath, I save Maverick's notes and power down the computer. My fingers lightly trace over the cold metal surface before I turn and take hesitant steps towards the door. Chapter 22. Ilara. I slip from the safety of Maverick's bedroom, viewing my childhood home with fresh eyes. Each moldering, cobwebbed corner of the grand estate seems to whisper tales of deceit and power now. As I tiptoe toward the staircase, each wooden step downward offers a cold kiss to my bare feet, a blatant reminder of the dark underworld that lies beneath my family's noble facade. Maverick's message, his warning about the Sovereign's grip on Titanfall's history and beyond, is as real to me as the Manor's bitter draft seeping through my nightgown. I follow the sound of low voices and laughter, unease bunching the muscles in my stomach. There in the dining room, the crumbling Gothic architecture mourning what once was. The grand arched windows are shrouded in tattered drapes, their opulence faded and forgotten. The chandelier above casts warped prisms across the cracked plaster walls, a silent witness to the room's decay after my father's death and Mom's descent into madness. Entering the dining hall, I find the guys clustered around the bar cart, coated with dust from disuse, but all decanters filled and untouched from more than 2 decades ago when Dad died. Wilder casually shrugs off his leather jacket, draping the supple material over the head dining chair as he rolls those broad shoulders. Caspian settles into a side chair, long legs stretched out as he loosens his tie with one finger, the subtle shift exposing the taut column of his throat. Even stoic Axe seems to relax minutely, chiseled forearms resting on the table's edge, the gash on his face clotted to the point it's almost black. Only Cav remains tense, powerful muscles visibly rippling beneath his shirt as he copes with the worst wound out of all of them. So far. I drink in their varied states of casual undress, feeling an insistent flush creeping up my neck. Unbidden, I squeeze my thighs together as indecent thoughts cast my mind spiraling. How easily they adapt to confusion and disorder, oblivion their only coping method. Yet, I find my own craving for escape mounting. My eyes meet Wilder's, and I hesitate for a moment, unsure of how to broach the situation and what I've just read. Biting my lip, I steel myself and walk over to them. Their veneer of casual diversion doesn't fully conceal the strain that runs beneath the surface, a constant undercurrent that seems to bind them together. It strikes me that they've grown so accustomed to bad news and severe punishment, they snatch any pockets of time to retain their sanity and hold on to the scraps of humanity they still possess. "Sweet witch," Wilder greets me, his voice smooth and at its lowest decibel. My throat constricts, forcing me to clear it quietly. I have something to share with you all." Wilder's eyebrow arches, his curiosity piqued by my shaken state. Leaning forward, he quirks the corner of his mouth into a small, mischievous smile. "What you do, you can always confess your sins to me." My gaze swings among the guys, each one a man I can't quite decipher. Every time I think I can confide in them, they deliberately knock me off balance. I still can't trust them. It's only my brother I have any remaining faith in, and he's dead. Something Maverick wrote. I broach the subject, treading lightly. He mentioned our father was a sovereign. An ache blooms beneath my ribcage as I leave out the specifics of the location of the heart's missing half. He said there are 3 titles they hold: the High Sovereign, the Scourge Sovereign, and the Silent Sovereign. I don't know which one my dad was, but it's clear why Maverick was dragged into the court. He's a legacy, like all of you. I expected shock or anger, maybe both, when I revealed that my father likely worked with theirs, what he did to initiates and court members, before he came home to his wife and 2 young children and read storybooks to Maverick, embodying all the cartoon voices. I study their expressions, desperate for a hint of their thoughts. Wilder is the first to zero in on me, his expression impassive. Caspian's fingers tighten almost imperceptibly on his glass. Axe's jaw clenches, the muscles working beneath his skin. Only Cav remains motionless, his eyes fixed on some distant point. The quiet grows oppressive, pressing against my eardrums. I shift my weight, the floorboards groaning in protest as I wait for their reaction. Wilder's the first to speak. A sovereign, huh? That explains a lot. And we always called the Silent One the Silent One, so points to them for creativity. The boys exchange glances, their demeanor shifting from cold apathy to various states of resignation. They're used to unwelcome surprises and have learned to ride the wave. Caspian murmurs, "Our father's sins follow us like annoying puppies, it seems. Does this change anything?" A rasp of irritation colors Cav's inquiry. "I'm not sure yet," I admit, glancing at each of them. "Do you know who took my father's place? He was killed for defecting, trying to save us from—" "No, not yet. Don't mention your crucial link to the heart's ritual." "Trying to escape from the court," I finish. "We never knew who the sovereigns are, and never will," Cav answers. "Their anonymity is closely guarded because of how powerful and influential they are outside of their leadership of the court. That Maverick discovered your dad's high rank is a feat in itself," Wilder adds. Axe's lips remain sealed, his expression a cipher while he stares out of the window into the overgrown, wilted garden. "Most of those documents uploaded into the drive," I say, "were from my dad. Maverick found everything Dad was trying to collect as proof to use against them." "And provide evidence to whom?" Caspian asks, slowly raising his gaze from his glass to me. "Did your father have an outside savior offering to help him? Because no one escapes the court. Well, they do, but not kindly." His eyelids lower after that statement and he glances away. "I don't know," I answer honestly. Maverick thought maybe there was someone in the FBI, but he had no evidence and couldn't say who. "Show me the letter." Cav points through the wide double doors and to the staircase. "I'd like to see this for myself." My throat constricts at the thought. I didn't tell them everything. Their collective focus presses in on me, demanding answers I'm not ready to give. The missing half of the heart is in Sarah Anderton's vault, and I have no idea where that is. I reason that I can delay giving that information to the guys because I want to talk to Clover first, who has basically become a historian on Anderton lore, and see what she has to say. Not that I trust her over the others, but okay, I do. She was in the exact situation I'm currently in, with 4 intimidating, primal, trained men who always expect to get their way. Yet she somehow managed to get hers to heal. Now that's magic. I lick my lips, my mouth suddenly dry. "That's all he mentioned about our father." I lie, the words bitter on my tongue. "The rest was personal, about how much he'll miss me and that he wishes he could have protected me more. I'd rather keep that part private." That much is honest, at least. The creases around Cav's eyes deepen, twin flames of suspicion in their depths. He opens his mouth to press, but Axe cuts him off. "We're already wanted men," Axe points out, his steel unwavering even with the fresh knife cut down one side of his face. "Especially now that we've decided to possess both halves of the ruby and figure out what they want with it and how to bring the sovereigns down. Maverick was on our side, Darian Wraithwood was too, and they're both dead. We need to stay focused on our mission before we're next." It's the most Axe has said in weeks. Cav purses his lips, a muscle ticking beneath the stubbled skin. For a moment, I think he'll argue, but then he nods. I release a breath. Axe's intervention bought me a reprieve, but it won't last. I have to get my answers, and soon. Caspian stirs. "And you had no idea?" He asks me, his voice bristling with an emotion I can't quite place. I shake my head. "None. Maverick never told me, and I never suspected." The admission tastes like betrayal, like I'm somehow at fault for not knowing, for not seeing the signs. Caspian rises from his chair, his movements fluid, graceful, and sling-free. I wonder how he is really doing with that shoulder wound since he refuses to treat it as anything more than a scratch. My brief respite evaporates when Wilder speaks again, unleashing another paradigm shift. "Better get to giving us a tour of all the traps on the first floor, sweet witch, because we'll be staying here for a while." I blink at him. "I'm sorry, what?" "Yep." He grins. "We live here now." Live here, in this crumbling mansion filled with ghosts and sadness and me? "You can't be serious." I choke out. "This place is falling apart. It's not safe." Wilder's grin only widens, a flash of white against tan. "Dead serious. This place is a fortress. The court's hunting us, and we need a base of operations." I look at the others, searching for any sign that this is some kind of twisted joke. "But this is my home," I protest. "You can't just decide to move in." Cav crosses the room, his presence dominating the space between us. "It's the safest place for us right now. Your brother's intel changes everything." Caspian nods, setting his glass down. "Your family's estate is secluded and defensible. It'll serve our purposes well enough." I bite the side of my cheek. Hard. The thought of these men, these dangerous, unpredictable men living under the same roof as me sends tremors in places inside me that I didn't even know they could travel to. As a last resort, I look at Axe, pleading evident in my eyes, but he gives a slight nod, confirming his brother's words. Worse, I can't deny the logic behind their decision. "Fine," I concede, "but we need ground rules. This isn't going to be some kind of frat house." Caspian arches an eyebrow. "You think so little of us?" I meet his stare head on. "I don't know what to think of you. Any of you." "Good. We've lingered long enough." Caspian parries my verbal jab effortlessly. "You still need to show us the remainder of the manor's defenses, which we'll keep up since they're oddly effective against any intrusion." My mind reluctantly catalogs everything my mother installed throughout the mansion. The tripwires, the concealed poison-coated spikes, the fake doorways leading to nowhere, the floorboards rigged to collapse beneath the weight of a man. Remnants of my mother's brilliant, yet troubled mind, designed to push her imaginary intruders to their limits. The thought of explaining these lethal surprises to 4 highly combustible men while wearing nothing but a sheer nightgown is overwhelming. But there's no one else left to do it. "All right." I say with a drawn-out sigh. But you need to stay close and do exactly as I say. Wilder leans against the wall and folds his arms, exposing a tantalizing glimpse of toned forearms. Then you'd better take point, sweet witch, unless you require some. His tongue darts out to graze his lower lip. Motivation. The blatant challenge resonates straight to my core. As I rise to meet it, the corners of his lips curl into a half-smile that sends a familiar jolt down my spine. I've spent so much time dreading them, fearing the havoc they've brought into my life, but there's no denying their sex appeal. I clear my throat of non-existent phlegm. Let's get to it then. There are 8 on this floor. The first one is... Cav moves into my comfort zone. So close, I can smell his cologne mixing with the antiseptic coating his abdomen. Oh, we're not just going to do a walkthrough, he says. His eyes blaze with a depravity that no sovereign will ever be able to carve out of him. His cuts to Wilder, whose grin hasn't faltered. It's called turning lemons into lemonade, doll. My heartbeat stutters as realization dawns. They plan to make their living here an occasion for games, the sort of games men like them play. A shiver dances across my skin as I turn to the hallway. Try to keep up, then. I have a feeling you're going to enjoy being in charge far too much, little witch. Wilder muses behind me. If you're so confident. I toss over my shoulder, trying to keep my voice steady. Why don't we make a challenge out of it? Each trap you successfully navigate earns you a reward. Cav's falling into step beside me is casual, but the keen look on his pale eyes reveals his piqued interest. And what might those rewards be? My body instinctively responds to his proximity. Heat creeps up my neck. Inwardly cursing myself for showing how easily they can turn me on, I put space between us by striding into the lead. Let's begin. They follow, apex predators stalking their cute, fluffy prey. I deliberately trigger the first tripwire, unleashing a barrage of darts that I nimbly avoided by dropping to the floor. Of course, their reflexes are faster than mine, their lithe bodies already hunched near the ground. But Wilder and Axe share a white-hot look as my short nightgown rides up over my admittedly pert derriere. Eyes front, boys, I say with a half-trembling smile. You'll need your focus for this next one. I would have never believed it if it were not currently happening. But my mother's defenses are actually giving me confidence and a needed, pleasurable distraction from the abandoned circus my life has become. Sashaying farther ahead, I come to an abrupt halt before a pressure plate camouflaged in the floorboards. This one's for you, Axe. The stoic giant steps up without hesitation, intense eyes questioning. Slowly, I circle him until I stand flush against his rigid front, my petite frame contrasting his imposing one. Going to need that exquisite control. I breathe against his jawline, relishing the way his pupils dilate instantly. Dragging my palms along his sculpted torso through his soft cashmere sweater, I guide Axe's stance with excruciating patience. Until... there. I finally exhale, lips brushing his nape as I withdraw. One step at a time. Don't let me down. A sterling hurricane whirls over his eyes as Axe advances with robotic restraint. Every movement a lesson in preternatural discipline as he successfully avoids springing the plate's trap among the many tiles he was faced with. Only the faintest rasp of his harsh breathing gives away the strain. My triumphant gaze falls on the remaining men, issuing a villainous challenge. Who's next? Caspian, Wilder offers, still sipping his drink. You're up. Caspian's assent catches me off guard, his outstretched hand a dare in itself. And what's my obstacle, beastie? I point east. My mother's twisted genius manifests itself in curious ways. Each trap is intricate and unique in design. Memorizing every trigger point has become a rite of passage. Caspian's moss-colored gaze flits between me and the trap ahead. A web of homemade laser triggers requiring nimble movements to bypass. He moves closer until the distance between us is nearly non-existent, raising an eyebrow at him teasingly while my heart tries to leap into his gorgeous mouth. I instruct. You'll want to be as fluid as water for this one. He matches my cheeky smile with his own sardonic slant, the corners of his mouth lifting ever so slightly, a beast amused by his plaything's brazenness. He inches forward, movements as graceful as they are lethal. His tall frame ducks and lifts effortlessly between each beam, the macabre routine enhanced by the charge of not knowing what would be triggered if he failed. Once he's safely on the other side, I cast a raised brow Wilder's and Cav's way. Your turns? I quip. My voice is teasing, but my heart is a ticking time bomb in my chest. Cav remains motionless, his scrutiny unrelenting. His stare raises goosebumps along my arms, a silent invasion. Despite myself, I find it hard to look away from his lightning blue eyes. And what? He murmurs, words dripping like warm honey. Would be the reward for successfully navigating this labyrinth you've got us in? You've yet to explain. His voice vibrates through my body, each syllable laced with a promise of something wild and unpredictable. The tension burns in the air like an open flame. The men exchange glances. Continue on and find out. I answer smoothly with a shrug that lifts my nightgown a fraction higher up my thighs. My tone is light but flirty, aiming to keep them intrigued, off balance. With measured grace, Cav eliminates the gap separating us. I hold my breath as he leans down to whisper in my ear, "We'll be expecting something satisfying." His breath tickles. A quiet moan almost escapes my throat. I tilt my head in a needed escape. Careful. Keep looking at me like that, and you might miss a trap. Wilder chuckles, the sound velvet over gravel. Our witch has a point, Cav. Best keep your eyes on the prize. Oh, I am. Cav murmurs. The heat in his eyes sets me alight. With a smirk, I saunter into the next room, the men close behind. Watch your step, I warn, halting before a jagged hole. Rotted planks jut like broken teeth. Unless you fancy a tumble into the basement. Caspian presses close, quickening my breath. And deprive you of our company? Never. Pulse hammering, I navigate around the hole. The men follow, their steps precise, efficient. They're in their element. Caspian's fingers graze the small of my back, as if he can't resist playing with the thin material of my nightie despite himself. Are all of the traps so obvious? Only to those who know where to look. I nod at an innocuous section of the wall. Right, Axe? The giant freezes mid-step. He scrutinizes the wall, nostrils flaring. With a grunt, he changes trajectory, avoiding the pressure plate by a hair's breadth. Well done, I praise, fighting a grin. Seems you boys are quick studies. We have incentive. Wilder says, his teeth flashing again. A witch's favor is a rare gift. Who says you've earned it? Haven't we? He spreads his arms, encompassing the traps they've breached. We've danced your tune admirably. I pause before an innocuous door, hand on the knob. One last challenge, then. Make it through this room unscathed, and perhaps you'll get your reward. Caspian leans a shoulder on the wall, arms crossed. You enjoy playing with us. You make it so easy. I wink, pretending that's how it is between us, then twist the knob. The door swings open, hinges shrieking, darkness yawns beyond the threshold. I gesture grandly. After you. Axe moves first, his tall form slipping into the black. Caspian follows, silent as an evil spirit. Wilder throws me a heated glance before he too is swallowed. Cav hangs back, gaze intent upon my face. And what of my prize, butterfly? You assume you've won it. I'm a very determined man. He crowds me, his fever-warm presence enveloping my senses. And I always collect on my debts. My breath stutters. Do you? Yes. His lips hover over mine, a whisper of contact. And you owe me. He claims my mouth in a harsh kiss, his tongue delving deep. I moan, clutching his shoulders. He grips my hips, grinding me against the hard ridge of his arousal. A curse shatters the air, followed by a tremendous crash. We wrench apart, my lips tingle, bruised from his assault. Cav's eyes glitter in the dark, a panther deprived of his meal. Really? Wilder barks from the other room. A fucking bear trap?
Chapter 23. Axe. The Phantom. Wilder circles the deadly sharp maw of the bear trap in the center of the room and lets out a low whistle. Sweet witch's mama's full of surprises. You don't say. Caspian deadpans. Elara rushes into the room with Cav on her heels. From my stance near the door, I snake my hand out, fingers curling around her wrist. Not so fast. You've had your fun with us. Wilder almost losing a leg should finish it. I glance from her to the others, reading the hunger in their eyes, the wolfish intent. Anticipation fires through my veins, hot and potent. And by the look in her eye, we're not the only ones in desperate need of a distraction. Then come and claim it, she breathes. Wrenching free of my grip, she bolts for the door, nervous laughter bubbling up her throat as her footsteps pound behind her, the thrill of the hunt spurring us on. Elara's game has reached its fevered pitch, and I'm no longer certain whether I'm the hunter or the prey. All I know is Elara craves the chase, the capture, with a deep-seated need to be pursued, cornered, and conquered if she's baiting us like this. I race through the halls, my shoes silent on the flagstones, my brother's careful breaths mingling with her gasping laughter. She leads us on a winding path, darting through narrow passageways and up twisting staircases, putting all her knowledge of the manor and her mother to use. But in the end, as I knew it would, her flight proves futile. We crowd her, caging her against the wall with our much larger bodies. Caspian braces a hand beside her head, lips curving. Caught you. Elara squirms, trapped between us, my body humming at her proximity and the arousal flushing her cheeks. She's so fucking beautiful. Then do your worst, she says. Wilder, flanking Caspian, responds. Oh, trust me. Our worst is better than most men's best. Prove it, she dares. Cav reacts first, reaching under her nightgown and pulling at her panties. The silk fabric swishes down her elegant, toned legs, and pulls at her ankles before he teasingly reveals her glistening arousal. Laura steps out of them, and he tosses them to me. I catch them with a half-cocked smile as Alara tracks the movement, her lashes lowering. She remembers my longing for the scent of her pussy, wet and inviting. The sight of her open desire makes my pants tighten further, if that's possible. Alara rewards Caspian by allowing him to caress her fiery hair and cup her breast in his hand through her nightgown. His fingers gently squeeze and massage her flesh, feeling the hardness of her nipple between his thumb and forefinger, but that's all she gives him. Alara's subtle rebuff of Caspian becomes more obvious when she openly welcomes Wilder. She lets him take her soft breast into his mouth, his tongue flicking over the hard, sensitive nipple. His face becomes as peaceful as I've ever seen it, savoring the warm taste of her skin and siphoning the addiction that comes with controlling her pleasure. Fuck. Finally, it's my turn. I place myself between Wilder and a frowning Caspian the moment Cav peels off her nightgown. Alara is completely naked except for that cursed amulet, gleaming between her breasts like a witch's eye. I ignore it and kiss her, my tongue slipping past her lips, her teeth, to play with hers. She cups my jaw as I tip her head back, plunging as deep as she wants, sucking up my saliva, my soul. The heat between us skyrockets. Our bodies pressed together. She grinds herself against me, moaning softly into my mouth. The adrenaline from impressing her fades, replaced by a carnal lust that's as deep as it is dark. Her scent wraps around me like a chain, driving me absolutely batshit insane. My fingers twitch with the urge to touch her and claim what's ours. I'll rip apart anyone who dares to lay his fucking eyes on her once she leaves this manor. She's ours, she's ours, she's ours. That's a sentiment I will remember forever. Can't play nice anymore. I rasp as I sever the kiss. She looks up at me, her eyes misted over with lust. Well, you're all so fond of playing rough. The light in her eyes gutters after she says it before she quickly blinks it back in place. I angle my head, reading her face. You don't like it? The throat clears beside us. My fault, Caspian says. Acknowledgement from him, a rarity. With that said, he places an arm between me and Wilder, to our disgruntlement, and scoops Alara up in his arms. Alara releases a vocal gasp of shock, her limbs flailing before he holds her hard against his chest and grumbles. I'll make up for it. Obviously, Wilder, Cav, and me follow as Caspian backtracks through the manor. Caspian kicks open a door to a guest bedroom, with more force than necessary. But right now, restraint isn't high on his list of virtues. The bed is a four-poster draped in soft, buttery sheets. Placing Alara onto it, he peels off his shirt slowly, matching Alara's earlier tease with his own strip show. She watches with bated breath and eager, yet wary eyes. What did he do to her, I wonder? With great effort, I take my attention off Alara and do a fast scroll through my phone's notes in case his fuck-up was referenced earlier. It wasn't, not really. It's hard to keep my mind on the task as I scroll through my phone, knowing that Alara is naked and waiting on the bed, that ruby glittering with no power but hers, waiting for Caspian. By the time I refocus on Alara, Caspian stands between her splayed legs, bare-chested, his pants hanging low on his hips and revealing a carved V-shaped arrow to his cock. Her body arches toward him, pleading for contact, pussy gleaming. He's potent and dominant, just like she wants it, and his body is a work of art under the soft light of the room. He towers over her, glistening with sweat from our earlier efforts. As he lowers himself between her legs, her breath stops. Caspian pushes against her knees, revealing her wetness to us all. We watch as he teases her entrance with his rough fingers. No objects this time, beastie. Promise. Only me. Always me. He pushes inside her all the way to his knuckles, grunting slightly at the tight fit, but he doesn't hesitate to push 4 fingers in as far as they can go. Her moans caress the walls and fill our ears like music. Every time he hits that sweet spot inside her, she gasps or cries out in delight mixed with pain, making our observation all the more unbearable. If I don't get out of these pants, I'm going to bust the zipper. Laura writhes, her hips arcing off the bed in a desperate bid for more. I spot Wilder across the room, the same famine reflected back at me. Without further hesitation, I liberate my throbbing erection. The sight of Laura, bare and spread beneath Caspian, elicits a rare, untamed counteraction from me. Cav follows my lead, ripping open his own jeans with an impatient tug. His cobalt gaze settles first on the necklace, giving an annoyed eye twitch at its presence. But for once, it's not almighty enough to keep him from choosing to focus on Alara's face instead as she cries out, her body bucking beneath Caspian's relentless touch. Wilder is making his own show of things, tearing off his shirt and tossing it to the side before turning his attention back to the bed. His hazel eyes are starved as he watches Caspian's hand disappear inside her again and again. Wilder's entire demeanor is one of barely leashed restraint. My cock bobbing high and hard against my stomach, I stride over to where Alara lies squirming, her breath coming in harsh pants. I stroke myself slowly, matching the rhythm of Caspian's hand thrusting inside her. As if sensing my approach, she cracks her eyes open just enough to track me before they slip shut again, lost in her ecstasy. A slow smile curves her lips as she beckons me closer. The intoxicating concoction of their combined scent hits me, Caspian's musky aroma of arousal mixing with Alara's sweet cunt. It's enough to drive me to my knees. Wilder moves to her other side, his hands trailing up her thigh and toward her breasts that are bouncing with each powerful plunge Caspian delivers, the necklace pulling at her collarbone, face down as if even it has accepted defeat when faced with us. He traces the outline of her breasts, then pinches her nipples until they stand swollen and erect. The unspoken agreement passing between us needs no words. We'll take care of our woman, together, as it's meant to be. I want her. We all want her. Her cries grow louder and more frantic as Caspian applies more pressure on her sweet spot. My fingers find their way to her clit, adding to the overwhelming sensations coursing through her body. Cav gets on the bed, straddling her face. She comes violently, a loud scream tearing from her throat as wave after wave of rapture courses through her. Cav positions the tip of his cock so it pulls down her lower lip as she shouts. Every man in the room groans at that goddamn perfect sight. The image of her coming undone pushes me over the edge, my own release spilling onto the floor below. With one last shudder, her body goes slack, her heavy breaths the only sound in the room. She gazes up at Cav with awe and something deeper, brushing a stray hair from his forehead before turning her attention to the rest of us. Alara lies in the center, a masterpiece, flushed and spent. Your shirts, she says breathlessly to Cav and me. Take them off. Cav and I tense, exchanging similar looks of resistance. To bear our scars in such an intimate, personal setting, well, now I have a partner in that, as terrible as it is. Cav, once as flawless as Caspian and Wilder, and where I was once a unmarred, trained, muscular specimen like the three of them, is now asked to expose his deformity, his descent from magnificence, to this gorgeous, unblemished girl. Then again, Alara isn't like any other woman we've met. She's seen our scars. In fact, she's seen all of us, the good and the bad, the highs and lows. We've been laid bare before her. With my lips tight, I pull my shirt over my head and toss it to the side. The air of the room hits the raw skin of my fresh scars, causing a tremor that has nothing to do with the beautiful woman in front of me. Still straddling her, Cav does the same, shedding his bandages, his characteristic poise, deserting him beneath Alara's steady look once he's exposed. There's no disgust in her eyes as she takes us in. She doesn't flinch away from our mutilated bodies. On the contrary, she reaches out to trace her fingers along the jagged lines marring our muscles. Her touch is soft as she maps out our flaws with a care that stirs an unexpected ache inside my chest. Then she smiles that radiant smile of hers, reaching up to trace the raised outline of one of my more prominent scars with her delicate caress. The touch sends shivers down my spine and stirs something akin to possessiveness within me. Caspian slides off the bed to give room for me to move closer. He crosses his arms over his chest, a move that might look defensive on anyone else. But on Caspian, it's got this raw, masculine appeal that leaves no doubt he considers Alara his as well. I reach out to cup her face, my thumb tracing her swollen lips before pulling her into a deep kiss that makes her stop breathing. The salty taste of Cav's pre-cum on her tongue sends another jolt of arousal to my dick. When I lean back, Cav takes advantage of her open mouth and slips his dick inside. A soft mewl escapes from her throat, and it's echoed by a deep groan from Cav. Wilder pulls away from the bed long enough to slam the door shut. He prowls closer to kneel between her thighs and dip his head to suck on her pussy. Elara's surprise is muffled by Cav pushing himself to the hilt inside her mouth. When Caspian goes for her breasts, I immediately get hard again. I could watch them pleasure her all night, but then I remember that I'm part of this too. I can touch and taste and have my own piece of Alara, so that's exactly what I do. I reach for her, my fingers slipping inside her pussy while Wilder's tongue swirls, pressing against her wet folds. She's so slick and ready that it takes a lot of control not to lose myself right then. But instead, I take my turn, pushing into her warmth with a gratifying sigh. The men around me add their own touches, their own caresses, until Alara is a wriggling mess beneath us. The sight of her coming apart under our hands, under our bodies, is a heady one. Her cries grow louder, more desperate, as she gets closer to another climax. Cav moves with her, his pace increasing to match the frenzy around him. Caspian closes his lips around a taut nipple with more fervor. Wilder growls against her clit, and my fingers curl inside her, hitting the spot that makes her scream. Eye slammed shut, she bucks against me once, twice, then a final time, her walls clenching around my fingers as an orgasm rips through her. It's at that moment Wilder bats my hand away, rises, and slams into her pussy with such acute force that the bed shifts sideways. Cav groans, the muscles in his back bunching as he releases into her mouth, his hand fisting in her hair to keep her anchored. Wilder's growls deepen into long drawn-out groans that vibrate against her skin. Caspian's eyes flash as he watches Alara take Cav in her mouth and Wilder in her pussy, clearly unhinged by the image. Wilder drives into her faster and harder. His hot, savage focus on Alara's satisfaction matches the bestial lust in his eyes. Wilder takes full control, using every ounce of his strength to hit that G-spot inside her again and again. Every time Wilder thrusts into Alara, each time Cav slides deep into her mouth, Alara convulses with delight. Her hands grip at Caspian's arm, holding her leg aloft in my shoulder as she seeks stability amid a tsunami of gluttony. Cav growls something incoherent, a slurry of curses and compliments, and pulls out from her mouth, shooting the rest of his load onto Alara's flushed face and chest. His release triggers Wilder, who buries himself deep inside Alara with a harsh shout. Caspian's hands are quick to smear it down her breasts, his fingers dipping into her cleavage before moving to her peaked nipples. I choke out a groan, my cock demanding its due attention. I shift my position until my straining erection nudges Wilder's out of the way, and I can claim her wet, swollen heat. I move slowly at first, the sensation of Alara's tight walls around me too delicious to rush. I have to savor this moment and etch it into my memories for all eternity. Her hands, previously holding tightly onto Caspian and me, now claw at my back as soon as Cav shifts off her face. It's a pain I welcome, a testament I'll be proud to wear. "God, Axe," she moans as I hit a particularly sensitive spot within her. Wilder grunts in displeasure at being forced to vacate, shifting to slide into her mouth. taking what he can while watching me claim his territory. He pulses in her mouth, his lust incurable. Cav moves beside me, his hand snaking down Alara's body until it reaches that perfect nub of flesh Caspian had tormented earlier. When I straighten to gain a better thrust advantage, Caspian takes the available space and kneels around her waist, blocking my perfect view as he slides himself between her breasts and squeezes them around his cock, using Cav's release as lubrication. I growl low in my throat as I sink into her warmth, the friction of our bodies adding another layer to the multitude of sensations already rippling through her. My hands grip her thighs, pulling her closer until no space is left between our sexes. Alara's body welcomes me in, her soft moan spurring me on. Cav's eyes turn a smoky blue as he focuses on me fucking her. He circles her clit, amid the tangle of limbs and sweat-soaked skin. His free hand pushes against one of her thighs, keeping her open and spread, his fingers digging into her flesh, leaving marks that will remind all of us of this night long after it ends. And he doesn't wait his turn. Cav steadies himself by placing one hand on the bedpost before guiding his rigid cock to the place where Alara and I are connected. He pushes inside slowly, his expression holding an intensity that borders on reverence. The sensation of him filling Alara alongside me carbonates my veins. It's such a profound intimacy that we share with her, a perilous blend of possession and surrender that transcends anything else I've ever experienced. Alara lifts her head and chokes on an inhale as she struggles to accommodate Cav and me simultaneously. "Shh, we got you," I whisper, my voice hoarse, with longing as Caspian finally bottoms out. Alara's response is broken by a cry as Caspian lifts to his knees and shoves himself into her mouth, his ass muscles clenching. Her pussy clamps down around Cav and me, and it sparks such sharp pleasure. My vision is dotted with stars. Caspian's hand moves from the headboard to cradle Alara's chin as she chokes on him, his thumb swiping at the tears trailing down her cheeks, his gaze filled with uncharacteristic softness as he looks down at her. "Come for us, Alara," Caspian murmurs. It's a command more than a request. And like the shattered jewel she is, she does. She spasms around me and Cav both, a hot, tight clench that has us both grunting in satisfaction. Caspian curses lowly as his seed shoots down her throat. Wilder, on the other hand, was jerking off the entire time, watching intently as Alara swallows Caspian's release, his gaze darkening to an obscure gold when, with a loud grunt, he spills his load onto her chest too. And then there are two. Cav and I keep up the pace. Alara's eyes flutter open to meet us in turn. Our breaths intermingle in the small space between us as we lose ourselves in each other's depths. It's easy to forget that we're not alone, that Cav is still here, but it doesn't matter. I'll share. She spasms around me and Cav both. The moment my climax hits, it whitewashes everything else. I can't see or hear. I'm lost to her. When we pull out, Alara is left panting and flushed on the sheets, a mess of glistening limbs and tousled hair. For a while, nobody moves, nobody speaks. The only sound in the room is our collective, heavy breathing and the occasional grunt or sigh as we come down from our high. The air is thick with our mingled scents, cologne, sweat, fresh blood from reopened wounds, sex. We all collapse onto the bed, gasping for breath and fighting off the haze that threatens to pull us under. Alara is sandwiched between Cav and me, her body limp and sated. Caspian is the first to move, detangling himself from the mess of arms and legs to fetch a damp washcloth from the attached bathroom. He cleans Alara with a gentleness that seems out of character after what we've just done. His touch is gallant as he wipes away traces of our time together, a trait I never thought I'd associate with him. Wilder is silent, though his eyes speak volumes as he observes Caspian clean up Alara. His gaze is hooded, lips pursed in a thin line, his way of regaining control after letting go so completely. I shift slightly and pull Alara closer against my chest, relishing her soft sighs against my skin. My hand lazily strokes her auburn hair, It strands around my fingers like the shining threads of a story we're still weaving. Elara stirs, her amber eyes blinking owlishly as she looks up at me. A soft smile curves her lips as she regards us, her gaze drowsy but content. "Thank you," she murmurs, her voice raw from crying and screaming. The simple sentiment resonates within the uncertain space between us. It's an acknowledgement, a gratitude not only for the pleasure we brought her, but also for the trust we've placed in her, and she in us. I ignore the stone in my gut, growing larger, harder, heavier. The world outside our sphere abruptly seeps back in, reminding me of its existence, of promises I made to the sovereigns the last time they summoned me, and the secrets I'm keeping from my brothers, Elara, because of it, of the looming dawn that would soon push away the cloak of darkness that had allowed me to stop pretending and just be. I must think of Marianne. Wilder drags himself to sit against the headboard, his kindled gaze drifting over Elara's body like a tangible caress. He looks as if he's about to say something when a knock interrupts. Our gazes snap toward the door just as Sasha's voice filters through. Hello? I have the coffee."
Chapter 24. Elara. A wave of heat rushes to my cheeks as I briskly make my way into the expansive dining room, acutely aware of the gazes that follow me. Caspian, Axe, Wilder, and Cav all sport identical expressions of postcoital satisfaction, but it's my own mortification that has me feeling like a blushing virgin. "Finally," Sasha says with an amused wink as she hands me a cardboard cup of coffee. "You've come up for air." The guys let out collective, low sounds of amusement, a pride of male lions purring over their sole lioness as they take their coffees from the to-go holder at the center of the table and recline while Sasha gives them all wry looks. I take a deep breath to calm my nerves. It's me that's the problem, not Sasha. It's not wrong to sexually connect with more than one guy, and college is all about experimenting. Right? Caspian lifts the lid from his coffee and inhales through his nose. If I had blinked, I wouldn't have caught the contented lowering of his eyelids, like he's happy, before he snaps his unfeeling self back into place. He glances my way, almost daring me to comment. Wilder grabs his cup with both hands and drinks deeply, heat be damned, his Adam's apple bobbing with each gulp. His charged gaze meets mine across the rim, as if making sure I'm still here and haven't escaped. Axe casually stirs his coffee with a silver spoon, the liquid swirling in hypnotic circles without looking down, just at me, like he's dissecting my embarrassed thoughts and finds them amusing. Cav doesn't touch his cup. My attention darts to Sasha again, who seems utterly at ease with these men who are anything but college boys. My heart jumps into my throat as a realization nearly makes me choke on burning hot coffee. Sasha's reaction to them is important to me because I am attached to these men. What we share isn't merely physical anymore, emotionally, too. Every smirk they share, every word, the way they drink their coffee, all of it resonates with me, strengthening my bond with them. Fucking hell. "You okay, Al?" Sasha's question drags me from my sex-addled thoughts. Because that's what it has to be. Some sort of post-coital bliss making me feel this way about them. I need to refocus and remind myself of the real reason I'm here. It's not to get tangled in the sheets with these 4 undomesticated men, although that's an unexpected bonus. It's to find out what happened to my brother and why he was so certain the sovereigns want to involve me in their final ritual. I answer, "Yep, I'm totally fine," before plopping into my seat and hiding as much of my reddened face as I can behind my cup. "What's on the agenda today?" she asks, Because after all this, I doubt we're studying for midterms. I drum my fingers along the paper cup, still nursing my coffee. I need to visit Clover Callahan. A large, dark, masculine cloud descends upon the room. Wilder makes himself comfortable in his chair. You want to parlay with a vulture?
Last I checked, Clover was a sophomore, Sasha says. I clench my fists in my lap under the table. Clover is one of the few people who might have some insight into Sarah Anderton's history. My history. A foreboding tremor quakes along Wilder's jawline. Axe just maintains his unsettling calmness, studying me with his harrowing stare. But it's Cav who speaks, his words every bit as icy as the glacier chips he's housing for eyes.
That woman is dangerous.
I know, I say, meeting his cool survey without flinching. But I can handle her.
Wilder scoffs loudly at that. You can barely handle us.
Something inside me snaps at that. Standing abruptly, I slam my palms onto the table, making Sasha jump in her seat. What you mean is that I've dealt with far worse than Clover Callahan. The hinges of Wilder's resolve audibly creak as he leans forward, muscles tensing under his tight black shirt.
You don't know what you're walking into. The vultures have been bred like us, meaning they will protect their woman if you so much as exhale too close to her face.
I'm not asking for permission. I stare him down. A thick silence engulfs the room, so complete that you can hear the crinkling of the paper cups from their combined grips. Cav is the first to break it, the sharp angles of his face becoming razor-edged.
You may be a Wraithwood, but that doesn't make you immune to their treachery.
Cav's voice is barely controlled, a stark contrast to his typically calm demeanor. Probably because he's been the closest to the vultures, worked with them even, and understands them the best. I dive into the bottomless depths of his stare. I never claimed to be invincible.
You have a dangerous habit of underestimating your enemies.
And you, I fire back, mistake scars for invincibility. I don't have to include his chest for him to understand what I'm referring to. The searing brand of his scrutiny intensifies, but I endure the burn. This is bigger than us. This is about finding out who I am and who my brother was. Nothing is more important. Axe rests his forearms on the table, one hand clenching his phone.
Even if you find Clover, she won't be alone. She never is.
Sounds familiar, I drawl. Caspian exhales a sound caught between humor and threat, lounging back in his seat.
She wants to play with the birds? Then let her.
I clamp down on my rising frustration. You've seen more than one side of them, Caspian. Wilder laughs.
And what side is that, exactly? The one where they kill people?
No, like when Rossi and Tempest stitched up his shoulder, not to mention they helped me get my mother to safety instead of into jail. Sasha shifts uncomfortably in her seat. Maybe we should. I know what Clover is. I concede, so passionate about the subject that I cut Sasha off. But I also know that she wrote a paper about Sarah Anderton's nameless daughter, who is likely one of my ancestors, and she did a ton of research. Something is there, guys. Caspian's rare laugh cuts through the air, sharp as broken glass, like I'm some sort of chick following the bigger birds around, and it's the last straw. I push back from the table. Fine. You guys can sit around debating the risks all you want. I'm going to track down Clover and get the information I need. Feel free to join me when you're done with your little war council. I stride for the door, but Wilder's voice stops me.
Wait.
Glancing over my shoulder, I see him push to his feet, muscles bunched tight.
I'm coming with you.
No, you're not.
You need backup. And out of the 4 of us, I'm still flawless in my execution.
He winks while the other 3 frown, but don't argue since they sport fresh injuries. So far, Wilder's come out unscathed. It stands out as a powerful reminder. My worry for them ratchets up to an unbearable level. If the Sovereigns get to them before I've found the answers, if I lose these men forever and waste all of Maverick's of my father's efforts to bring down the Cimmerian Court, what did they die for? What am I good for? My time is running out. Wilder slings his leather jacket over his shoulder as we exit the manor and descend the stairs to the circular drive. I glance sideways at him, my initial irritation melting away as he falls into step beside me. I'll never admit it, but his attendance is a comfort. Clover may not be a threat, but her vulture bodyguards are. Having Wilder along could mean the difference between getting the information I need and ending up in a body bag. We stride across the gravel drive, boots crunching, my mother's manor taking its skeletal shape behind us. When we reach the sleek black SUV, Wilder opens the passenger door for me, a chivalrous habit even in the midst of his lawless, unpredictable mind. Though I expect it, I still flinch when he gets into the driver's seat and guns the engine, the SUV leaping forward like a viper, and me recoiling like the viper's lunch. He tears down the long, winding road, gravel spraying from the wheels. Faro Manor, where I've left poor Sasha with 3 of the most unprincipled men I've ever come across, and their assurances that they'll make sure Sasha goes to class today and finds normalcy again, recedes in the distance. I stare straight ahead, the side of my throat hammering with my pulse. I'm acutely aware of Wilder beside me, his body a tangled spring of energy. It's hard to believe he funneled so much of his fire into me a mere hour ago. We hit the main road, the SUV eating up the miles. Trees blur past, a green smear against the lightening sky. As the journey stretches on, I realize that this is the first time I've been alone with Wilder since he threatened to jump off a cliff if I dared him to. I study him out of the corner of my eye, his expression focused despite the seemingly reckless driving as he navigates the twisting roads leading out of Titan Falls. I ask, my voice barely audible over the thrumming engine, "Why are you really coming with me?" He doesn't respond immediately. His grip tightens on the steering wheel before his shoulders shake with subdued laughter. It sounds hollow, haunted, almost.
"Someone has to keep an eye on you,"
he replies eventually, but his smirk isn't as dimpled and confident as it normally is. I roll my eyes at his response, an action more to keep myself from analyzing the turmoil behind his features than from mocking him. But instead of dipping into silence again, he surprises me by speaking up.
4 years ago,
he says, his voice barely floating over the sound of tires on asphalt.
I had a girlfriend, Tegan.
His revelation stiffens my shoulders and my already tense body. The friend you mentioned when we were at the cliffs, the one who, for whatever reason, I can't say the word, died, or that she was his girlfriend. He nods, understanding what I mean.
T was different, bright, alive. She had this ability to see the good in everything, even when there was none to be found. Kinda like someone sitting beside me right now.
He tries to inject humor, but sorrow bleeds into the edges of his voice.
She's dead because of me.
he murmurs, keeping his eyes on the road. You never explained why you believe that, I prompt quietly. Strain ripples from his face to his hands, leaving his knuckles pale against the dark wheel. She was innocent, unaware of the court's existence. I was an initiate who had just had the ceremony in front of the sovereigns to make me a member. He turns to me before returning to the road, and the distress in his eyes grips my heart. I've never been good at following orders, doing what I've been told without question. The sovereigns knew that. They used Tegan as leverage, claimed they had her hostage and would kill her if I didn't comply. Beneath the dark scruff of his chin, a battle of restraint plays out in taut muscles. I didn't believe them until they sent me proof. A picture of her, bound and blindfolded with sheer fucking terror in her eyes. Oh my God, I whisper. I'm fully aware of the sovereign's depravity at this point, yet they still manage to shock me with their callousness. They dared me to try to save her, said that if I found any information about the Ruby Heart, she'd be freed. They left out the part where they had already sold her. Wilder's voice breaks, an agonizing sound that rips through the car's interior. I reach out, placing my hand on his arm, conscious that comfort will never be enough. It was easy enough to track her down. I had Casp, Cav, and Axe on my side, using their talents to dig up where they'd put her. But when I got there... He lets out a breath that sounds more like a sigh of defeat. There were other girls there, too, sold to some mafia perv named Marco Bianchi, who was excited to spread them around to his friends. Knowing that, I lost my shit. There was no way I was going to interrogate any of those fuckers for a stupid piece of jewelry. So I grabbed T, who they had stripped and drugged, and got out of there. Raw anguish carves itself into the planes of his face, and in that unguarded moment, the facade of smirks, flirtation, and ill-timed jokes crumbles away. For the first time, I glimpse the man beneath the armor. Vulnerable, scared, and achingly human. How did she... You mentioned before? I start, but my voice trails off as I grapple with how to ask the question. She died in my arms. Wilder finishes for me. I wasn't fast enough. Caspian and Cav covered me, and Axe was in the car down the street waiting for us, but it wasn't enough. They shot her down like some kind of target practice. His truth slams into me, an invisible force that empties my lungs and stills my heart. I carried her body out of there, cradled her in my arms as her blood soaked through my clothes, and all I could think was that it was my fault. I brought her into this world because I thought she was pretty and cute, and I stupidly thought I could have her and the court at the same time. I couldn't protect her from it. Wilder clears his throat, the sound harsh in the stillness, and I realize Wilder's eased off the gas. I failed her. I couldn't protect her from the sovereigns, and now, with you... He shakes his head. I won't make the same mistake twice. I'm so sorry. My voice cracks. What happened to Tegan wasn't your fault. The sovereigns, they're the ones who... Don't. He slices through my words, that one syllable jagged with emotion. Just don't. But I understand. The helplessness, the desperation to save someone you care for from an enemy that always seems one step ahead. It's a feeling I know all too well. Doesn't change the fact that she's gone because of me, because I was too much of a dumb fuck to see their game. Wilder sniffs hard, schooling his face into practiced apathy. After that, I promised myself I'd never let anyone else get close,
Never let anyone else become a victim because of me. But then you showed up.
My hand stills on his arm, the stress under his skin bulging against my palm. His body is a paradox, present yet distant, still but far from at ease. But I also feel strength, resilience, a fierce, unbreakable will to protect those he holds dear. It's then I finally figure out that Wilder isn't just coming with me as backup. He's coming with me because he cares, because he's willing to put his life on the line for mine. The SUV lurches as Wilder takes a sharp turn, the tires screeching against the asphalt. He guns the engine, surging the vehicle forward with renewed purpose. And I'm guessing the conversation is over. I grip the door handle as he rounds another bend, and there, rising from the tree line, is Blackwood Manor, home to Clover and the vultures. Wilder cuts the engine. His hands leave the wheel reluctantly as he faces me, and his curt nod says more than words could. Together, we exit the vehicle, striding toward the old but well-maintained structure, ready to face whatever might crawl out of its walls. Chapter 25. Alara. Blackwood Manor's weathered stones are bathed in an ethereal glow that battles with the darkness creeping along its edges. Trees cast long shadows over the expansive grounds, their gnarled branches reaching out and ready to snatch any unsuspecting soul dumb enough to venture too close. A stain of unease spreads across the back of my neck as we approach what the guys consider to be enemy territory. Wilder, all business now, pulls ahead with a measured cadence to his steps. He glances back at me only once, that quick study seeming to permanently etch me into his mind. A mask of grim purpose settles over his features. I quicken my pace, falling back into step beside him. As we near the imposing front door, my unease grows. The feeling becomes stronger when I really think about Clover's men, the vultures. I've met two, Tempest and Rossi, but that was enough. Most around campus have heard rumors about them within Titan Falls' local gossip mill. Salacious rumors and nothing more. But their reputation, even as their disguise as professors and teaching assistants, commands an intimidating respect. As Wilder raises his hand to knock on the door, I tell myself to breathe normally. Their house might be a fortress hiding more bloodshed than anyone could imagine. But so is my heart. The door swings open before his knuckles can make contact with the heavy wood, revealing a rather imposing man with dark brown hair and matching eyes that glint with intelligent perusal as he takes us in. He looks vaguely familiar, but I can't quite place him, though his carved, angular face emotes nothing as his gaze rakes over me in a way that makes me want to die a little inside. Ilara Wraithwood and John Wilder. He moves the thin line of his mouth just enough to say our names. His voice is rough, like the quiet thunder before a storm, and just as intermittent. And the way he forms our names is unsettling, like he's not used to communicating before strangers. Wilder shoots his arm out, forming a barrier between me and this new player. Though it shouldn't, my stomach flutters at Wilder's overprotectiveness. I'd like to think of myself as an independent lady, but sometimes it's nice to have a man fling you behind them for safety. It's undeniably hot.
"Who are you?"
Wilder asks.
"Rio,"
the man answers.
"And you're trespassing."
Not one to mince words, then. I send a wary look at Wilder, unsure of how to navigate this encounter. The sound of the surrounding forest settles over us, each of us trying to decipher the motives behind the other, until I can't take it any longer. "Is Rossi here?" My voice is way more high-pitched than usual. Rio's brow twitches at the mention of Rossi, but he otherwise remains unmoved.
If it's a paper or his favor you're trying to gain, he no longer works for the university.
Wilder scoffs.
No shit. He's the new mafia don. I wouldn't want him teaching my kid business ethics, even if my child were a rich asshole dumped in the woods as a workaround to the Ivy Leagues.
Rio cocks his head at that, appearing outright supine.
You're aware of who he is?
Wilder rolls his eyes.
Huh. And I thought you weren't one to mince words. Yet here you are, stating the obvious.
I stifle a grin at Wilder's and my paralleled thoughts, but I sober and answer Rio. He helped me and my friend, Caspian, out of a bad situation. And you know his name. I point at Wilder. So you must know why we might be showing up at your doorstep. Rio gives a single blink in answer. I want to talk to Clover, I clarify. At last, a flare of emotion bursts through Rio's stone expression. I wince. It's the same one Wilder uses when he goes into alpha mode.
Clover isn't accepting visitors.
Rio shifts until his tall frame blocks the entrance. Is she sick? I ask, infusing worry in my tone, even though I'm certain he's full of shit. Rio's eyes harden, and he takes a moment before responding.
That's none of your concern.
Wilder plants his feet beside me, too similar to a fighter shaking out his body before springing onto his opponent for my liking.
Are you gonna make us force our way in?
A hint of amusement tilts the corners of Rio's mouth.
I'd like to see you try.
Nope, not doing this. I cut in, positioning myself between Wilder and Rio. We're not here to fight. I just want to talk to Clover. Rio stares at me, his dark eyes boring into mine as if trying to peel back the bone of my skull and peer directly into my thoughts. I force myself to keep his gaze. The seconds stretch out, the suspense tangible enough to choke in. Wilder's body is a solid line of heat behind me, his muscles still taut with the urge to fight. Finally, Rio's lips thin into a hard line.
Wait here,
he orders. The door slams shut in our faces with a resounding bang.
Well, I think he likes us,
Wilder says. I blow out a long, hard breath, staving back an anxiety attack at the thought of peeling bits of Wilder and Rio off the pretty courtyard. Do you think he'll actually let us see her? I ask. Wilder shrugs, his eyes fixed on the door.
Who knows, but we're not leaving until we get some answers.
Minutes drag by, each second stretching into an eternity. Just as my patience wears thin, the door creaks open. Rio reappears, his expression even more foreboding than before.
Follow me,
he says, turning on his heel and striding into the mansion's depths without waiting to see if we'll comply. Wilder circles my waist and holds me against him as we walk inside. His body language screams victory, but his tight hold on me shouts we're far from it. But the contrast between the mansion's gritty exterior and the manor's lavish interior is staggering. I take in the high ceilings and rich woodwork of the entrance hall. My eyes catch an impressive array of framed photographs lining one wall. Clover at the center of most, which tells me all I need to know. She's the reason for the surprising warmth in this house of killers, even going so far as to lay out group photos of her arms slung around her men, or kissing the cheek of one while holding another at her side, or splayed on top of all of them on the couch, laughing freely and coaxing warm gazes from her partners, one even smiling down at her. With tattoos inked on his neck and covering the tips of his fingers, it has to be Professor Morgan. If Sasha were here. A smile stretches my lips wide, the elusive professor she wished more than anything would grant her sophomore wish, and I'm in his house. Rio leads us down a long hallway to a large open room at the back of the manor. A generous space filled with plush furniture in dark tones and pale marble floors. On the far side, near the fireplace, stands a woman. Her long black hair cascades down her back in wild waves, shining in the firelight. She's dressed in a black t-shirt and jeans, but transcends the simple style with an exquisitely delicate face and liquid brown eyes that glint with copper from the flames. And she's not alone. Rossi stands beside her, his tall, muscled physique and stern, sinister expression hard to forget. He wears a tailored suit, the fabric stretched over his broad frame. Rossi watches us walk in with a guarded expression, his arm possessively wrapping around Clover's waist in a similar way to how Wilder keeps me close. A knot forms in my throat, making each breath a conscious effort as we approach them. The sense of belonging between Clover and her men is almost palpable. It radiates, filling the room with an energy that's intimidating and fascinating to be around, despite only just having met her. I felt it when I spoke to Rossi the night he tended to Caspian, cringed away from it when Rio directed his possessiveness over her at me, and I am now facing it head on. "You must be Ilara," Clover greets in a light, friendly tone. Wilder's grip on my waist tightens, his fingers digging into my skin through my coat.
Ilara, Wilder.
Rossi's greeting is low and reluctant, each syllable precise and measured.
I didn't expect to see you here.
Clover's copper-flecked eyes study me with unnerving intensity. "We need your help," I say, my voice steadier than I feel. Rossi's cheekbones cast knife-edge shadows over his face as he lowers his chin.
We've already involved ourselves more than we should have. Whatever trouble you found yourself in, it's not our concern.
Wilder's fingers press into my hip, a silent warning to tread carefully and not to give too much of our situation away. But desperation propels me forward. "Please, it involves my brother's killers, and I think they're targeting women connected to the university, and Maverick got too close. Women like Clover and me." Clover and Rossi exchange a loaded glance, an entire conversation seeming to pass between them. Rio shifts his weight behind us, his presence a hovering reminder of the precariousness of our position. Clover faces me again, her features unreadable. "And what makes you think I can help? You're practically an expert on Sarah Anderton lore. It has to do with her and what she left behind over 300 years ago." Rossi's stare digs into my thoughts.
We made ourselves clear the last time we met, Miss Wraithwood. You chose to deny our protection and continue your pursuit of the ruby. And now, you come into my home and ask our woman to become involved in your pointless, reckless pursuit? Are you as mad as your mother? Don't you dare.
Wilder growls, heedless of Rossi having 2 decades of deadly accuracy over him.
Finish that sentence, and I don't care if I never walk out of here as long as I take you down with me.
Wilder says it with such lethal calm that I instinctively lean away, terrified that my simple request will cause these men to kill each other. Clover swiftly intercedes. "First of all," she says, holding up a finger. Your woman has a mind of her own. And second, Ilara doesn't deserve your mafia-level threats, Miguel. Her voice carries a tone of command that shuts down any argument Rossi might have had ready on his lips. Well said, I manage. If Clover knows anything about my reputation on campus, she's probably wondering how a girl like me, who prefers coffee dates and Meath house parties, became tangled in Sarah Anderton infamy and the legend of her blood jewel. Clover, at least, has a whole witchy goth girl vibe going. Me? I'm more out of place in this gory history than a lost kiwi bird. My brother believed in it, I say, speaking directly to Clover. He believed Sarah possessed the ruby heart and that it exists to this day. Maybe you think it's all folklore and fairy tales, but he didn't. He died for it. My words hover in the air like a stalled guillotine blade. Wilder squeezes me in warning. I'm saying too much.
You're saying that the heart has something to do with missing girls on campus?
Rossi asks, breaking the contemplative silence.
Now, we said nothing about missing,
Wilder tisks, and I'm reminded why he's such a valued member to the Sovereigns. So, they do know something. Rossi barely restrains a snarl at being caught out. Clover seems to ponder my words for a moment. You must want answers badly to come here, she says. I do, I say simply. I'll do anything to get them.
Even risking your life?
Rio murmurs behind me. He's standing far enough away, but it feels like his breath fans down my neck as he asks it. Even that. My reply is immediate, absolute.
This has become much too familiar.
Rossi sighs and reluctantly releases Clover.
And a lot like someone I know and love.
Clover angles her head with a mischievous smile. Sarah really vibes with the boss babes. She happily moves out of Rossi's protective shield. Even as the pressure mounts, her elegance remains unscathed. It took a lot of stubbornness on my part, but my men understand that I decide what risks are worth taking, she says. Her look softens as it lands on me. So, let's leave these boys with their fangs for company and come chat with me about Sarah Anderton, woman to woman. She indicates for me to follow her. Wilder eyes her in half awe, half annoyance as she passes us. I have no choice but to trail in her wake, waving to Wilder and whispering, "Don't kill anybody while I'm gone," to which his annoyance is then directed at me. When I turn back to Clover, she has her arm wound around the back of Rio's neck and his around her lower back as they kiss deeply. I correct my surprised stumble before it's noticed. I peek at Rossi in my periphery to note his reaction, but he's busy keeping an eye on Wilder, who's inched closer to Rossi's desk. But there's no doubt he's fully aware of Rio and Clover's embrace despite not looking at them. These men don't miss much. He simply doesn't mind that he has to share. My attention moves to Wilder before I can stop it, and I immediately clash with his heated hazel eyes. His plans to peek at the papers on Rossi's desk have completely evaporated. His motives are solely on me. He tilts his head, including Rio and Clover in the intention swirling behind his arrogant, curious expression. I give him a small, one-sided smile, letting him know I'm not disgusted or even confused. I understand Clover's situation, and I like it. His stare turns ichorous in response, and I scoot out of the room as fast as I can, thankful that Clover is finished with her 5-minute farewell to Rio, and I can get out of there before Wilder tears off my clothes and fucks me in front of all three of them. Clover peers over her shoulder at me with a knowing grin as I cross the threshold, fully aware that we've left our men standing there in a state of unease. Wilder's gaze burns into my back as I leave. Clover extends her hand and guides me up the staircase without waiting for me to respond. Her fingers cool against my wrist. Her friendly affection fills me with anticipation, nerves, and a flicker of hope. Maybe Clover can help us in more ways than one, and I'll have time to ask her for advice on how to manage ticking time bombs for men. As we cross into Clover's bedroom, I'm struck by the sense of intimacy that permeates the space. A grand 4-poster bed takes center stage, draped in deep crimson and black silk sheets, large enough to accommodate more than just 2. In one corner stands a mahogany desk, cluttered with an array of tarot cards and crystals. Against the adjacent wall, filled shelves overburdened with aging texts bear testament to Clover's fascination with the history of Titan Falls and the occult. I study the back of her head as she moves to an ornate, high-backed chair near her private fireplace. Does she know about the Cimmerian Court leaders and their sick obsession? Clover gestures to a matching chair across from her. "Sit," she urges. "We can talk here without any interruption." I lower into the plush cushion of the chair. It's soft, warm, and welcoming, completely unlike the reception the guys swore I'd receive if I visited the Vultures. And I can't shake off Wilder's parting gaze. It was too intense, smoldering with something inky and fiery. To be wanted like that. The memory of it prickles like an unattended flame, licking at my insides. I take a deep breath to calm myself down. Clover seems to sense my discomfort. "You have to talk to them." "What?" I blink at her. "You are men," she clarifies, resting her elbow on the armrest, her chin in her folded fingers. "Right now, there are sharks circling your bloodied waters. You need to make them see you as their companion, not their meal." Her eyes take on a wistful glint as she adds, "Trust me, it took time for me too." I stammer, thrown off by her bluntness. But should I expect anything else from Clover Callahan? Back when I used to hang out with a bunch of friends, the girls talked about her all the time. How Clover was more strange than popular, preferred black to school colors, and managed to score 4 of the hottest men on campus. And as soon as she did, 2 left their full-time positions so they could live with her. "How does she cast such a spell?" I remember them wailing. "Chaos magic fueled by daddy issues? An unholy alliance with the god of morning wood?" "They might be complicated," Clover continues, unperturbed by the thoughts that I'm positive are all over my face. She rises to pull out a hefty bottle of whiskey from under her desk. It glints in the warm light of the room as she pours 2 generous measures, the scent of rich, aged liquor settling with the smell of burning wood from the fire. "But so are you." "That's me," I say, perching on the edge of my chair as she hands me a glass. I stare into its amber depths, observing my gold-hued face mirrored back at me. "Complex and steeped in danger." Clover laughs, easy and intimate. "You'd have to be to grab their attention. And if you've also sold your soul to the god of morning wood, all the better." I gape at her, now certain she can read minds. She stares back, innocently. "How did you know?" I manage to ask. This is as close as I've gotten to openly admitting I'm falling for them. That I'm into more than one guy. As much as they refuse comparisons to their title,
My guys really do chatter like birds, Clover says. My brother, Tempest, was the first to notice since he was following you for a while. Gripping my glass tighter, I take a deep sip, then try not to cough at the burn. It's not easy being involved with one possessive man, let alone 4. A wry smile plays on her lips, though there's an edge to it, a hint of battles fought and won. You have to be sure about who you are and what you want. Establish boundaries and stick to them, even when they push, especially when they push. But they must fight against those boundaries all the time. I probe. She nods sagely, swirling her whiskey in thought. They do. Clover raises her eyes to mine, their sparkling amusement giving away how much she loves it when they try. We share a smile, and I take a moment to absorb Clover's words, the whiskey warming my throat and spreading into my bloodstream. I want to be with them, I confess, but I'm afraid of losing myself in the process. You won't lose yourself. They'll always push, Alara. It's in their nature. But you have to know when to push back and stand your ground. They respect strength, even if they don't always like it. I set my empty glass aside. My thoughts drift to Wilder and the sheer intensity of his presence, regardless of his mood, and Cav's chilling desire, Caspian's deliberate crossing of moral boundaries, Axe's haunted, visceral touch. Clover seems to read my thoughts. Again. You have to maintain your own identity, your own desires. I fight the urge to cough as anxiety tightens my windpipe. And if my desires align with theirs? A slow smile spreads across Clover's face. Then you embrace it. You revel in it. But you never let it define you. She leans forward, her elbows resting on her knees. These men, they're not just lovers. They're protectors, guardians. They'll kill for you, die for you. But they'll also try to control you, to keep you safe at all costs. You have to be willing to fight for your independence, even as you surrender to their obsession. I let her words sink in, my heart racing at the implications. I know she's right. I've seen the way Wilder looks at me, the way his body tenses when I'm in danger. I've felt the way Cav and Caspian watch me, like they're just as likely to kill me as they are to fuck me. And there's Axe's barely restrained triggers, unleashed when he gets near me. I want that, I say, my voice steady despite the nerves fluttering in my stomach. I want to be that force. Clover's eyes sparkle with approval. Then let's make it happen. She leans back in her chair. But first, you have a mystery to solve. Tell me everything. So I do. I explain to Clover about my brother, the circumstances of his death, and the cursed legacy Maverick dug up that he connected to the sovereigns of the Cimmerian Court and the ruby heart Sarah Anderson left behind in an undisclosed location before her death. Clover listens so intently that I go into how each of the guys, Axe, Cav, Wilder, Caspian, have a strange, horrible connection to the missing gem, and that its supposed curse started when Sarah Anderton was accused of being a witch and killed. I even explain my fear that if I don't find it before the sovereigns do, Wilder and everyone else will continue to be tortured, brutalized, and sacrificed for the sovereign's false deity with very real consequences. And that's why I'm here. I finish with tremors in my voice. My throat is raw from talking, from bearing my soul and the burdens I've been carrying.
I thought maybe you could shed some light on Sarah Anderton and why she'd have a ruby of that size and where she might have hidden it. Clover's eyes are wide, her lips parted as she takes it all in. Damn, she says finally, her voice softer than I've ever heard it. She shakes her head slightly, as if to clear away the fog of information. I knew you were wrapped up in some shady stuff, but this... Inwardly, I wince. It sounds like something out of a horror novel when said out loud. I look down at my hands, clasped tightly together in my lap. We told Cav the heart doesn't exist, Clover adds suddenly. We even provided him proof last year to take back to his bosses, the sovereigns. Of course he didn't listen. She huffs out a breath. Now he's roped you into a mystery that's not a mystery. We solved it, Alara. I can't go into details, but Sarah never had a treasure. Not in jewels, anyway. I stare at her, the words bouncing around in my head. She must be mistaken. But Maverick was misled. Clover says gently, sympathy in her voice. By the sovereigns, I'd bet. You see, there is a treasure of swords. She trails off, her gaze conflicted. What is it? I ask. Sarah's true treasure was knowledge, she finally says. Her grimoire, her spells, potions, and remedies. The last word is spoken with a hint of agitation, like Clover isn't telling me the whole truth. My brother didn't die for a book, I say flatly. No, Clover agrees, shaking her head to sort through her thoughts. I'm saying you're chasing the wrong thing. She pauses, letting her words settle before continuing. Sarah Anderton was a healer, but she was also an incredible strategist. The ruby heart might not be a real gem, but a metaphor, a symbol for something else. What could that possibly be? I press. Clover shrugs casually as though we were debating a professor's lecture rather than matters of life and death. That's for you to discover. Rage hits my cheeks hard. The blood under my skin grows hotter than the fire warming its surface. I liked this girl. I really thought we could form a friendship from our commonalities, our outsider-ness. But I love the men in my life more. In a single, sharp move, I yank the amulet from around my neck and throw it at her face. Chapter 26. Alara. Clover recoils. She throws her hands up in defense as the amulet lands in her lap. How do you explain this? I ask. Too late, I realize any squeak of distress from Clover would have brought the door down, the vultures crashing in to defend her while they take my head as a trophy. Then again, my court members surround me in the same way. Wilder is nearby, lingering near the door just as Rossi and Rio likely are. But he's not the only one I can call on. Caspian would have discovered a way to sneak in undetected by now. Cav will be circling the perimeter, and Axe will be positioned somewhere near a window to keep an eye on me. Any of them able to intercept if needed. I'm not so naive as to think they would have stayed back at the manor. Injured beasts become even more feral when they bleed. Thankfully, none of my thoughts are put to the test. Clover's eyes flick from me to the amulet, widening as she takes in the sight of the twinkling ruby nested in the grotesque metal. This is half of the ruby heart, I say, pointing at it for further effect. Do you see the jagged edges? How they're sharp and fresh? Maverick broke it in an attempt to save me. The pain of my brother's name burns, but I swallow it down. He said the other piece is still in Sarah's vault. He was in the midst of compiling all the documents he found to use against the sovereigns and stop them before he died. A silence stretches between us, broken only by the crackling fire in the hearth. The glow from the fire casts dancing light on Clover's face, highlighting her sharp cheekbones and furrowed brow. The ruby gleams. Her fingers hover over the necklace, but she doesn't touch it. She whispers, "This changes things." My heart stutters at her words. Maybe I've cracked through her skepticism. I forge on. My brother wanted to keep the pieces forever separate so the sovereigns could never have it whole, or maybe just to buy himself time to collect every piece of evidence he could before they made their ultimate move. The sovereign's entire plan of summoning this supposed exalted regent of theirs depends on the ruby being whole. I shake my head in complete disbelief that I have to stop 3 grown men from initiating a murderous seance. Setting aside the fact they think they can summon a fucking demon, I don't think Maverick had the right idea. Frankly, I don't care if the sovereigns get the whole heart. There's no demon to summon. They don't exist. What I do care about, what terrifies me, is the sovereigns' utter dedication to mutilating their members and sacrificing girls in fucked up rituals for this overlord of theirs. And Maverick's fear that if they ever possessed the entire ruby, they would go after me. She withdraws her hand, curling it into a fist as she looks up at me, her eyes obscured by the play of dark and light on her face. Clover stands abruptly, the ruby tumbling from her lap onto the plush carpet. The firelight catches the jewel's facets, scattering crimson glints across the room. Clover begins to pace. This is bad. This is really bad. What did you say the name of this demon was? Exalted Regent? I stare at her sidelong and ask slowly, "Does it matter? There's no such demon." "If what you say is true, then we need to act fast," Clover says, ignoring my pragmatism. "The dark arts should never, can never be messed with." Closing my eyes, I take a deep, quenching breath, recalling the tarot cards on her shelf, the crystals and the Wiccan almanacs piled on her shelves. She believes in this stuff. Clover strides to her desk, throwing her hair up into a messy bun. As she does so, she reveals a small tattoo at the base of her neck, a vulture in flight. She pulls open a desk drawer and slips on white cotton gloves. I push to my feet, not bothering to hide my curiosity as I join her. Clover carefully flips open a large, ornate book, the motion carrying the most disgusting smell into my nostrils. I turn around and retch, then gulp some deep breaths before I turn back around and meet Clover's wizened but amused smile. To this day, I have no idea where that smell comes from or why it's so potent after centuries. She says, "Wait." The hand I was using to massage my throat freezes. "Is that what I think it is?" "Sarah's grimoire," Clover supplies without looking up. "It was given to me last year. To say it changed my life is an understatement. It's written by both Sarah and Elite, her nameless daughter. If you can stomach it, take a look." Clover twists the book to face me. After a few choked breaths, I get my gag reflex under control and read the page Clover has open. Intricate drawings, the ink faded but the designs made timeless, showcase jewelry of all shapes and sizes, recorded with such precision that I forget about the smell emanating from the page. "Are those jewelry Sarah was allegedly paid in?" "Yes. Her daughter inventoried every piece. We assumed the pieces were theoretical or codes for the transfer of something entirely different from actual priceless gemstones." Clover slides her attention to where the amulet rests on the floor. With her features crystallizing into diamond-hard resolve, she turns back to the grimoire and flips the pages until she finds what she's looking for. Her white-gloved finger landing on the heart. I gasp. And it's in full. Behind that page is a small gap of space before the thick, yellowed paper continues. Angling my vision, I notice pieces of pulp clinging to the glue on the spine, pages ripped from this historical book. I reach for the grimoire with both hands before I stop myself, fingers splayed in midair. But it's not respect for Clover's clear, gentle handling of the book that prevents me from grabbing it with my bare hands. It was purely instinctual. I don't want to touch it. It's one of the last things Maverick held when he ripped out Sarah's confession on where the heart was locked away. I don't want to touch this thing. Yet, my eyes eat it up. Maverick decided to preserve this drawing. The amulet is perfectly detailed, from the shading of the dark and light to the uncut angles, the full ruby. This was what it looked like before Maverick broke it. I breathe. Read what's written below, Clover says. I do as she says, noticing the small, flourished script written in the days when handwriting was considered elite. Paid to the Anderton house, Clover says, without bothering to read upside down. She's memorized it. A ruby whose circumference is the largest we've seen. Its inner glow screams with power. A touch of the unearthly caught within its flaming heart. Beware its allure, for even in our possession, it seeks its rightful master. Skeletal hands caress my shoulders. The idea that a ruby has mystical powers is laughable, but there's something in the way those words are penned that it makes me jumpy. I never thought much of the written descriptions below the jewels after we recovered the Anderton treasure. Clover continues, almost to herself. But you've successfully turned the vultures in my theory right on its head. Tempest mentioned finding the treasure, too. I murmur, raising my eyes from the book to Clover. Both of you clam up as soon as you're asked to describe it, though. That's because if we made what it truly is public, we'd tank Titan Falls tourism, the founding family's reputations, and ruin a lot of lives, not to mention history. People were killed to keep it a secret, and there are those that will still murder to keep it from coming out. I point at the amulet. Kind of like that thing? Clover blows out a breath. Yes, Sarah Anderton is the gift that keeps on giving. I thought all this ended when I uncovered her daughter's name. I gape at her. You know that, too? Clover nods. Don't ask me to tell you. I can't. It falls under the horror I just listed. Part of Titan Falls' appeal is its history. The idea that a priceless treasure is hidden away somewhere, and a woman and her daughter were persecuted for it. Finding out her name is part of that draw, and part of what keeps many powerful people in the Titan Falls hierarchy. It's not worth upending. Believe me. Her expression grows so somber, I'm led to believe Clover experienced certain atrocities herself when she became involved in the vultures and sought to reveal the true history of the Andertons, like so many who tried and failed before her. Yet, she succeeded. My voice drops to a whisper. I'm related to her. What? A lightning storm of copper bursts in Clover's eyes. I gulp. There's a high likelihood that I'm a descendant of the Anderton line. Clover shakes her head as if flinging away the insane thought, but she doesn't outright dismiss what I've said. Part of me wishes she would just laugh in my face and negate my fears. For a moment, she's so dumbfounded that she can't speak. Then, with a suspicious lightness to her tone, she asks, "How do you figure that?" Kavanaugh Nightshade's ancestors are the ones who accused Sarah and put her to death. She vocally cursed the Nightshades while she was tortured, and Cav believes the curse is real. His entire family line went through their lives failing to battle this curse of theirs, but me, Caspian Axe, and Wilder discovered a hidden altar room below Thornhaven, the court member's estate. Well, Maverick found it first, but... I pause, getting my breathing under control so I can stop rambling. Anyway, Maverick said the altar room is where Sarah died, where all these girls the former sovereigns were taking were being sacrificed to. I'm trying to find a link. It's why I've come to you, because Cav said the Nightshades took a baby from Sarah's arms, her grandchild, and sold her. That baby is where my family line comes from. I don't know if it's Wraithwood or Pharaoh or... I'm sorry. I'm rambling again. Clover listens with a mixture of intrigue, pity, and concern. Every emotion flits across her cheeks, the corners of her mouth, the quirk of her brows, until they smooth, and she looks at me anew, as though I'm on her team, suddenly privy to a secret that sets us both apart from the rest of the world. She reaches across the table to place a hand over my own. "I'd like to show you something else," she says softly. Clover lifts her gloved hand from mine, reaching into another compartment in her desk and pulling out a cracked, leather-clad notebook. "I found this during my search last year." Again, she finds the page she wants and spins the open book so I can read it. "Do you see the names?" Bending closer, I read, Lilium, Keeper of Secrets, Nightshade, the Guardian, Marigold, the Seafarer, Bluebell, the Quill, Rosemary, the Shade, Lavender, the Hearth, Sage, the Stablemaster, Jonquil, the Lexicon, Primrose, the Purse, Foxglove, the Watcher, Sweet William, the Emissary, Hawthorn, the Psychic, Cowslip, the Masquerade, Snowdrop, the Frost, Daffodil, the Mason, Thistle, the Engineer. At first, I think Clover's shown me a list of herbal and floral ingredients Sarah probably used for her alchemy, which doesn't concern me. Sarah was considered the town healer before being branded a witch. I'm glancing up to say as much when my eyes snag on a name. Jonquil. I let out a shaky breath, pointing. Jonquil. I know that name. I found William Jonquil's old office in my grandmother's manor. I think he's a great-grandfather of mine. Clover hums in thought. I was hoping you wouldn't recognize any of the names. I look up at her then. Why? Because then your theory about being a descendant has merit, and I worry for anyone who's forced to become involved in the truth of the Andertons. That's nothing new, I reply tiredly. As soon as I figured out my boyfriends fully believe in a witch's curse that includes a demon being summoned, I started worrying about my well-being. Abruptly, I press my lips shut. I don't know what's more galling, the fact that I so easily said boyfriends, or that my life now includes curses, violence, and bloodshed. Despite the gravity of our conversation, Clover laughs, and I share in it. We both sober as we return to the books splayed in front of us. These names, Clover says, were part of Sarah's underground network. These people helped her with her cause. That's why I'm shocked to learn the Nightshades betrayed her. I always knew Cav was a manipulative bastard, but to keep his family's betrayal a secret from us the entire time he helped to find the treasure. I'm unable to explain Cav's motives, since I'm not quite sure of them myself. I say, his reasons are valid in his mind. His ancestors' destruction over the centuries and his solid belief that Sarah had something to do with it. Cav's poisoned. They've tortured him down to the marrow of his bones. I'm working like hell to rid him of it because I know who he is inside. He's not callous and evil. I trail off, swallowing the lump that's formed in my throat, thinking about Cav. The pain he's endured, the horrors he's witnessed, are a vital part of him now. It makes him dangerous, unpredictable. But beneath that hardened exterior is a man who bears the weight of his family's sins. A man I've come to deeply care for, despite what it could cost me. Clover seems to read my thoughts, her eyes softening. That's a heavy burden to carry for someone else, Ilara. Isn't it what we're doing here? I counter with a forced smile. Carrying the burden of our ancestors' sins so we can set things right? She nods slowly, an appreciative smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. You're a stronger woman than I gave you credit for. My cheeks heat at her praise, but I quickly brush it off. The Ilara I wanted to be, the one I molded myself into the minute I stepped foot on TFU campus, doesn't exist anymore, no matter how much I'd like to get that popular, social, ignorant girl back. Turns out I'm not just a pretty face. But why these men? Clover asks abruptly. Why Wilder, Cav, Caspian, and Axe? Have you thought about why they were brought into the Cimmerian Court? Their legacies, I supply. Initiated because of their family lineage, dating all the way back to, oh my God. Clover gasps and turns the logbook of names clockwise. Her eyes flick up and down rapidly as she reads them over. I had thought the flowers were all code names Sarah used to protect her agents. Nightshade and Jonquil weren't disguised for reasons I had yet to figure out, but the others. Do you think some of these flowers could be your boyfriend's families? Boyfriends. I echo, the word still sitting clumsily on my tongue. That's a possibility. These men aren't just legacies. Clover interjects, flipping through the pages with a fervor. They could also be descendants of Sarah's allies. The truth crashes over me, leaving me cold and shaken. If Clover's right, then that means... Then it isn't just me. They're all linked to Sarah too. A pang of fear settles in my heart as I consider what this could mean for us, for Cav, Caspian, Wilder, and Axe. Our relationships are complex enough as it is, without the added pressure of a shared destiny. We need to find out for sure, Clover announces, lowering and getting comfortable on her desk chair. Same with your lineage. Sarah's daughter was young, but not so young she couldn't have had a baby. I always had a feeling the Anderton lore went a lot deeper. There's nothing better than a good, witchy mystery. As Clover begins to delve into the historical records that clutter her desk, I look down toward the broken heart tangled in its chains. The fire gives it a sinister pulse, like it's imbued with centuries of blood. I picture the faces of the men I've come to adore, their peculiar smiles, their eyes in various stages of bleakness. They were taken in by the court so young, their humanity stripped bare until glorious, honed weapons took their place. Cav, with his eerie handsomeness and uncut sapphire eyes that see too much, yet reveal so little. Caspian, whose beauty almost hurts to look at, and whose mind is equal parts supernova and black hole. Wilder, the embodiment of raw power and bottled rage, who seems untamed, yet harbors a gentleness that touches my very soul. And Axe, his scars a timeline of his tumultuous past, cruel, blurred, and troubled. Each name represents a life lived under the burden of past sins, profound secrets, and undeniable attraction. Each name is now inexorably linked with mine. Chapter 27. Ilara. Wilder drops me off at Faro Manor after a solemn ride in his car. When I left Clover's room and returned to him downstairs, he must have seen something on my face, because he didn't drag me out of the Vulture's home and insist I tell him everything. I was expecting Wilder to go so far as to lock all the doors in the SUV and refuse to let me out until I gave up every reason I wanted to meet and talk with Clover. Wilder did none of those things. He opened the passenger door, giving my arm a squeeze before I slid in. Then he started the car and swerved off, his face a blank canvas. The second he pulls up to the manor, I twist toward him in my seat, unable to take it anymore. "Why haven't you asked what happened with Clover?" Wilder doesn't face me when he answers, choosing to keep staring ahead. "Did you want me to?" "What kind of answer is that?" I pause, using the moment to study his profile. "Did something go on between you, Rio, and Rossi to make you go quiet?" The corner of his mouth ticks as he fights off a smile. "The only thing I did in their presence was breathe, and that's only because I have to." His answer is curt, a typical Wilder response. But beneath it, I detect a tenderness, a refrain that's more protective than dismissive. My gaze ricochets between his stoic profile and my family mansion, casting deep shadows over us despite the bright morning sun. I want to tell Wilder everything, as well as the others. I'd love to be with them with the sun over our heads instead of constant dark clouds. But the truth is like acid on my tongue, the unspoken words clawing at the back of my throat. Danger, I confess quietly, finally breaking the silence. Wilder's focus shoots to me briefly before returning to the mansion's imposing facade. It seems like danger is following me and always has its eyes set on the people around me. "I know," he says simply, but not unkindly. "But if you start calling it a curse, I may have to keep you and Cab separated." It was meant as a joke, but it doesn't land. I press my lips together. Wilder exhales heavily, turning his gaze from the manor to mine. Despite the lurking misery in his hazel eyes, there is an undeniable warmth there, too. "I won't make the same mistake twice," he says. I furrow my brows at him, confused. "Tegan," he supplies. My forehead smooths with realization. "I ignored the signs with T. In the end, it cost her everything." He swallows hard, his Adam's apple bobbing with the motion. "You're not responsible for that," I tell him. "We're not repeating history, Wilder. You're not the same ignorant initiate you were back then." He fixes me with a pained stare. "But I'm responsible for you. We all are, in one way or another." "I'm not Tegan," I say quietly. "My innocence is gone. I'm fully aware of what the sovereigns are." Wilder's features lock down, disagreement clear but unvoiced. Instead, he reaches over and brushes a wisp of hair out of my face. His touch lingers on my cheek before pulling back. "You should get inside. The guys and I will join you shortly. We have to go." The way he stalls on "go" makes me freeze with my hand halfway to the door handle. "Go where?" Weariness drags at his eyes as his hands fuse to the steering wheel. "We still have our duties. The sovereigns don't know where we are, but if we stop following their orders altogether,
there will be trouble for our living relatives. So we play our roles from afar.
Ice, chilling and painful, fills my stomach. What does that mean? I thought you guys were ignoring their summons altogether. He flexes his fingers.
We need more time, always more fucking time. Doing this for them, going after their blackmail targets, people who have crossed the sovereigns in some way and forced to do their bidding, will buy us more time. They have to be kept in line.
Before I can voice any protests, he's opening his door and stepping out. I watch him round the car and open the passenger door. His hand extends toward me, the movement just shy of a command. But I take it, facing him as soon as I step onto the old stone pathway, but Wilder's already moving to return to his side of the car. Promise me something, I state. He stills without answering. Promise me you won't let them manipulate you into doing something that will break you into pieces I won't be able to fit back together. He levels his gaze on mine over the SUV's hood, his irises swirling with honey and earth tones and swallowing the sunlight beaming on them. A beat passes before he speaks again.
I can't promise that.
He yanks on the driver's door.
Because I would do anything for you.
And his words, those deadly, beautiful words, are a dagger in my chest. I watch him slide back into the driver's seat and shut the door with a resounding slam before he roars off. I let my head fall back, willing the sun to dry any tears that try to escape my closed eyes, then turn and trek inside. The smell hits me almost immediately. I follow the scent with a wrinkled nose, deftly avoiding all signs of my mother's evil genius, until I reach the grand, unused living room and spot the figure lounging on the Queen Victorian couch, one leg raised in the air. Sasha? I creep in cautiously, stepping over the white sheets she's cast aside that were acting as dust covers for the furniture. Hello. Sasha turns her head and grins at me. What are you doing? Is your leg okay? My leg is operating as an exclamation point to my hello. I blink at her, trying to make sense of her words even as I take in the sight of her languishing with an open bag of gummy worms on her stomach. You're stoned. Fuck yes. It's not like we're in the best situation right now. Might as well enjoy a good high. She waves her leg in a last salute before lowering it. I can't stop a genuine laugh from escaping at the sight of her. You should try it sometime, she says. Sasha's eyes are glazed over, and she has this soft smile on her face that almost makes me want to agree with her. Almost. No thanks, I murmur. I glance around the room, and my gaze falls upon a photo frame settled on one corner of the ornately carved fireplace mantel. The sweet smiles of my innocent youth greet me from behind the glass. Me hugging Mom and Maverick on the other side, all of us smiling too brightly. Seeing Maverick's younger self brings that familiar flutter of warmth and the ache of absence in equal measures. My attention moves to the picture next to it, Mom and Dad's wedding day. They looked so happy. Dad with his wide smile and twinkling eyes, his arm wrapped around Mom's waist as if he would never let her go. And Mom, radiant in her simple white dress, her cheeks flushed with joy and awe at who she gets to marry. The raw emotion captured in that photo slices through me like a knife, and for a moment, I let myself sink back into the memory of happier times. I can almost imagine what their laughter would have been like that day, weaving through the now plagued halls of our family home. It's odd how quick laughter can turn to tears when you realize everything's a lie. Hey! Sasha prods softly, jolting me out of my thoughts. Her smile fades as she sits up, replaced by a look of concern. You okay? I'm fine. I lie. She doesn't buy it, but doesn't push either. Instead, she pats the spot next to her on the couch. Come here. I sit beside her, avoiding the half-eaten bag of gummies teetering precariously on her stomach. She wraps an arm around my shoulders, pulling me into a side hug. You don't have to be a bad bitch all the time, Alara, she says quietly. It's okay to be scared. A lump forms in my throat and I blink back tears. My voice is barely a sound when I finally admit, I'm terrified. My family looks so happy up there on the mantel, innocent even. It feels like centuries ago, a completely different life. We'll figure this out, Elle, Sasha says, her voice solid and confident. The strength of her words is soothing, but it only goes so far in suppressing my fears, the worrisome thoughts forever nipping at the edges of my mind. A tear seeps from the corner of my eye, trailing down my cheek before I brush it away and slip out of her embrace. I need to shower and change. I'll come back down when I'm done. She doesn't argue, simply nods and goes back to her bag of gummies with a serene expression that only Pot could produce. With one last wave, I make my way toward the grand staircase leading up, but pause at the base, looking back at her. Hey, I say softly, don't think about going anywhere tonight. Sasha snorts a laugh, but relents easily enough when she sees my serious expression. I'll load up Netflix, she declares before dangling another worm near her mouth. Go find your comfiest loungewear. Retreating to the comfort of my room, I find myself unable to push away the gnawing sense of dread that's been clinging to me ever since my conversation in Wilder's car. The memory of him saying those words, because I'd do anything for you, sounds too much like what I'd do for him, for all of them, and that ignites a precarious hope within my heart. The truth is, the devastating allure of Wilder and Cav, Axe and Caspian, their inescapable mix of aggression and desire, is a dangerous cocktail I've willingly sipped from. The heady effect it has on me is a terrifying kind of exhilaration that leaves me vulnerable. And that's exactly why I haven't told them about Maverick's last message, that the Sovereigns want the blood of Sarah Anderton, too. Me. They want to use me as a sacrifice. I say to myself, watching the words disperse into nothingness as if they were made of smoke. What would Wilder say? Cav? Caspian? Axe? Would they be shocked? Angry? Would they fight for me, or would the revelation change everything between us? They want nothing more than to be rid of the Sovereigns, but I'm not certain if their pursuit of the heart and the downfall of the Sovereigns is truly about liberation, or just another manifestation of their hunger for power and control. Fear, shaped like sharp thorns on vines, wraps around my heart at the thought. Naked under the hot spray of the shower, I yield to the memory of our stolen moments as visceral torment threatens to swallow me whole. Possessive touches, sinful whispers, strategic moves, all of them burning with a fire only for me. The heat between us is palpable, undeniable, yet their motivations remain shrouded in mystery as thick as the steam engulfing me. I stay under the hot water far longer than necessary, hoping its scalding embrace might wash away my doubts and fears and cleanse me of my uncomfortable thoughts. Finishing my shower in silence, the warmth of the water does nothing to chase away the frost coating my bones. After drying off, I pull on a pair of black leggings, an oversized shirt, and a blue hoodie, where I stash the ruby locket in its front pocket. It doesn't feel right to wear it anymore. Downstairs, I find Sasha sprawled across the couch again, her cheek resting against one of the red velvet cushions as she snores. A bag of chips has replaced her previous snack. I tiptoe around her sleeping figure to grab a blanket from an adjacent chair before draping it over her. She shifts, but doesn't wake, a soft mumble escaping her lips. I watch her for a moment, overcome by a rush of affection for my best friend. I can't put her at risk. Not Sasha, not the guys. Staring down at my friend, I confront the terrifying facts. I'm an innocent sacrifice for a power-hungry secret society. It's absurd, grotesque even. Alara Wraithwood is the final descendant of a feared healer, accused witch, and suspected assassin from centuries ago. If anyone had told me that the tales uttered in hushed tones about Sarah Anderton were true, that her blood ran in my veins, that I was destined to be a sacrifice for the Cimmerian Court's relentless pursuit to unleash a demon, I would have laughed it off as one fucked-up joke. But reality doesn't take jokes lightly, and it certainly doesn't allow escape from its iron clutches. Would it be selfish to shatter Sasha's peaceful reality? Could I even bear to watch the light dim from her eyes when she learns that the men she's begun to trust are entangled in a plot that could very well cost me my life? No. I breathe softly, feeling a boulder lodge itself in my throat. No, she can't know. I can't let her know. I can't let the guys know. Not until I have more information and understand what my brother tried to stop. Sasha's left the TV on, and I nestle beside her curled-up legs, choosing an old rom-com to watch. Sasha had the right idea of skipping afternoon classes. Acting normal seems like a far-off goal these days. I'm halfway to a nap when I hear a noise on the other side of the wall in the foyer. Footsteps. Fright doesn't hit me, not in the fortress Mom's built, but curiosity does. I lean into Sasha's body, peering into the open archway in time to see Axe navigating the flooring in the way I taught him, a 3-2-1 step process that will bring him into this room unscathed. Hey, I greet. Axe stiffens in surprise, glancing over. I frown. Axe doesn't startle easily. Slipping out of the blanket I decided Sasha could share, I pad closer to his still form. Axe, you okay? He shoves his hands in his pockets. Yes. I press my lips together and give a single nod because that's the most I'll get out of him in terms of how he's feeling. Where are the others? Others? Caspian, Wilder, Cav. Wilder said you guys had a job and would be back soon. I checked the grandfather clock at the top of the stairs. That went a lot faster than I thought. Oh, I didn't go with them. This time, my brows pull together and accompany my frown. No? I thought you four did everything together. Why didn't you go? Not everything. He says it in such a low tone, such defeat, that I move closer. Axe? Axe's gaze is remote, as if he's looking past me and into aspects of his fractured memories I can't begin to fathom. He starts, then snaps his mouth shut, as if biting back an unpleasant confession. It's rare for Axe to let his guard down, and it's rarer still for him to reveal any semblance of vulnerability. I reach out, brushing my fingers against the rough skin of his hands. Axe grimaces at the contact, but doesn't pull away. A flicker of strain passes over his control as he levels a laden look at me. It's okay. I say, hoping to reassure him even as unease puts pressure on my heart. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Without another word, Axe covers my mouth with his, desperate and demanding. The shock of it reverberates through me as he backs me up against the wall. I try to protest, but the softness of his lips, the urgency of his tongue, and the sharp bite of his teeth captures all of me, and I'm lost to him. Axe grips my hips, holding me close as he deepens our kiss, his body heat singeing through my clothes. His taste is addictive. Fresh air and sea salt. My sighs linger in the air as our lips move together, seeking an unbreakable connection. Axe presses his groin into my stomach, hard and demanding. My fingers tangle in his hair, and I return his kiss with just as much fervor. Sasha's still sleeping on the couch around the corner. If she woke up and decided to inspect the strange sounds, we'd be caught and I'd be embarrassed. But I can't bring myself to pull away from him. Axe's touch kindles an inferno that burns away all thoughts of caution and reason. He trails his lips down my jawline to my neck, dragging his teeth over my skin before pressing his hot tongue against it. My pulse flutters, trapped under his teeth as he groans against it, satisfied with my response. Axe's hands roam lower, tracing slow circles around my hips before moving to my thighs. Every brush of his hand sets off seismic shifts through my body, and I'm getting wetter by the second, soaking through my leggings. The fleeting thought that we should go upstairs is soon swept away as Axe's hot mouth travels lower, kissing along my collarbone and down to the swell of my breasts. He pulls my hoodie and shirt over my head, discarding it carelessly on the floor. His lips trail fire across my bare skin to the lace-edged bra I'd worn, as if I'd sensed that at least one of them would strip me again today, even if my brain hadn't caught up yet. Axe kneads my breasts through my bra, his thumbs brushing over my stiffened nipples. The sensation shoots straight through me, and I can't hold back a gasp. He looks into my eyes at the sound. More. He growls, sending a delicious flutter down my spine. His voice is dark and gravelly, edged with a desperation that's like a raw, open wound. His low command paints my skin with invisible brushstrokes of liquid fire, pooling between my legs in a sweet, throbbing ache. Axe lowers his mouth to one hardened nipple, sucking it through the mesh fabric. I moan, curving into him and digging my fingers into his shoulders. He unclasps the hook of my bra with a swift motion, letting it fall away. Axe, I gasp, as he hooks one of my legs around his waist. Hate this, he mutters, tearing at the fabric of my leggings with unbelievable ease. His fingers brush against the heat of my center, and I whimper at the sudden contact. Hate how they make you feel like you are less than them. He pulls back to look into my eyes, those piercing gray storm clouds voltaic with defiance and agonizing need. No. I breathe out, shaking my head, desire churning in my throat and thickening my voice. You are not less than anyone. You're more. Axe studies me as I say it, something like guilt churning in the depths of his hurricane eyes, but his ruthless vulnerability, his ferocity and tenderness all intertwine until my heart aches with the sheer beauty of him. He slides what's left of my leggings down, bunching them along with the slick fabric of my underwear around one ankle. I'm left bare to him, and even though I've been on this precipice with Axe and the others before, each time feels so different, so much more vital and profound. His fingers tease along my folds, finding me drenched for him. A shudder weakens my knees at his touch. It's like he knows just what to do to unravel me completely. The pad of his thumb presses against my clit, and I whimper. The sound seems to fuel him. Axe's fingers slip inside, curling in just the right way that makes my back arch off the wall. A groan rumbles from his chest, resonating as though he were a seismic force and I the ground beneath him, shaking from the tremor. Then he withdraws his fingers and brings them to his lips, tasting me on them and watching for my reaction. "Delicious," he murmurs. I bite my lip. His pupils dilate. I reach out to him then, my hand sliding over the rough terrain of his scarred back through his shirt, feeling it tense under my touch. "I want you," I whisper. My body is burning for him, yearning for him, desperate. I reach down to grip his hard length over his jeans. Axe's breath stutters and he presses into my hand, seeking friction. He pushes 2 fingers inside me then, pumping slowly while his thumb continues to circle my clit with a torturous pace that has me writhing. The exquisite pressure builds, a mounting crescendo that threatens to fracture. "Please," I almost weep, raking my nails down his back through the thin layer of his shirt. If I cause him pain, he wants it because he tortures me further by almost bringing me to climax, then backing off. "Say it again," Axe orders, his voice tight and strangled. Before I can, his lips crash onto mine in a heated frenzy, swallowing my half-formed words and whispers. Axe releases a guttural sound into my mouth, then pushes away. His fingers cease their torment, leaving me gasping. But his focus stays on me, drinking in my disheveled state, the flushed cheeks, the heaving chest, the parted lips. "Laura." His voice is a ragged whisper, a plea, perhaps a prayer. He grinds against my hand, his own coming to rest over mine as he guides it under his pants so I can stroke him bare. The friction is maddeningly delicious, both for him and for me. "I need you," he rasps. The heat between us is unabated, a wildfire racing across parched land. I pull my hand out, fingers finding purchase in his shirt's fabric, tugging it free from his body. Axe's muscular torso is carved from pale granite. Each line and ridge of muscle is pronounced under my touch. Each brutal scar forms an obvious ridge under my hands. I trail my fingers over him in fascinated exploration, lightly tracing over the contours of his body, losing my breath when he mirrors my actions and does the same to me. Axe keenly observes every response I give him. Then he frees himself, unbuttoning his jeans and pushing them down in a swift move. Axe is bared, so undeniably him, and my heart lurches. There's nothing gentle about the way he takes me then, hoisting me up against the wall with ease as if my weight means nothing to him. I moan against his lips, lost as he pushes me harder against the wall. The cool surface bites into my back. With one hand, he covers my mouth, pushing my head against the wall at the same time he slips his dick deep inside me. I gasp against his palm at the intrusion, feeling myself stretch around him as he begins to move in a brutal rhythm. It feels good, too good, and it takes everything away except pure pleasure-pain bliss. Axe thrusts into me harder, There's no softness left in him now, just raw force. A man drowning in torture but choosing to die in ecstasy. I endure every punishing thrust with a smothered gasp that feels like surrender. His relentless pace drives us both toward an edge we're teetering on. I respond in kind, my body matching his rhythm as I cling to him for support, the wainscoting halfway up the wall digging painfully into my back. Axe's climax detonates through his body, the power of it rippling through every muscle, every vein, until all that remains is what I can cling to. He's threadbare, but his fingers claw into my hips, holding on tight as he loses the rest of himself. He stays entwined with me, slowing his pace. Axe's lips trail soft kisses along my neck, each one a silent confession etched into my skin. Axe slides in and out of me with excruciating gentleness, his aching need now sated, replaced with an indescribable intimacy, one that goes beyond skin and bone to touch upon something ethereal. I'm holding back tears, but my own release finally takes hold, shattering under the weight of his touch and observant gaze. I erupt around him, my cries muffled under his hand, my nails digging into the strong sinews of his back and creating crescent indents over his scars. I ride out the wave of him, lapping against the shore until finally everything is calm. Axe removes his hand from my mouth and lifts me off the wall, striding down the hall with my legs wrapped around his hips and avoiding my mother's disguised hazards as if he's lived here for years. The entire time we're kissing, our tongues stroking, his dick pulsing inside me. Reluctantly, Axe releases my lips and lays me on the bed in the guest room, then swings onto the mattress until his body is heavy on mine. As he gathers me into his arms, he buries his face in my hair, inhaling deeply. I gently guide him away so I can look at him. Axe's eyes are soft, gray clouds, breaking apart enough to reveal rare sunlight that casts its brightness over the furious cut down his face. Its warm rays are present in the way he traces circles on my skin and how he memorizes my face. He looks at me like I'm one of Sarah's precious, rumored jewels that he's afraid will implode under the pressure of his touch. Yet his caress is far from delicate. It's filled with a rough longing that scrapes against my flesh, carving feelings into me I've only ever dreamed about. I want to tell him everything. The looming, god-awful truth about the Sovereign's plans for me. The dread that eats at my insides, threatening to swallow me whole. But the look in his eyes, the way he cradles me closer into his embrace, warns me not to add to whatever is currently hurting him, silencing him. My fingers thread through his, and then we're sleeping. Or at least he is. Axe's breath tickles my nose as he drifts off, his chest rising and falling rhythmically against my sensitive nipples. His ash-blonde hair is an unkempt mess on the pillow, lips slightly open in deep sleep. He looks almost peaceful, like a boyish Axe who didn't have to endure torture, fight off abuse, and face neglect. This is the Axe who just held me, loved me. And I drift off too, cradled by the rhythmic beats of his heart and lulled by his warm, solid presence. I wake up to the dimming light of dusk filtering through the windows. My head is on the pillow, but my body feels bereft, empty, and I soon realize why. Axe's side of the bed is cold. His scent lingers on the sheets, but he's no longer there. My hand reaches out, brushing along the cool cotton where he should be. As my heart sinks deeper into my chest with the absence of him against my skin, it's like part of me has vanished, been taken. A pang of disappointment shoots through me. Did he leave to keep me safe? Or was it all too much? Drawn by some peculiar instinct, I turn my head toward the plush couch in the room, where Cab's tall frame is sprawled, his ebony hair an unruly haystack around his pensive, slumbering face. Caspian rests in a chair across from him, chestnut tendrils framing his handsome features and almost making him look innocent. I look down, and Wilder's sleeping on the floor directly beside me, his face tilted in my direction as if he had to keep me in his horizon before he was forced to surrender to sleep. It's unlike them to have resisted crawling into bed with Axe and me, taking their rightful positions, since I've been with all of them and care for them all the same. Perhaps they sensed in Axe the same thing I did, a vulnerability that's desperate for consolation, one they can't provide, but that I have all too much of. It's then I realize these men can do anything, kill anyone, and I'd probably forgive them. I'm too connected to them not to. Sitting up, I give each of them a brief survey in the growing darkness, finding none of them worse for wear. Whatever job Wilder was talking about, they all got through it unscathed. As for Axe's absence, I'll ask Wilder when he wakes up. Maybe Axe was never meant to go with them, but I'm wondering where it was he did go that gave him a heavier dose of torment than usual. And where Axe went now, that leaves Sasha. Slipping out of the covers, I tiptoe around Wilder, who grunts and grabs my ankle as I try to step around him. I swallow down a yelp at the feel of his calloused palm and look down, expecting alert, glimmering eyes to be staring right at me. But no, they're firmly shut, but he's brought my ankle to his lips and bared his teeth, nipping at it and grinning in his sleep. I tug my limb away, though the feel of his mouth lingers on my skin. His hand drops onto the floor, his body contorting as he lets out a low groan before resuming his restless slumber. Heart hammering in my chest, I glance at the men one last time, confirming they're still asleep before sneaking out of the room and into the corridor, though I can feel, rather than see, Caspian's slitted eyes following my every naked move. Walking through one of the archways, I take in Sasha's makeshift bed on the living room sofa. It appears she's slept all afternoon and into the evening. Considering what I'm putting her through and how many gummies she ate, I don't find that surprising. She's sleeping serenely, her dark curls splayed around her gold-hued face like a fan. I find my clothes folded neatly on an armchair, as if one of the guys found them strewn all over the hallway, collected them, and positioned them for me to find later. A flush creeps up my neck as I picture one, or all of them, bringing my underpants to their nose and mouth and inhaling deeply, understanding exactly what occurred to have made me tear my clothes off. I shake the image away and pick up my clothes, unfolding them and sliding on what is still in one piece, my underwear, shirt, and hoodie, when I notice the strange lightness against my belly. I'd stashed the amulet in my front pocket, and I don't feel it there anymore. As both hands scramble under the soft fabric, my heart starts pounding, as if each beat echoes the word, gone. No, I won't believe it. It has to be here. It can't just... I pull off all my clothes, flipping them inside out and shaking them as if the ruby was hiding in a pocket I didn't know about. Nausea coats my throat as I grope every inch of it, praying for the solid thud of the jewel against my hand. But all I find is lint and an old ticket to a nightclub. Sash, did you put the ruby somewhere? My voice is louder than necessary, but I'm choking back panic. Huh? What? Sasha pries one eye open. The necklace with the ruby, I clarify while pushing to my feet and searching the living room. Did you put it somewhere when you found my clothes on the floor? Or did one of the guys say something when they walked in? Who folded my clothes? What? No. What are you doing? Where am I? Are you naked? Terror rises faster than logic as each surface, shelf, and couch cushion is searched, and I come up with nothing. Our half of the ruby heart is gone. Chapter 28. Ilara.
Tell me again what happened.
Caspian sits in the same chair he had slept in, moonlight streaming through the windows and catching the fine strands of his hair. I'm standing in front of him like a shamed schoolgirl, my fingers tangled together while I try not to curl them into desperate claws. The amulet was in the pocket of my hoodie, I say. I've kept it on me at all times ever since you gave it to me. Tossed it at me is more like it, but I don't want to get into semantics when surrounded by 4 just woken up and therefore half-feral men. Sasha's at my side, blanket wrapped around her shoulders and blinking blearily at all of us.
Tell me again why you gave that necklace to Ilara, Cass.
Cav says to Caspian, arms folded while he leans against the headboard and parrots Caspian's exact warning tone he unleashed on me.
When I entrusted it to you to keep safe.
Cav doesn't mention that he must have seen me wearing it when they all claimed me at the same time. Maybe he assumed I'd give it back to Caspian after our fun. It's not as if Caspian ignores orders. Caspian sighs, resting 2 contemplative fingers on his chin.
The sovereigns are circling closer, as much as we keep them at bay by being their good little assassins.
Assassins? Even my internal thoughts gasp at the word. I knew these guys were dangerous and highly skilled at their nighttime activities, but to label themselves exactly how Sarah titled her nighttime pursuits, the parallels are all too vivid in my head. Caspian continues.
If at any point they decided I was no longer of use to them, I didn't want the necklace anywhere near me in case they managed to break my defenses.
I give Caspian a long stare, peeling back the layers of his sentence and understanding how the sovereigns might break through his mental walls. Torture, carvings, scars, and punishment.
And so you handed over to the one person they'd look to next?
Wilder asks, eyebrow cocked at Caspian.
I always thought you were the smartest one of the bunch.
Cav glowers at Wilder. Wilder ignores him, being the reckless one of the bunch.
Ilara's family has kept the heart safe for centuries. Why assume they can't do it now?
Caspian says. I raise my chin in surprise at his unexpected defense.
Can we get back to the point?
Wilder interjects.
The necklace is missing, and so is Axe. Anyone heard from him?
Together, they form a triangle of simmering anger around me. Caspian at one end of the room, Wilder at the other, Cav at the peak, and me, dead center. Sasha shuffles closer into my side, lending me her strength. I tried to contact Axe as soon as I couldn't find him or the necklace. I answer. He's not answering my texts or calls. I shift my gaze toward the empty space next to Cav. The realization hits me like a gut punch. The bedsheets are cold, and the imprint of Axe's body is quickly fading.
I've tried as well,
Caspian says.
His phone goes straight to voicemail. Maybe he just needed some air. He tends to wander,
Wilder suggests, but I can tell he doesn't believe his words. Wilder's mad honey eyes. They're different, serious and somber. Cav is quiet, the one who plans and can predict the future with scathing accuracy, is uncharacteristically silent, and I don't know if that should scare me more than Axe's sudden exit. If anything, it sends a cold dose of fear over my head. The missing necklace, Axe's disappearance, his confession that the Sovereigns had been using him. I don't like this, I say, leaning into Sasha's warm side. Something's wrong.
Undeniably.
Cav agrees.
Axe is acting off, even for him.
Wilder grunts his vote, his fingers drumming on his thigh.
He's been distant recently,
Wilder adds.
more caught up in his own thoughts than usual. He barely looked me in the eye when we last spoke.
The revelatory insights drop like stones in my stomach. My mind races back to every interaction I've had with Axe, searching for a sign, anything that can offer a hint of our present predicament. And all I can find is the guilt shining in his eyes. I swallow down the knot forming in my throat and force out the words chewing on the edge of my thoughts. Do you think Axe took the necklace? The air seems to deaden.
To what end?
Caspian muses in his smooth baritone.
No idea,
Wilder responds, rubbing the stubble on his chin.
But it's sure as hell suspicious that both disappeared at the same time.
The tension is thick in the room, a palpable entity that lunges for my voice and steals my breath. Our cohesiveness as a group threatens to unravel with each passing second, frayed edges catching on the sharp blades of unspoken accusations. Just because he's acting strange doesn't mean we should accuse him of betrayal, Sasha points out, her light, feminine voice almost out of place in this gloom. Plus, I like him. He's my favorite out of all of you. He wouldn't do something so heinous. Cav releases an agitated sigh and runs his hand through his dark hair, causing it to stand in appealing disarray.
It's not about accusing him of anything,
he explains.
It's about figuring out why he's gone. Could be he's just fed up with all this shit,
Wilder says.
A man can only take so much before he cracks.
That doesn't sound like Axe, I argue. He wouldn't have run without telling us, unless, Sasha echoes, looking at me. He figured out I'm the Sovereign's last sacrifice, and he's trying to save me. Could it be I'm misreading the weight in his stare as guilt instead of sacrifice? Would he do that? The answer comes immediately. To save his brothers, to stop me from getting killed? Yes, he would. I grind my molars as I come to terms with the idea that while I debated how much I should trust him, all of them, he was figuring out a way to help me.
Do you have something to add, beastie?
Caspian's soft voice is anything but light. I draw in a breath, my heart scrambling against the captivity of my ribcage, when my phone buzzes in my pocket, its vibration a startling sound. All eyes swivel toward me as I raise my phone. On the screen, Axe's name accompanies the message notification. It's from...
Read it out loud,
Cav demands before I can finish. I suppose my face is a lot more transparent than theirs ever are. He knows who it is. It's a message from Axe, I say anyway, clearing my throat to shake off the nerves. But as I read the actual words, a cold void opens within me, swallowing my confidence. They have me. They have restored the heart. To keep me alive, meet at the altar room underneath Thornhaven Estate. The first to recover is Caspian.
It's a trap,
he states flatly.
They found the other half and know about the altar room,
Cav adds in a similar tone.
We're out of time.
Tears build up in my eyes and I clench my fists to my stomach, pressing hard. If I linger too long on the implication that everything Maverick did, the life he sacrificed, was for nothing if the Sovereigns put the heart together anyway, I will collapse on the spot and never get up. Wilder barks a harsh laugh and throws his hands in the air in frustration.
Trap or no trap, heart or no fucking heart, we're not leaving him to the Sovereigns. Not anymore, you mean?
Cav's voice is so low I barely catch it, yet everyone inclines their heads to him.
Wilder's right.
Cav rubs a small circle on his scarred torso, his gaze unfocused like he doesn't even realize he's doing it.
Axe has taken our punishments over and over again, not by our choice, but through our conditioning. They made us believe he deserved it, that through him we would feel a type of pain we'd never experience if they had carved onto our bodies instead. Witnessing someone's torture is...
Cav's throat moves and he shakes his head.
We always think we can escape the Sovereigns, or at least avoid them, and then they do something to lure us in the same way they've guided Axe right back to them tonight. We can't just barge into the estate.
Caspian begins, resting his elbows on his knees.
The first floor is swarming with initiates.
His words pull me back to the here and now. As much as this is about rescuing Axe and seizing the heart, it's also about defying the Sovereigns once and for all. I wonder if the Sovereigns are betting on that fact. I could go and act as a diversion, Sasha offers, haltingly at first, but then her voice firms. I'm not a threat to them. I've been to their parties before. I whip my gaze to hers. Sasha, no. It suddenly occurs to me how easily I can deny someone I care about from willingly entering into danger, in the same way the guys constantly deny me. My lips flatline as I strike a line through the hypocrisy and double down. You're not going in there. And you are? She quirks a brow. I don't think so. We're in this together, Al. Where you go, I go.
Great. So both of you can go upstairs and into the closet I plan on locking you in.
Wilder cuts in. Nice try, I snap at Wilder. But I'm as involved in this as you are.
You're planning on strolling in there like it's a damn tea party,
he counters. Either you take us with you, or we figure out a way to break out of that closet and save Axe ourselves, Sasha says primly. Wilder curses, digging his fingers into the top of his head.
You're not disposable distractions.
I don't see any other way, I say evenly. If we want to rescue Axe, retrieve the heart, and have any chance at confronting the Sovereigns, we need a plan that involves more than just brute force. Caspian's malachite gaze flicks back and forth between Sasha and me. There's contemplation there, and I know I almost have him. Sasha swallows, her brown eyes widening as his attention centers on her. But she gulps down her hesitation, and her chin lifts. The initiates love having girls over. Isn't that a perk of your court? Girls and parties every night? Wilder reluctantly concedes.
To make us weak, malleable, and easier to break.
We infiltrate Thornhaven as guests, Sasha continues. The Sovereigns have no reason to distrust me. Alara and I can attend their party as normal attendees while you guys, do what you do. From the back. My heart lurches at Sasha's words, but Sasha speaks true. As much as I want her safe, I've brought her into this, so now we're in this together. It's time for me to take responsibility for that. Besides, the men in this room aren't the only ones who care about Axe. He was in so much pain, inside me, holding on to me like he was desperate not to let me go. I'm coming, Axe.
What do you propose, Cav?
Caspian asks without breaking his focus on me, though his question reverberates around the room. Cav's deep-set eyes briefly go to my face, lingering a second more before he addresses Sasha.
You've been to plenty of court parties, right? You know the layout?
He asks her. Sasha confirms with a nod, angling her head as if putting me in her blind spot so she doesn't have to witness my reaction to her next words. Several times. I even know where certain rooms are, like the Sovereign's chambers where they keep their documents. I note the sharp interest growing in Cav's gaze. He leans away from the headboard.
How? Non-members aren't allowed on the higher floors.
Guys talk when they're horny and want to impress me. She shrugs.
That would be our best shot at finding intel on who the Sovereigns are,
Caspian says, his mouth curved as if he were impressed with her. I'd high-five Sasha and hug her senseless if we were talking about any other plan. My smart, capable, amazing best friend. Cav slides off the bed.
We create a breach,
he says with an uncanny calmness that I suppose means he likes Sasha's plan.
While Alara and Sasha mingle as guests, we penetrate the perimeter from the east.
The east? Wilder says while grinning.
That's Sovereign's territory. It's heavily guarded.
Cav flashes a smile sharp enough to draw blood.
Precisely.
The anxiety I've been battling since Axe's disappearance tightens its grip, whispering words of caution that feel so heavy in my chest. Or is it anticipation? A chance to chip away at the Leviathan that is the Sovereigns? We're actually doing this.
So long as you girls stay on the first floor and don't fucking go anywhere,
Caspian warns.
Sasha, tell us where the chambers are.
And as the guys gear up, one fact snaps into focus. We may be losing to the Sovereigns right now, but tonight we'll rewrite the rules or burn down their kingdom trying.
Chapter 29. Ilara.
The night swallows the car whole as Caspian, Wilder, and Cav drive away, and I'm left with Sasha at the edge of Thornhaven Manor's grounds. We are two shadows draped in black velvet, our robes blending with the darkness enfolding us. Ready? Sasha's voice is surprisingly steady, and though the cloak's hood shrouds most of her face, her eyes burst through, alight with an odd glow. I suppose an undercover operation isn't something a college sophomore does every day. Nodding, I follow her lead and step into the tangled woods that skirts the property. It's like stepping into another realm, one where reality is shrouded by ancient trees, gnarled thorns, and lonesome owls. The last time I made this kind of trek, I was with Axe, his keen observation and silent predictions saving me from cracking my head open more than once. Thinking of him carves a hollow at the base of my stomach, only to be filled by acidic dread. I hope he's okay. I really hope he's okay. As we make our way through the dense thicket, the hem of my robe catches on a particularly spiteful bramble. I pause, untangling the fabric with careful fingers, Sasha stops too, watching me with an amused quirk to her lips. Consider yourself lucky they went for your robe. You should see my legs. She teases, tucking a stray curl under the robe's tied collar. You've done this walk before? I ask, freeing myself with a final pull and nearly eating dirt. With Sasha's help righting my balance, we resume our trek, our footsteps muffled by the mossy ground. Yeah, I swing by sometimes when there aren't any parties going on. I'm asked to come, though. It's not like I'm stalking the place or anything. Sasha lets out a nervous laugh. Is this your roundabout way of saying you respond to after-hours booty calls from someone in there? I ask, even more curious now. Let's just say I've had some intimate tours, Sasha confesses, her tone light, but her gaze fixed on the path ahead. Booty call, I correct, elbowing her playfully. Fine, but they're all unauthorized by their, I thought, RAs? Sovereigns, you said. Anyway, I was never allowed to say anything, even to you. All? How many have you had? There's a rise to my tone, part surprise, part hurt that she didn't tell me, but I try to cover up the latter by elbowing her again as we trudge on. Okay, fine. I'm seeing 2 initiates on a regular basis, Sasha admits. But they've also been coming to my music gigs and hanging out after class, grabbing coffee. It's not all sex. She glances at me sideways, trying to gauge my reaction as covertly as possible. I find myself grinning with a surge of fondness. I'm the last person to judge, Sash. You should never feel like you have to hide anything from me. We both trip over an unexpected groundhog hole and stumble into each other, our arms interlocking. I breathe through scattered heartbeats and say, we really should have brought a flashlight. We can't, remember? I'm not supposed to know of this path, and you definitely aren't allowed. No one can spot us. I don't think we can properly save anyone with broken ankles. We'll be fine. Tread lightly, and don't piss off any skunks. We weave through the night-chilled foliage in silence until the warm glow of lights filter through the spaces between the leaves. Thornhaven Manor's windows are lit from the towering lancet windows to the first floor, their leaded panes catching the candlelight within and fracturing it into 1,000 glittering stars. Ornate gargoyles leer from weathered cornices, their sightless eyes seeming to follow our approach. A delicate tracery of ivy clings to the ancient walls like the forest is trying to devour this monstrosity and all that lingers within it, whole. How many women were sacrificed in here these past centuries? How many are still alive in there? We had all talked about it before separating, how Cav would look for identification records of the sovereigns in their private chambers. Wilder would cover Sasha and me from some unseen point, and Caspian would free Axe and locate the heart. Sasha and I also demanded that they look for any girls in the dungeons or in the Sovereign's private wing. Anywhere. They can't keep getting away with this. Cav agreed that whoever finished their task first would pivot and search for any captive girls. At least 5 are still missing from campus, and those are only the reported ones. Of course, any mention of the vultures assisting us was met with a swift, fuck no, and Clover hasn't yet gotten back to me. Sasha and I draw nearer, the muffled thumps of bass escaping through an ornate rose window closest to us, its vibrant glass a jarring counterpoint to the inky black concealing our forms. I'm unable to look away from the pale pink petals. This is it. We're really doing this. And I might not make it out alive. Beside me, Sasha's voice drops an octave when she asks, You're falling for all 4 of them, aren't you? Her words strike a chord, resonating with a truth I've been reluctant to acknowledge. I open my mouth to answer, but Sasha shakes her head. Oh my God, what am I doing? Asking you to bare your soul while your guys are in there? We have so much to talk about, but not here. It's time we be truthful with each other. Like, all of it. Deal, I say, weaving my arm through hers and pressing as close to her side as I can. We're about to take the first stair on the terrace steps when the grand front door swings open, spilling out a wash of warm amber light onto the cobblestone steps. A silhouette stands framed by the vast entrance, his imposing figure casting a long shadow that stretches out toward us. Welcome back, Sasha, the man says, his voice carrying across the courtyard with eerie clarity. He steps into the moonlight, the hood from his black robe not quite hiding a face that embodies the Cimmerian Court's boyish charm and cruel arrogance. And you've brought a friend. How quaint. Sasha squeezes my arm reassuringly as she leads us up the stairs and through the door. I lower my gaze to avoid direct eye contact. Any recognition could spell disaster for us. Inside, he leads us through the parlor. Opulent chandeliers hang from the high-vaulted ceiling, their incandescent crystals dancing over the marble floors. He stops at the doors to the drawing room, where noises, buzzing with hedonistic delight, escape through the cracks. Turning, his robe billowing, he hands us 2 cheap white plastic masks with a single elastic wrapping around the back of our heads to keep it affixed. Sasha dons it without hesitation. She looks at me expectantly with her new, creepy face, but I find myself frozen by her expressionless, bone-white features with 2 hollow eye holes where her bright, twinkling brown ones should be. Sasha clears her throat and gestures with her chin. Right. As covertly as possible, I put mine on too, then readjust my hood to hide my hair. I look up in time to see Sasha's man put his on, except his is made from exquisite porcelain. It's a half mask, leaving his lips free to curve into a lecherous smile. Are you ready? Sasha nods, and if I didn't know any better, I'd say she did it eagerly. He throws open the doors and strides through the center of the threshold. My mouth tightens into a thin line, trapping unspoken thoughts. With my breathing harsh and hot behind the mask, I walk in beside Sasha. At first glance, the room could be mistaken for a grand masquerade ball, each lady and initiate attired in robes similar to our own. Their masks conceal their identities, rendering each participant anonymous and equal. But as we step farther into the room, I comprehend the reality beneath the guise of propriety. With deliberate slowness, one woman shrugs her robe behind her shoulders while it's still tied with a golden rope at her neck, revealing her naked form beneath. She saunters toward an initiate awaiting her on a chaise longue. More women copy her gesture. Robes fall open like flowers blooming, bodies entwined together on plush velvet and dark wood, pulsating with the low rhythm of music seeping from the walls. I spot a red-headed woman arching euphorically into the man behind her. He's taking her from behind. She throws her head back, her mask in place but her long, pale neck exposed. Another woman perches on the edge of a high-backed chair, her bare legs spread wide for an initiate kneeling before her. His head is buried between her thighs, and she's gripping his hair, pulling him closer as soft cries spill from the mouth hole of her mask. I have to blink twice at another woman on her knees, her mask's mouth hole cut into a wide enough circle to accommodate a very large dick being sucked on. Jesus Christ, Sash! My high-pitched whisper leaks through the plastic covering my face. Why didn't you warn me? Because then you wouldn't have come, and you said this was an emergency, she whispers back. Just go with it. You don't have to do anything. Some just sit back and watch while jerking off under their robes. Oh, okay. Is that a relief? Should I be relieved? I don't know, because an indecent part of me is getting wet. Sasha's robe flutters with her movements as she bends over and takes off her pants. Sash. What? Her mask-clad face looks up. I told you I go to these things, and we were going to be truthful with each other from now on, right? I raise my hand to cover my mouth, but realize all I'll hit is deception, and expose my fully clad self under my robe. I thought we'd perhaps gently reveal our fetishes to each other. Nah, cold plunge, girl. I swear she grins under her mask before she gives all her attention to the initiate who escorted us, parting her robe while he parts his. Nope, I can't watch. Lost in the carnal chaos, I stumbled to a chair at the edge of the room, but can't close my eyes. Cav told me to keep a constant count of the initiates in the room and ensure no one leaves. There should be 12 of them tonight, rewarded for their devotion by the sovereigns. No more, no less. I do as Cav asks, my chin bobbing along with my count until I end at 12. But it takes me a minute to get there. No one sees my mouth gape open as I watch a foursome in front of the fireplace. 2 guys, 2 girls, their bodies fluid and wild under the rising flames. One of the men strums his fingers over the woman's clit, while the other woman rides him, her back arched, breasts exposed and bouncing. The other man pumps into the first woman from behind, his hands gripping her hips. My own body responds. A familiar heat coils within me. My hand inches under my robe, fingers fumbling with the button of my jeans. Cautiously, I peek around to make sure no one notices my fingers find. Someone watches me by the curtains. My hand stills at the line of my underwear. The figure is tall and imposing, his black robe and full face mask similar to mine. He peels himself away from the wall and strides toward me, heedless of the writhing bodies blocking his path, until he halts directly in front of my chair. He reaches out, then hesitates as though testing. His fingers hover over my chest, and he says something I can't understand due to the loud music and sensual moans resonating throughout the room. Unsettled and embarrassed at being caught, I begin to rise from my chair, but his next words stops time in its tracks. Witness, he intones, the voice igniting invisible fuses along my skin. Every delicious moment. My lungs forget their rhythm, stumbling over the simple act of breathing. His voice carries a hint of the familiar, Wilder's signature undertones. His hand closes around mine, stopping its descent from my chest. His touch is warm, but arctic in its threat. I'm not to move, not to question, only to watch. Without a word, he guides my hand from my chest to his own, placing it over his robe-draped heart. It pounds, hard and steady beneath my touch, as if in sync with the crazy tempo of my own. My face betrays me, warming visibly when our eyes meet. That eternally ravenous stare. It's definitely Wilder. I know it well, even through the mask. With his endless gaze never leaving mine, he shrugs aside his robe to reveal a lean body covered in a thin sheen of perspiration. I take in his chiseled chest and shoulders, his abs twitching deliciously under his golden skin, and follow the gorgeous lines of his body to the end of his hand, where he beckons me to rise. Mutely, I do, my sweaty plastic mask pressing into my cheeks as I incline my head in a compliant gesture. He takes my seat, then guides me onto his lap where I can feel all of him. Every twitch, every groan in his chest.
"Nothing can happen to you tonight," he says. "You have to blend in, so I'll hide you in plain sight. If I have to be inside you to do that, then that's what I'll do. You can watch, like Cav wants, but I want to watch you come undone."
Wilder's hand slides over mine, his touch electrifying, my pulse beating in my body like the music's bass. Wordlessly, he guides my hand back under my robe, his fingers resting lightly atop mine. He moves one of my fingers under my panties and into the slit of my pussy, sliding both his and mine in. My breathing falters, then accelerates, the sound muffled by my mask as his finger traces mine, exploring the wet heat of my arousal. My hips grind against him, ridden with an immediate request for more. A sound like distant thunder emanates from deep within him. He hardens beneath me, an exhilarating reminder of what I do to him. Wilder's hold on my waist tightens, and despite everything, despite the carnal energy around us and the nearby perils, nothing feels more real than Wilder's touch. Count, damn you, I have to keep a head count. His steely length presses against my backside after I find the 12th initiate, and a needy whimper escapes my lips. His thumb finds my clit, circling it in rhythm with our fingers thrusting inside me. My hips buck, pushing against him to better feel him.
"Watch them have their fun,"
he murmurs in my ear.
"Because the only dicks you'll ever feel will be ours. Your pussy is ours. Your mind is ours. Your soul will taste like our cum because we will never be done with you."
Yes, count. Must not stop counting. I suck in a breath that tastes of shock and anticipation, gripping the arms of the chair for support as he takes his time. His thumb and mine circles my clit, teasing and tormenting. He's pulling my strings, commanding my fingers, edging me closer, making me feel how soaked I am, how hot and silky I feel inside. Whimpering, I arch my back to give him better access. He pushes more of our fingers inside me, stretching me wider. I gasp when he hits that spot deep within me that makes my toes curl. "Fuck, Wilder." I moan. His amusement manifests as a sound that raises the hairs on my neck, while his free hand digs into my pants hem at my hip, pushing down my jeans until my ass is bared under the robe, then guides me to the tip of his erection. He's thick, and my body welcomes the intrusion. I open to him easily. Wilder's cock fills me perfectly, each thrust forcing me to breathe through my nose lest I scream. Sensation spirals outward, a dizzying vortex of pure feeling. His mask leans close to my ear, and a husky whisper breaks through the wanton symphony around us.
"Watch them, Alara,"
he commands.
"Keep counting them while they fuck. We fuck."
Despite the building heat inside me, I force my eyes to stay open and sweep across the room again. 1. The syllable scrapes past my vocal cords. Wilder's fingers continue their torturous dance inside me and around our joined sex. 2. Every stroke sends a spark of pleasure snaking up my spine. 3. I pull in air like a drowning person breaking the surface when Wilder hits a particularly delicious spot. His thumb circles my clit while I'm stretched thin around him. My fingers clutch at the chair, attempting to hold my focus as he continues his expert manipulation of my body. Wilder's fingers delve within me even as he fucks me, exploring depths I had forgotten existed, inciting rapture that makes my head spin. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. A cry escapes my lips as he buries himself more deeply within me. And then, nothing. The tension winds tighter and snaps. Wilder's voice drops to a subhuman frequency as his fingers and dick work me harder, faster. "Scream for me," he commands in a hoarse voice that teases the edges of my sanity. I buck against him, feeling myself nearing the edge of an explosive climax. My chest tightens and my breathing becomes shallow. 10. I manage to choke out before everything implodes. Wilder's rhythm falters as he nears his own climax. I can feel him pulse and twitch within me, signaling his impending release. His touch becomes rougher as he fucks me faster and deeper. Wilder. I stutter out before he comes undone with me. My eyes remain wide open, drinking in every detail. Wilder fills me to overflowing as our climaxes crash together like two competing tidal waves from opposite directions. The world around us continues in pulsating motion even as we come down from our shared high. Attempting to regain a semblance of control, I force myself to keep counting. 10. I ended at 10. I remind myself, my voice a scratch of its former self. My heart is pounding so hard it's making my throat ache as I take in the scene again. Wilder's hand lingers on top of my pussy, as if relishing the memory of how he molded it to fit his shape, before reluctantly drawing back. I count again, fighting to stay focused amid the sexual haze clouding my mind. I get to 10, and my heart misses a beat before crashing down with a sinking dread. I count again, triple-checking to mask the rising panic. Wilder, quick to pick up on the shift in my emotion, pulls out of me slowly and turns me around to face him. I'm too lost in my growing panic to notice our disentanglement or the minor discomfort it brings. His gaze peers into mine through our masks. "Elora?" Wilder's never said my first name before. "Sasha is gone." I breathe out, fear seeping into every syllable. "She was with 2 initiates." My voice drops to a whimper. "And they're gone too."
Chapter 30. Caspian. The Boogeyman. I scale Thornhaven Manor's exterior, finding purchase on the weathered stones. The wind howls, tugging at my clothes as if trying to tear me off the mansion's skin, because it's figured out I am no longer loyal to it. Cav and Wilder are close behind, our movements deft and sure despite not using this particular entrance since we were initiates. Because of the positioning of the cameras, we can make a direct climb, starting crouched in the untended bushes below and 3 stories up without being spotted. I'd take credit for the risky path, but it was Wilder, annoyed at being caged in the manor by the sovereigns, who discovered this particular blind spot, and was harebrained enough to attempt it. After that, we regularly sneaked out as 15-year-olds and attended college parties, most of us losing our virginities to older women. Me? I was well into fucking by that time. Reaching the attic window, I pry it open with practiced ease and slip inside, my breath coming out shallow. The 3 of us group near the original painting of the manor with the pretty gardens, and the sole silhouette looking up at the mansion. "Ready?" I murmur, though the question is more a formality. We've been primed since the moment Axe went missing. We know our roles, Cav says with a sidelong glance, his way of telling me to know my place. Even now, when one of our brothers is in trouble, the man demands to be on top, Not that I blame him when the fresh, oozing symbol on his chest is such a brutal reminder of his position in the court's hierarchy. I'm on Alara. Wilder reminds us, his face carved with ferocious single-mindedness. I have no doubt he'll sniff Alara out regardless of how well she and Sasha blend in with their cloaks, and he will stay on top of her until this is all finished. What he does with her while under his supervision is another story, but one I'm willing to allow him to tell since I'd rather Alara be wholly distracted than targeted and snatched by the Sovereigns. Let's hope Sasha's mental blueprint is correct. Cav adds, the Sovereigns will be in the altar room waiting for us with Axe. This is the one opening we have to access their private wing and their offices. I'll take out any initiates guarding the wing and join you as soon as possible, Casp. I nod. Cav must see something twinkling in my eye because he adds, do not act until you have me as backup. Do you understand? No matter what you see. My lips press into a single line. We've seen plenty of horrors perpetrated by the Sovereigns, particularly against Axe. But with the reforged heart in their hands, only their demons know what they plan to do with him now. Understood? I lie. And if we run into any chicks in chains? Wilder asks, cocking a brow. Cav releases a tired exhale. We do what we promised Alara. Get them out. Wilder and I give a curt nod, then wordlessly separate. Wilder and Cav taking their designated paths through the manor. I spin to the painting, tracing the familiar contours of the faded canvas and pressing the necessary panels. Then, there's the shift I anticipate. The opposite wall separating from its confines, with a soft groan and revealing the hidden corridor. Whatever entrance the Sovereigns used to get to the altar room under the manor, it's not this one. And however they found the second half of the heart, they've kept to themselves, but I vow to find out. I absolutely despise being one step behind. Moving swiftly inside, I fade into the darkness, as if summoning Axe's spirit and becoming the phantom of Titan Falls' grim past. The dusty smell of old books greets me as I enter the forgotten Grand Library. Being more careful now that I'm aware the Sovereigns could have their own hidden corridor somewhere around. Rows of weathered bookshelves tower over me like broken teeth against the sickly pallor of flickering candlelight. Navigating through this maze of knowledge feels like slicing through layers of time, each step resonating with centuries' worth of heritage and malevolence. Behind one shelf, the peeling wallpaper reveals a fresco of men in crimson robes. It's suspect enough that I pull at the corner, revealing the entire image. A woman stands at the center of three robed, masked men. It has to be none other than Sarah Anderton, her image forever captured in an eternal dance with flames. My mind conjures phantom screams, echoing her death cries through centuries of blood-stained stones. Farther on, I reach the desk where Maverick Wraithwood filmed one of his last confessions. A modern pen perched in a cobwebbed quill holder, as though Maverick intended to use it again. The dust-covered wood still holding vestiges of Maverick's final palm prints. Maverick is dead. There's nothing I can do about that, but Alara's image quickly takes his place. I feel no guilt over how I last parted with her, naked and confused. I'm not a good man, never will be. Alara needed to know that, but the thought of something happening to her gets me to do something I never thought I was capable of, vowing deadly violence on anyone who tries to hurt her. God, I want to touch her all over, paint my cum all over her body while splaying her over this desk. I want to shatter her. I want to own her. Fuck, she's mine. I never thought I'd want to keep anything worth having, but right now, Alara's safety is more important than any base desire. And as much as I'm loath to admit it, Wilder's protection can assure that. So I'll swallow my pride and let him play the devil dressed as a knight. And I need to find Axe. It's with a hot surge of decisiveness that I push away from the desk, my senses heightened, listening for that slight tell in the otherwise stifled air that will lead me to Axe. I soon pick up the low hum of voices, muted and indistinguishable through the stone walls. My pulse spikes. I'm near. The bookshelf at the back end of the library gives way to a stone corridor carved directly into Titan Falls bedrock. The temperature drops as I follow it, my breath misting in the frigid air. All is quiet again, save for the subtle drip, drip, drip of underground water seeping through aged rock. And then I see it. Axe stands shirtless in the center of the altar room. His bare back is the expected canvas of scars and symbols, but with no fresh wounds. He's not strapped down or restrained as I assumed he'd be. Still, he lingers with an unsettling calmness that belies the ruthless scrutiny of the three sovereigns around him. Their crimson robes glinting in the candlelight, their faces hidden behind expressionless masks. It makes sense at first. The sovereigns have taught him to greet pain like a friend. Axe embraces agony like one would a long-lost sibling. It's no wonder he's just standing there awaiting the next blow. Until the High Sovereign speaks. With Alara's information, we very easily gave the buried titles to the correct man.
Is that all you have to give us?
The High Sovereign asks, as I move stealthily closer and crouch behind the nearest pillar.
You found the other half. Isn't that enough?
Axe forces out the sound of his voice, raw and grating.
Yes. I expect you want us to thank you for telling us about Sarah's vault and the location of the heart's other half.
The High Sovereign responds while the Scourge Sovereign circles closer.
And reward you for your stealth when you poured through Alara's discovery of Maverick Wraithwood's letter to her. It's a shame, really, that the legacy of a sovereign would expect praise for so little.
The silent sovereign cocks his head, like he finds this interesting.
No,
I hiss, the word escaping my lips in a dangerously loud whisper. Axe is betraying us? But why would he? Unless...
Indeed. The High Sovereign continues. It seems to me that your brothers may be of the same mind as Maverick. A shame. I had such high hopes for them.
A cold knot forms in my stomach. Axe is their informant. He's been feeding them information this entire time. Rage rises within me like a sleeping dragon, fierce and roaring, threatening to consume everything in its path. But I don't give it its freedom just yet, keeping it leashed within me under an iron will. The High Sovereign reaches into his cloak's pocket and pulls out a jagged, glittering jewel that looks like it was made from blood.
We assumed we prevented any insurgency when we had Maverick killed.
The High Sovereign continues.
Little did we know, our own sons, the ones we bred to be unstoppable, wanted us dead. So disappointing. We appreciate your cooperation, Axton, in leading them here so we can cut the three-headed serpent off at the neck, so to speak.
Where is she? Axe asks in a sandpaper-rough voice, shuddering as he does. You promised to tell me if I did everything you asked.
She's safe.
The High Sovereign replies, his tone as dispassionate as ever.
For now.
Alara? Did the Sovereigns pull at Axe's strings the way they did ours, dangling Alara's life in front of Axe until he did as he was bid? A wave of shame cuts through my fury. No, he knew where Alara was. He left her in our bed when he snuck out with her amulet clenched in his hand. Marianne. The Sovereigns know where Axe's sister is. Axe's mind is so convoluted, his memory so jagged, that her being alive is the one thing that could get him to turn. Then give me her location, Axe demands, his ragged voice echoing through the hollow chamber. That was our deal, Sovereign. The heart for my sister. The High Sovereign laughs, a chilling sound that reverberates.
Marianne? I'm shocked you remember enough about her to commit the betrayals that you did.
The High Sovereign's voice drips with amusement.
Well, your sweet Marianne isn't here, unless you believe she's hiding under one of our cloaks.
The Scourge Sovereign chuckles, a deep echoing roll of sound that bounces off the cave walls, seeping into my veins with the potency of absolute dread. My heart thuds in my chest, resonating in my ears as adrenaline floods my system. I roll my weakened shoulder, preparing it, because I'll need as much adrenaline as I can absorb when I use all my strength to rip the High Sovereign's head off. Axe's stripped voice tries again. Where is she? The High Sovereign encroaches Axe, his vile aura pushing ahead of him. He holds up the ruby, Alara's amulet, rotating it casually between his fingers in a mockery of nonchalance. A bit impatient tonight, aren't we? Or perhaps you're afraid that now the heart is whole again, your services will no longer be required. A door at the back of the chamber we didn't catch before grinds open, a groan of stone on stone that resonates like a death knell. The blood in my body foams into action as a figure is shoved into the room by two others. Long brown curls tumble over slight shoulders, barely concealing the terror visible in her wide brown eyes. She trembles as she stumbles forward, hands bound together as a black cloak barely conceals her naked form. Sasha. The Scourge Sovereign approves of this new development with a corrosive chuckle. The Silent Sovereign applauds with his gloved hands. Axe's pallor turns bone white. That should be enough to lure the Wraithwood girl here, don't you think? The High Sovereign muses to the Scourge. He then turns to the two initiates who'd pushed Sasha into the chamber. You did well, men. So much better than our top boys. And in a shorter time frame. Expect to be rewarded with member positions that will soon be vacated. Sasha straightens, summoning enough courage to spit. You half-chubbed twat repellents. If you think Alara will go anywhere near you, you're deluded as fuck. The Silent Sovereign slaps her across the face. Axe shoots forward, his bare hands going for Silent's throat, but the Scourge intercepts him, landing a crushing blow to his midsection. Axe doubles over with a grunt of pain, but he doesn't stay down. With an enraged roar, he launches himself at the Scourge again. This isn't what we agreed on. Axe snarls. You fucking bastards! The chamber explodes into anarchy as Sasha screams and the two titans clash. They are equally matched in size and strength, their bodies colliding with brutal force that reverberates through the room. The High Sovereign watches on, and I imagine a mockery of mirth twisting his lips as he pries the ruby shard from Alara's necklace and cradles the jewel in his hand. With each guttural grunt and savage cry from Axe, my restraint frays at the edges. To rip into this scene of utter barbarity, to do something, anything, to stop Axe from wrecking himself against the Sovereigns would be a memory I'd treasure. Training gets the better of me and I stay put, with the full understanding that Axe would never want me to intervene if there was a chance that my staying hidden could save Alara first. Wilder better ensure Alara doesn't fucking come near the altar room. But there's always that deadly sliver of a chance she'll be shoved in here too. My hand itches for the small firearm at my hip, but it's too risky to use it in such close quarters. I could hit Sasha or Axe. The bullet could ricochet or its sound draw the attention of the party upstairs. The Sovereigns would rather kill everyone in this house than let their secret occult practices be leaked to the public. It's why we were trained predominantly with ancient weapons, like knives and other silent killers. More successful and efficient that way. I don't feel too efficient now. Fuck! Such a futile attempt. The High Sovereign comments leisurely. Considering the bloodline you come from, Axton, I expected more. He looks at the Scourge. I'm afraid he is a lost cause as well. You may begin. You promised! Axe roars. You promised to give me my sister! The High Sovereign's laughter spreads like a poisoned fog, seeping into every corner of the room. And you swore your undying loyalty, yet here we are, ending your mortal life. The Scourge gives a sharp whistle that has me baring my teeth in my efforts to control lunging into the fray. I'm excellent at what I do, but I'm vastly outnumbered, and Cav will be here soon. I check my phone to see if there's anything from him. Any of them. No signal. A fucking course. A metallic ring snaps my head up as the same two initiates who dragged Sasha in here bend at Axe's feet, while the Scourge has him in a headlock, Axe's face turning beet red. Through sheer will, he's keeping conscious. The initiates unlock two of the sturdy iron rings embedded in the stone floor, archaic remnants of the witch trials that occurred here centuries ago. They force Axe's strong, scarred legs toward the cold metal, securing them at the knees with manacles strong enough to hold a centaur. Sasha's screams fill the room as the two initiates go to her next, but my focus is on Axe, bound again, prepared to be put to death this time. The Scourge releases his headlock, retreating only to be replaced by the Silent, who takes hold of Axe's wrists, crossing them behind him, and locks him in place with another set of chains. Axe is restrained, on his knees, his shoulders pulled back, his neck straining to hold his head up. But my boy keeps that defiance on his face, his turbulent breaths and snarling expression a testament to his indomitable will. The new laceration on his face turns him into that mythical beast. His veins pulse beneath his mutilated skin, as if chiding him for the turncoat he'd been forced to become. Axe's resistance is met with another punch to the gut by the Scourge, which causes him to struggle for air. "No!" Sasha shrieks again, pulling against her new chains on the wall. "Don't!" Instruments of torture are distributed by the initiates from concealed niches in the walls and designed for maximum pain with minimal damage. Thumbscrews, bone saws, branding irons, spiked collars. Accused witches weren't just executed here. They were sacrificed to the Sovereign's lovely demon lord. This scene is a horrific testament to the centuries of the Sovereign's sadism. Sasha screams again, her voice shredded with helplessness.
"Thank you, boys. Why don't you prove yourselves and go retrieve the Wraithwood girl, since you brought us the wrong one?"
The High Sovereign explains with a drawn-out sigh.
"But we can have some fun while we wait."
Axe raises his head, and in a moment of stupefied realization, his eyes find me behind the pillar. There's no surprise. He knew I'd come. He expected me to be crouched somewhere unseen. Yet his eyes plead with mine, not for help, but for forgiveness. It's then I finally see the unbreakable spirit that has kept him alive through countless horrors. His lips move, forming a single word. "Run." Chapter 31. Axe. The Phantom. My concentration fractures, splintered by the need to confirm Caspian's location. One poorly timed glance could unravel everything. The Sovereigns can dissect my every gesture. Their malice is like a guillotine hovering over my neck. I force myself to keep my eyes trained elsewhere, but the nervous twitch in my fingers spells out my anxiety in a language too easy to read. We are not alone, and it's only a matter of time before the Sovereigns figure it out. But Caspian is here. My brothers are coming despite what I've done. The cold steel of the chains dig into my bare wrists and calves. The crumbling stone floor cuts into my knees. The Scourge Sovereign, shrouded in his scarlet mantle, is a grotesque silhouette above me, his porcelain mask hiding any emotion likely frothing at his lips. But I am not his. This room, these chains, they do not own me. I salute pain, and it begins subtly, a humming vibration under the layers of my skin the moment I notice the Scourge pull out his sacrificial ruby knife and swing it above my head. He applies pressure on my nape, sending droplets of sweat dripping down my forehead, then leans in, his muffled laughter slithering into my ear canal. He says a name ripped from the catacombs of my memory. "Marianne made such a lovely sacrifice," the Scourge says through his sealed porcelain lips. I roar, saliva dripping down my teeth, an unhinged sound reverberating around the room, a storm of pain and fury colliding headlong into sorrow. He chuckles at my outburst, the sound more cutting than knives, whips, or chains. "She cried for you."
he continues, each word dripped in warm, malevolent honey.
A little nymph begging for her big brother.
Each word carves a jagged line across my heart, a fresh wound that bleeds raw agony. The memories of Marianne are like shards of glass beneath my skin, a ceaseless torment. I'm younger, maybe 10 or 11. The setting sun casts long shadows across a small, overgrown backyard. Marianne, no more than 6, her dark curls long and untamed, chases fireflies. "Axton, look!" she squeals, her tiny hands cupped around a flickering light. Her eyes, lit with wonder, meet mine. "It's magic!" I move closer, pretending to inspect her catch. "You're right. The School of Witchcraft and Wizardry will enroll you any minute." I ruffle her hair, and she giggles, the sound pure and light. "Will you always protect the magic, Ax?" she asks, suddenly serious. "Always, Mary." "Will you always protect me?" I kneel, meeting her gaze. "I promise." The room spins and my vision blurs, the world narrowing down to a single point of pain. My bonds rattle against cold stone as I pull against them, each jingle a harsh counterpoint to the thunderous beat of my heart in my ears. Screaming, Marianne's screams pierce the air. I'm running, 2 short legs pumping, 2 small lungs burning, corridors stretch endlessly. Where is she? A flash of her pink pajamas disappear around a corner. "Mary!" I yell, my voice cracking. I'm 11, gangly and terrified. Rough hands grab me from behind. I thrash, kick. "Ax!" Marianne's shriek echoes. She sounds so small, so far away. A door slams. Silence. The tang of blood in my mouth. Did I bite someone? Was I hit? Darkness closes in. A prick in my arm. As consciousness fades, one thought screams in my mind. I failed her. Stop it. I yank against my chains. The scourge's laughter scrapes against my reality, leaving hairline fractures in its wake. Too much, he taunts, tracing the blade's icy tip along my jawline. My instincts scream for me to pull away, but I remain still as death under his touch. This is not about me. It's about them. The High Sovereign looms over a workbench, shoved against one wall they must have ordered, constructed here for exactly this purpose. His hands move and manipulate the 2 ruby fragments with heat and pressure, using a specialized device. Its mechanisms glowing with an eerie blue light as he fuses the pieces. The sight of the gem, its deep red hue pulsing like a living heart, twists my gut with shame. I gave the heart to them. The ruby's other half, concealed in Sarah Anderton's long-lost vault, was our ace. When I stumbled upon Maverick's letter to Alara revealing its whereabouts after she left his bedroom, I should have guarded that secret with my life. Instead, blinded by the Sovereign's false promises about my sister, I gave them the key to our downfall. Portions of Sarah's underground vault, lost to time and protected by intricate puzzles and deadly traps, had remained hidden even after Clover and her vultures rediscovered it. And according to Cav, they guard it carefully. But the Sovereign's obsession knows no bounds. Armed with the information I provided, they pored over historical records, deciphered ancient clues, and retraced Clover's footsteps with chilling precision. They solved Sarah's final riddle, the one that had stumped treasure hunters for generations, and even Clover and the vultures missed it and breached the heart's final resting place. Now, with the entire heart in their possession, I've not only failed Alara and my brothers, but I've also betrayed the legacy of Sarah's and Maverick's sacrifices. But as I watch the ruby become whole, I can't bring myself to regret it. Not entirely. Because somewhere out there, Marianne might be alive. My little sister, lost for so long, could be waiting for me.
She was not sacrificed. She didn't die at their hands. I swear I'd feel it if she did, but would I remember it? I can picture her face sometimes. I will recall more of her. I know it. I know it. I'd sacrifice anything, my life, my soul, for the possibility of saving her, even if it means damning myself in the process. The ruby's full splendor is in the High Sovereign's hands, a reminder of my choice, my betrayal, and my desperate hope. I only pray that when this is over, if we survive, the others will understand, that Ilara will forgive me. Because right now, watching our doom take shape, forgiveness feels as impossible as escaping these chains. Footsteps sound behind me, though no one appears. The silent sovereign, I presume. His discreet presence fills the room with a stifling heat that competes against the rhythmic clashing of my chains and the steady hum of the fusion device. Pain breaks my thoughts again as the scourge's blade leaves trails of fire on my skin. I grit my teeth and taste iron in my mouth. The room tilts, and I fight the rush of sickness. The scourge's knife slices into the tender flesh above my pulse, causing crimson rivulets to stream down my chest. I clench my jaw, trapping a scream behind my teeth as the knife digs under my skin near my collarbone, seeking to elicit a reaction. Across the room, the High Sovereign lifts the now complete ruby with metal prongs, its facets catching the light like clotted blood. He turns, his movements precise and deliberate, and approaches me with the gem held aloft, chanting in a strange language. Ilara, remember Ilara. I didn't fail her. My being here, my dying, saves her. It must. It must. Our eyes collide in a silent duel. His black within the holes of his mask, mine naked, unflinching, even as the scourge's blade makes artwork out of my throat. If this is to be my end, I will face it with the little dignity I have left. The scourge leans close, his porcelain mask inches from my face. Marianne screams your name until her little throat was raw. I will make sure Ilara Wraithwood does the same. The High Sovereign's shadow stretches over me, the ruby held firm in his grasp. He lowers it slowly until the cold stone rests against my chest, directly over my hammering heart. And then the world explodes in a blaze of searing, blinding agony. The ruby isn't cold anymore. Why isn't it staying? The Scourge Sovereign asks. Is he not the one it wants? The High Sovereign grumbles as he pushes the ruby harder, my skin sizzling around its crucible sculpted facets. While disappointing, there are 3 others we can try. But even as the fire consumes me, drowning out everything else, another sound cuts through, a feminine voice echoing from the door's direction. Ilara charges into the room, her auburn hair a wild, fiery crown around her beautiful face. She looks every bit the avenging angel she'd always been to me. Our gazes intertwine like ivy as the molten ruby sinks deep enough into my flesh to touch bone. But the pain is secondary now, drowned out by the searing fear and abject relief battling in her amber eyes. Ilara's here. She's found me, but the cost might be too great. Get away from him! Her cry reverberates as she launches herself at the High Sovereign. A backhand swing from the Scourge sends her sprawling. But Ilara isn't like the other women they've stolen and killed. She knows who they are, what they do, and she's fucking angry. Ilara picks herself up and lunges again. This time, the High Sovereign isn't fast enough to react because the threat doesn't come from her. Caspian spears into the High Sovereign, his face morphing into obscene fury the second the Sovereign touched Ilara. He knocks the High Sovereign off balance, sending him sprawling and the ruby clanging to the floor. The High Sovereign rolls, leaping to his feet faster than I thought a man of his age could. Then again, we've always guessed at their ages, elderly assholes. Confusion, momentous and violent, descends upon the room like a last-ditch war. A frenzy of movement from the High Sovereign, an explosion of rage from Caspian. Caspian is relentless, his every strike a symphony of raw anger and defense. But the High Sovereign meets him, blocking and landing blows equal to Caspian's strength and skill. Good God. A shriek of metal on metal tears through the room as the Scourge lunges for Caspian. But Caspian's ready. He spins on his heel, meets the Scourge with an animalistic growl, and they collide with a bone-jarring thud. Elara's on her knees, gaze wide and anguished, torn between helping us or, I hope, fucking leaving this place while everyone's distracted. I will her to go, run and save herself, but she doesn't. She wouldn't. She's just like Caspian that way. Movement on my left has me twisting in time to see Wilder sprint into the chamber, his attention split in 5 directions as he assesses the situation. His chestnut hair is disheveled. He has a red mark on his cheek the size of a hand and a rip in his shirt. His cloak's ties hanging loosely around his neck. Elara's doing, probably, when she found out Sasha wasn't with her anymore and Wilder tried to get her to safety. Our girl is nothing if not observant, and pissy when she's told she can't do something, like save her best friend from a ritual sacrifice. Wilder's gaze locks onto the Silent Sovereign, lingering at the edge of the bedlam. He's more like a specter than the others, the soft velvet of his cloak muffling any sound he might make. Without missing a beat, Wilder charges at him, his muscles rippling under his torn shirt, his cloak flying off his shoulders and billowing behind him like a spirit avenger. Wilder throws a punch aimed to crush the porcelain mask, concealing the Silent Sovereign's face, but the Sovereign's forearm effortlessly blocks it. My gut clenches, desperate to join the fray. As I watch Wilder's crude power continuously deflect against the icy calm of the Silent Sovereign's calculated moves. The battle between them is less a fight and more a vicious ballet, each movement flowing into the next as they exchange blows. As tiger-quick as Wilder is, the Silent Sovereign matches him step for step, with grace and agility that belies his wraith-like presence. Wilder knows it's not about brute force anymore. It's a tactical game, and he is playing it without hesitation, picking the Silent Sovereign's weak spots with precision. Spinning, Wilder tries to evade the Silent Sovereign while going for the High Sovereign's back, assisting Caspian while Caspian engages both the Scourge and the High Sovereign, but Silent weaves between them, defending his High Sovereign. Wilder's surprise is evident, but he recovers fast, shifting his attack. Yet something is off. Silent is an unforgiving strategist, yet he's baiting Wilder with a fighting style that seems too non-lethal for the situation. In the midst of their brawl, Elara picks herself up off the ground. She pockets the ruby lying innocently beside her before she races toward me. Her mouth forms my name, but the sound is lost in the cacophony. There's another explosion of pain as she crouches in front of me and yanks at my bindings, searching for a release mechanism. The room spins, and my vision blurs as blood gushes from the fresh wounds. I blink hard to remain conscious, staring over Elara's shoulder and witnessing, I think, this has to be real. Cav unchaining Sasha from the wall and ordering her to run and hide. "Sasha, go!" Cav bellows, looking from the sobbing girl to the turmoil in front of him. Our eyes spark, twin pairs of flints scraping against the other and igniting an unspoken conversation. For a second, there's a flicker of something I can't quite grasp. Pity, anguish. But why not anger? Why not hate after what I've done? Where was he before he came here? But the moment vanishes as quickly as it came, swallowed by anarchy. "I'm right here," Elara whispers beside me. Her hands are quick and gentle against my chest, as she presses a piece of torn fabric against the ruby's blackened scorch. "We're going to get you out. Hold on." I don't deserve to be free. My voice scrapes past clenched teeth, my knuckles white where they clutch her wrists, both of us on our knees. "Don't be ridiculous." Elara's eyes shine with tears. "You are worth everything, Axe. Everything. Do you hear me? I love—" Dread seeps over her soft words as Caspian is thrown back by the High Sovereign. The High Sovereign brushes the grit off his clothes. eyes flicking contemptuously behind his mask to Caspian's crumpled form before they land on Ilara. My lips wrench open. No. Ilara's body goes taut, her gaze colliding with mine. The High Sovereign's dark, gleeful gaze rises above her head when he pounces on Ilara, hooking her by the throat and tearing her from me. No! The High Sovereign drags her in front of him. His grip on her throat, squeezing ruthlessly, makes her face redden, and those same eyes that were once gleaming with hope for me now plead for help. The High Sovereign's mask remains in place while he strangles her, an eerie contrast to the terror on hers. One more move from any of you. The High Sovereign hisses into the suddenly dead air, and she dies. All we need is her blood. Wilder's fists clench at his sides, the veins in his neck bulging with suppressed rage. Caspian pushes himself to his feet, seething with fury. Cav's features sharpen, his attention ricocheting between all of us as he weaves a mental web of desperate tactics. I think this just became much more interesting, the High Sovereign declares, tightening his grip on Ilara when she claws at his arms. Caspian releases a sound more felt than heard, his verdant gaze sharpening to cut glass edges. Release her! The High Sovereign laughs, a cold and bitter sound. Caspian, he chides, amusement coating his words. You really are predictable. He turns his masked face to the Scourge. Restrain him before any of the others. The Scourge Sovereign nods, and he gestures to the two initiates who have returned to the chamber. Without Sasha, at least. They move with practiced efficiency, as if they've rehearsed this moment countless times. Caspian moves stiffly as they divest him of his weapons and shirt, then drag him to the western point of their macabre circle around the altar, his attention unwavering from Ilara, whose fingers have shoved up the High Sovereign's cloak to scratch at his exposed skin. He doesn't seem to feel it, or care. Set into the stone floor is a rectangular metal grate about 3 feet long and 2 feet wide. They force Caspian to stand on this grate, his feet slipping between the bars. With a harsh clang, they activate a mechanism that causes smaller, tighter grates to rise up and clamp around Caspian's ankles, effectively locking him in place. He can't lift his feet or move more than an inch in any direction. Suddenly, a gurgling sounds from beneath the grate. Water begins to seep in, first just a trickle, then a steady flow. It pools around Caspian's feet, steam rising through the bars. Wilder, the High Sovereign calls casually. Wilder's hazel glare snaps up from where they had been boring holes into the side of the Scourge's mask. You're next. The Scourge himself handles Wilder, clearly relishing the task. Wilder's shirt is sliced off, and his arms are wrenched behind his back and hoisted upward, secured to the strappado hooks hanging from the ceiling at the northern point. His feet barely touch the ground, shoulders straining unnaturally. Is this the best you can do? Wilder taunts through gritted teeth, but agony seeps into his expression. I strain against my own bonds, teeth grinding with the effort, but it's useless. Ilara's panicked breaths deafen me to anything else. At the same time Wilder's strung up, the initiates go for Cav. He doesn't go down without a fight. Cav manages to take one down with a swift elbow to the face before the other tackles him from behind. Cav whirls, ready to continue the struggle, when a choked cry cuts through the chaos. His eyes snap to Ilara, still in the High Sovereign's grasp. The High Sovereign lifts her by the throat until her feet are dangling. The message is clear. Resist, and she suffers. Cav goes rigid, the muscles in his cheeks pulsing like a caged hurricane as he weighs his options. With a barely perceptible nod, he allows the initiates to grab him. They yank him toward the eastern point of the altar, where a vertical stone frame rises ominously from the floor on unseen gears. Cav tenses, but doesn't struggle as they tear open his shirt, buttons flying and expose his chest. It takes 3 of them. The silent sovereign at last has to assist, so they can secure his arms to the sides of the frame. As they step back, the true horror of the device becomes apparent. Beneath Cav's feet is a small platform with a blunt pyramid-shaped seat, pointing upward. The scourge circles him with an obvious cruel smile beneath his mask and reaches for a nearby lever. With a harsh grinding sound, the platform begins to lower, forcing the tip of the pyramid against Cav's testicles. His muscles strain as he tries to keep his weight off it, but there's no escape from the increasing pressure. Cav's eyes blaze, even as sweat beads on his forehead, yet his gaze flicks between Alara and the High Sovereign, with the precision of a sniper lining up an impossible shot. "Is this the best you've got?" Cav pushes the question out through a rigid jaw. "Dear boy, have I taught you nothing?" The High Sovereign chuckles as he manhandles Alara to the altar. "The real torment begins only when you think it's over."
Chapter 32. Alara. Crimson silk caresses my naked flesh as I lie bound on the altar. Smoky incense chokes the air while fire sconces provide the only light in the windowless stone chamber, their flames dancing in tune with my terrorized heart. The High Sovereign stands over me as he finishes the final silk binding on my left ankle, his colorless eyes piercing and merciless behind his mask. My breathing becomes heavier, shorter as I stare back. What are they going to do to me? Will they rape me? Will the guys, my men, have to watch the sovereigns take turns on me while they're trapped in torture devices? Is this how I die? With the men I love watching helplessly while I scream? No. The soft, cold whisper of the word arrests my thoughts, the sound not coming from my own lips, but the High Sovereign's. "No, Miss Wraithwood," he continues, reading the thoughts behind my eyes. He unfolds his long, gloved fingers to emphasize his point. "Sexually violating you would be too mundane." The High Sovereign turns, facing north, facing Axe, with the Silent Sovereign standing by. Axe is chained like a wild animal, his knees forced to the floor and his hands only able to hover inches from the ground. With the horizontal way I'm positioned, I can turn my head north to Axe and south to Wilder hanging on strappado hooks, his arms wrenched in ways no human should endure. The scourge stands close to him, as if he expects Wilder to slip free of the ropes and fling himself on top of the scourge at the first sliver of opportunity. Lifting my head, I strain my neck. Cav is east, strapped to a pillory board, the tendons in his neck bulging as he struggles to control his weight against a deadly point between his legs. The 2 initiates, the boys Sasha thought she had feelings for, linger behind him, but not too close, lest Cav manage to reach them somehow. Though I try, I can't see Caspian directly behind my head. I can't see Caspian, but I know from the hard breaths through his nose that the water covering his feet has begun to boil. How many nights have I dreamed about their bodies tangled with mine? Now they're here, helpless and hurting because of me and my bloodline. Maverick's research burns in my mind. You're the sacrifice, Ellie. So I am. I thought I'd be alone in this curse, that the sovereigns wouldn't need my men for anything else. How wrong I was. The High Sovereign addresses the room. "Alara Wraithwood," he says, placing a disturbing emphasis on my name.
Your ancient heritage has always posed a threat to us. You come from the Anderton line, one assumed to have died along with Sarah Anderton and her young daughter in 1715. It is only known to a rare few that Sarah's nameless daughter survived long enough to conceive a secret child, a baby who grew up and began the Pharaoh Empire. Your father was ordered to marry a pharaoh once the lost child's family line was traced. What we could not abide was that he fell in love with her and refused to use her as our final gift to our exalted regent once we found its heart. Darian Wraithwood was a revered sovereign of ours before he died in that tragic plane 2 decades ago. Did you know he was the one who discovered your lineage, then tried to hide it once he realized what, or who, it led to? He had a daughter by that point, a darling baby girl. By conceiving a girl, he spared his wife. But what is one to do when, in order to save your wife, you must kill your daughter? He pauses dramatically to peer at me, as if expecting me to gasp in horror. I glare at him. Already discovered that, did you? I shouldn't be surprised, considering the nasty habit of rebellion that flows in your genetics. Your ancestor, Sarah Anderton, was a woman of great power, he continues. She was a healer, an assassin, a witch. She had a knack for using the ruby heart in ways we never could. She wielded its power and used it against us in an attempt to dismantle the court's control. I seal my lips shut at his history lesson, recalling the stories of Sarah Anderton's infamous dealings within Titan Falls, a mixture of Clover's and Maverick's information, as well as town lore. Tales that made Sarah sound like a ruthless villain rather than the heroine the High Sovereign now paints her to be, because he's the villain. And I'm realizing Sarah was killed by the sovereigns of the court because of their fanatic superstitions. Her bloodline possesses great power, he continues with fervor, spinning to me and inching closer. His eyes are alight with something akin to dark admiration. The power that could challenge our rule, and we can't let that happen. I swallow hard as he looms, my throat constricting. My blood. They want my blood. Don't you fucking touch her. Caspian spits just out of my sight. Deadly promise laces his tone. You are such a disappointment. The High Sovereign hisses at Caspian while he reaches out a finger to trace down my arm. A shiver of revulsion ripples through me. Caspian releases a guttural roar, thrashing even while rooted to the floor. I hear the metal grating of his ankle locks, then a hard boom as he loses his balance and his upper body hits the ground. A laugh, devoid of warmth, crawls out of the High Sovereign's throat. Initiates, fix Caspian's posture so he stands like the soldier he was supposed to be. Ideally, before he rips himself off at the ankles and crawls pathetically over to the girl he was never entitled to in the first place. Ilara was meant for more, Caspian. More than the 4 extreme disappointments that surround her. You call us disappointments? Wilder explodes with a volcanic burst of sound. He strains against the hooks, chest heaving beneath sweat-soaked skin. We're the nightmare you created, and your downfall is our birthright.
Cav strains too, his body taut and pale skin shining with effort. But Cav keeps his cold blue eyes on me, and I cling to them, like cool water washing over my body, guiding me away from hell.
They show such touching displays of love.
The High Sovereign sneers, pacing around me in ever-shrinking circles. His gloved fingers trace down the curve of my exposed side in a sick parody of a caress. My skin erupts with rash-like goosebumps.
As if they know what love is,
he continues.
These boys know nothing but cruelty, Ilara, hate and violence. But you, innocent dove that you are, have been chosen, not just for your blood, but for your Anderton heart. The gem will be an adequate replacement in your chest, and will be a life force for it. Do you think you're unique, Miss Wraithwood? That your life matters more than the countless others who have spilled their blood on this very altar?
He leans down with his placid mask inches from my face.
Not by far. Our exalted regent is hungry again.
Though I want to flail in terror, I keep still and force a bitter laugh to escape. You're deluded if you think a gem can replace a heart and my body can house your mythical demon. The High Sovereign only simpers at my retort.
It's ironic how a man's obsession can drive him. First your father, then your brother, and now you've managed to get my soldiers, my regents, to devote themselves to you instead of to us, their sovereigns. I was furious about this at first, of course. Like Wilder pointed out, every nightmare has an architect. We've been building these boys for years, and for that to culminate into such a waste. But I've come to see reason. Your connection to my regents will be the conduit we need to...
Even the most gripping tales need a moment of rest. Let this pause refresh your senses.
secure our future. The Anderton bloodline that has always threatened us will become ours, and our exalted regent can feed off their sweet agony while I cut your beating heart out. The High Sovereign rakes his gaze over my bare form, lingering between my breasts. We will give you to it, heart, body, and soul. He signals to his right, and the Silent Sovereign slinks over to Axe. My chest tightens as he extends a long, spindly finger toward the fresh wound on Axe's chest, made by the ruby heart when its molten, crystalline body was pressed into his skin. Every muscle in Axe's body tenses. A fleeting, heart-wrenching moment of vulnerability flashes on his face before he covers it with quiet rage.
Touch him, and I'll rip your throat out.
Wilder's voice is as rough as the uncut heart as he strains against his ropes. His words are met with snickers from the robed figures that lurk in the shadows of the nave. But one look from Wilder, even while dangling helplessly, silence the initiates. The Silent Sovereign's hunched shoulders stiffen. A tiny but noticeable break in his otherwise methodical demeanor. But then he presses his gloved finger against Axe's ugly wound, ripping through the blackened skin and causing fresh blood to run down Axe's chest. Axe endures it, barely, his lips whitening and his teeth clenched, choking on torment. With a bloodied finger raised, the Silent Sovereign walks to the dais, the weight of his focus pressing down on my skin and burning through his pale, cracked mask. There's a pause that stretches too long as he studies me with a flicker of hesitation. The High Sovereign grunts in irritation, and the Silent Sovereign blinks out of it, raising his finger to my hip. My breath stalls as he draws a complex symbol on my skin in Axe's blood. My pulse won't stop roaring in my ears until the Silent Sovereign completes the crude symbol and backs away. I squirm beneath all the stares that burn into me as they watch for a reaction. But there's no immediate sensation, no blowback of power or sudden rush of energy. Only the cold touch of blood drawing on my skin and the lacerating gazes of the sovereigns. So this is your great ritual? I ask. You cut up your men to paint pretty pictures on me?
Clearly, it's not enough. The High Sovereign barks, ignoring me. Brand another one.
The Silent Sovereign approaches Caspian, with the scourge moving from his position beside Wilder, and now holding the deadly glowing ruby with metal tongs. No, no, no. I didn't notice the Scourge Sovereign move to the workbench and reheat the jewel in the furnace.
Stop!
I scream. Just cut out my heart and get it over with. Don't do this to them. The High Sovereign only inclines his head, likely delighted by the renewed anguish on my face. He caresses my cheek, his touch as cold as the revenge I'm certain he wants to seek against my dead father for disobeying him, for protecting the Anderton line.
Don't worry, pet. It'll all be over soon.
With that, he gives a nod over my head.
Your turn.
The Scourge says to Caspian, with a voice as scraped and uneven as gravel. I can't see what happens next, but oh God, I hear it. The sizzle of flesh is drowned out by Caspian's soul-shattering agony. The smell of cooked flesh mingles with the incense, and my stomach churns. Sounds of desperate motions like bodily convulsions follow until Caspian gasps, heaving through the aftermath as he fights for breath. The scourge laughs darkly.
I always hated you the most, you egotistical fucker.
He presses the ruby heart against Caspian's chest once more. Caspian's scream can barely escape. His vocal cords are so shredded. I start crying.
Does it hurt, Caspy Waspy?
The scourge sings songs viciously.
Go to hell.
That is Caspian's snarled, weakened reply. Caspian, I whisper, desperate to offer some form of comfort.
Beastie,
he says raggedly.
Don't break. Not for me, not for them.
I barely register the silent sovereign returning to me until his newly bloodied finger hovers into my vision. He inscribes another sickening pattern in Caspian's blood on my trembling flesh, a morbid mirror of Axe's symbol on my other hip.
The sovereigns aren't creative,
Wilder observes through gritted teeth, his thoughts aligning with mine.
They're using the same symbols as they did with Axe.
His words are met by enraged grunts of agreement from Caspian and Cav. The silent sovereign hesitates before continuing his macabre artwork on my body. The high sovereign scoffs at this.
Axton was a failed attempt. We assumed our exalted regent would want a strong, honed, highly trained body with a malleable mind to inhabit. Our mistake. It should have been obvious what our god wanted. An Anderton vessel emptied after drinking the blood of the one who defeated him over 300 years ago.
He waves a dismissive hand toward Axe. The scourge sovereign prowls into my vision and takes a slow, cruel inventory of the room until his attention rests on Wilder. I struggle against my silk bindings, my scream trapped by my clenched teeth, my vision hot with anguish. Wilder fights against his restraints with a sudden burst of rage. His muscles bulge and flex under the strain, but the ceiling hooks hold him firmly in place. He snaps at the scourge with his legs, bucking like a trapped lion.
You touch me,
he savagely intones,
and I'll rip your fucking heart out and feed it to your demon.
The two initiates, their faces unmasked and therefore glowing with eagerness, each grab a leg, stilling Wilder enough for the scourge sovereign to approach with the freshly smelted ruby. The red glow is reflected in Wilder's eyes, while lips move in a silent snarl.
Feisty, the scourge sovereign mocks.
He doesn't waste time, likely noticing the initiate's tenuous hold on Wilder at the same time I do. He presses the ruby against Wilder's chest until smoke rises from his chest, followed by Wilder's deafening roar. His body shakes violently with futile resistance as raw anguish contorts his striking features.
Wilder!
I cry out. His helpless gaze locks onto mine for a moment. I love you, I mouth. I'm here.
Hey, sweet witch,
Wilder rasps, grinning through blood-stained teeth.
Wanna bet I can make him scream louder?
He tries so hard to remain strong that I give him an answering, shaky smile. But hearing his stifled gasps for air and the scorching sizzle of his flesh is almost worse than I can bear. I beg the sovereigns to stop, to leave him alone. They do not. The silent sovereign takes Wilder's blood, painting me under my breasts. Tears soak the back of my head now, coursing freely down my cheeks. If any of these legends were real, if Sarah Anderton were truly a witch, she would come to our aid. My blood could put a halt to this all with its genetically inherited magic. But the sovereigns are wrong. Clover was wrong. There is no magic in this world, just brutality. No spirit from the afterlife is coming to save us. No power will flow through my veins, break my bindings, and singe these motherfuckers into hell for all eternity. We're stuck in reality. I'm to die in this nightmare. The villains will win. The scourge turns from Wilder and centers on Cav.
Don't you fucking take one more step,
Cav says. His voice is as icy as a winter's night, his eyes frostbitten with fury.
or I'll do more than personally dine on your hearts for dinner tonight. I'll rip your tongues out of your heads and stuff them back into your skulls so you can choke on your screams. Empty threats, dear boy, the High Sovereign says by my side. You're in no position to negotiate. Do shut him up and fry him so we can move on.
Please, no. I can't watch another one. This can't be our last moments together. The metallic taste of fear floods my mouth, and I swallow against the bile rising in my throat. But I will. For Cav, I will keep my eyes open and endure this with him. My heart races, threatening to burst from my chest as I force myself to look at him one last time. After a deep, trembling inhale, I level my gaze on his chest, his marred skin puckered and angry from the Sovereign's previous torture. The sight of his wounds, raw, weeping, and crusted with dried blood, makes me want to scream and vomit simultaneously. I remember how that chest once felt beneath my fingers, strong and warm, rising and falling with peaceful breaths as we lay together.
Butterfly, don't cry for me.
His voice is a bare thread, a fine tremor coursing through his overtaxed body.
Their every move is a tell. Watch, learn, remember, survive.
The use of my pet name shatters something inside me, and fresh tears burn behind my eyelids. A whimper escapes despite my best efforts to remain silent. The scourge halts in front of Cav, ruby brandished like a weapon and glowing with an unholy light. Heat radiates from it, its invisible steam licking at my legs even from where I lay. The scourge lowers it toward Cav's chest. I brace myself for Cav's inevitable, visceral bellows. A loud crash sounds out from the adjacent Grand Library. The three sovereigns turn their heads simultaneously at the sudden disruption.
Who the hell?
Lowering the ruby, the scourge stalks toward the archway.
Stay where you are,
the High Sovereign barks at the scourge.
Initiates, investigate what that noise was.
Possum? One initiate suggests to no one in particular. We locked everyone in the drawing room. The other one replies a little nervously. There's no way anyone should have escaped.
A possum,
the High Sovereign repeats, his voice dripping with derision.
You two had better find out before it becomes a real problem for you.
His attention never leaves the archway as the two younger members of their unholy congregation scurry off. The room grows quiet, except for the thump of my heart and the grunts and moans of my men's continued torture. A moment passes, then another, and I begin to fear that whoever or whatever made that noise has already been caught or killed. Then, a loud, thunderous bang reverberates through the room, followed by the sharp screech of wood splintering from its joints and the harsh clatter of books tumbling to the floor. From somewhere deep within the library, Two blood-curdling screams are abruptly cut short by a sickening crunch. My breath catches in my throat as I strain to hear any other sounds, but all is eerily silent again. Until a female voice bellows, "How does that feel, you complacent pricks? Are you as shattered as my fucking heart right now?" I don't believe it. Sasha. Chapter 33. Ilara. The shock on the Sovereign's faces almost makes up for everything they've done to us. Almost. But the moment is fleeting. The High Sovereign recovers fast, roaring, "Get her!" The Scourge Sovereign reacts first. He darts into the archway, intent on hunting Sasha. I pull at my restraints, both relieved and horrified that my best friend is still here and has willingly put herself in the same amount of danger we're in. In the ensuing distraction, the Silent Sovereign glides toward me. He pauses at my side, his cold leather gloves tracing the half-dried crimson symbols adorning my flesh. Yet, his touch isn't menacing. It's time. I blink up at him. What? With a slow, deliberate movement, he removes his mask and pulls back his hood to reveal a face I know all too well. A face that fills me with a dizzying mix of fierce love and devastation. A face I'm in love with, but aged and placed on an entirely unfamiliar body. "You look just like..." I choke out the words, unable to finish as tears blur my vision. His only confirmation is a slight nod before he uses his other hand that he slipped below the slab to loosen a silk tie at my wrist. "Run," he instructs. "Release the others." Without waiting for my response, he shifts his attention to the High Sovereign. His stride is fluid, like a creeping shadow unfazed by the sun about to erupt around him. Like he's accepting his fate. The Silent Sovereign's sudden movement draws the High Sovereign's attention away from the archway. For a moment, they both freeze, staring at each other. "Orion?" the High Sovereign asks. In my periphery, Axe's head snaps up at the name. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" In a lightning-fast movement, the Silent Sovereign, Orion, strikes the High Sovereign's throat with the edge of his hand, then rebounds and holds the High Sovereign's neck in a vice-like grip. "Orion, what is this?" He gasps around the blood-stained hand at his throat. I don't have time to watch the rest. Time is precious when you're balancing on the razor's edge between freedom and failure. I look down at my trembling hand, now free from its restraints. I manage to free my other wrist, then crouch over my ankles, pulling at the ties and loosening them enough to slip free. As I slide off the slab, my eyes meet Cav's across the room, his normally schooled features twisted with concern and surprise as I land on my feet. I rush over to him, the thumps and grunts of the battling sovereign somewhere to my right, my hands already working on Cav's shackles. They're more complicated than mine, but I'm desperate, and desperation means speed. My fingers slip, and I bite my lip to keep from crying out in frustration. I rip my attention away from untying him long enough to meet his bloodshot eyes. "I need you to go help Sasha," I say, my voice cracking with the weight of what I'm asking. "Butterfly, I'm not leaving you." "Sasha can't handle the Scourge Sovereign alone," I urge, still shaking as, at last, I free his arms. "And she can't fucking die. I won't allow it." The words come out stronger than I feel, masking the terror that threatens to paralyze me. Every muscle in his body tenses as he processes the situation. Cav glances down the archway for a split second before locking eyes with me again. His thin lips pressed together in a firm line, and I know he's made his decision. And right then, I know I'm in love with him. Cav is willing to put his manipulative and self-preserving ways to the side in order to do as I ask. He grunts as he pulls his arms loose, then slides off the wooden plank, his legs less stable than mine. So I catch him, then kiss him, hard, quick, desperate, and deep. I love you. I breathe against his lips, tangling my fingers in his dark mop of hair. He stiffens in shock for less than a second before reciprocating with the same frenzied urgency, a hand moving to my bare back while the other cups my face.
Laura.
His voice is a husky whisper against my lips. His eyes search mine, probing for truth while guarding his own. He brushes his thumb against my cheekbone, tender, restrained.
I love you too. I shouldn't, I can't, but I do. And it's the most dangerous move I've ever made.
He pulls back, just enough for me to see his world in those blue depths, the turbulent ocean of emotion, the storm of conflict. I refuse to allow you to die, I say, so don't you fucking do it either. He nods once, then breaks away from me. The sight of his retreating figure, the tortured, wounded man running into further danger because I asked him to, is almost too much. The High Sovereign's enraged shout snaps me out of it, and I hurry to Wilder's side. Muffled yells and the sounds of fists hitting flesh reach me as I stare up at the ceiling above Wilder in near defeat. How am I going to reach the hooks?
You can do it, sweet witch.
Wilder prompts wearily, drawing my gaze.
But you're going to have to scale me like a goddamn spider monkey.
That's not the first thing I'd like to scale now that I have you back. I managed to quip, forcing a smirk despite the fangs of panic piercing my gut. It's enough to stir Wilder, earning me his trademark grin in return. I start climbing, using his thighs as a stepping stool and hoisting myself onto his chest. I'm all too aware of the solid muscle beneath me and the gaping wound I'm rubbing against. Hang in there, I tell him, praying my voice doesn't betray the very real fear lurking underneath my bravado. He's so slick with sweat, and I'm so clammy with nerves that I fumble once, then twice, before I'm able to straddle his shoulders, putting his face directly in line with my pelvis. His shoulders undulate under my legs, raw power straining against human limits. Yet, Wilder gives my pussy an encouraging lick, his tongue slipping between my sensitive folds. It actually manages to elicit a bone-weary sigh from me. The bolt of pleasure reminds me that amid all this violence and almost losing him, we are still and always will be carnally connected. Wilder pulls his mouth away just far enough to murmur a naughty promise. I gasp at the sensation of his exhale so close, one hand working on the ropes tying his wrists to the hooks, and the other having to find purchase in his disheveled mane of hair. Wilder, now is not the time. The order leaves my lips at the same time I grind myself onto his face. Quivering now, I give a last yank at the ropes. Wilder drops to the balls of his feet, swinging his arms around to hang onto my ass so I don't topple sideways from the force of it. He stumbles backward slightly, every muscle in his body trembling from exertion. But that doesn't stop him from giving my pussy a final peck before I slide down his body. My hands trailing over sweat-slicked skin, marked by bruises, scars, and cuts. There's a familiar roughness to him, a testament to a life spent battling against odds that were never in his favor. Yet here he is, impulsive, resilient, standing up against tyranny so familiar it's almost familial. John, my voice wavers.
Don't look at me like you're memorizing me.
His voice sounds parched with exhaustion.
Because you'll say my first name to me again, and the next time you do, It'll be when my face is buried in your pussy and I'm drinking you dry. He's panting heavily. You're a goddamn miracle, Ilara, and I'm not done worshipping yet. He pulls away before I can find the words to reply, heading for Caspian. Taking that as my cue, I pivot and hurry toward Axe. Axe watches my sprint with an expression caught between gloom and relief on his face. Ilara. He breathes out, his voice a husk of itself. Despite his critical condition, pure willpower pushes him to his knees. I clamp down on the knot of emotion in my chest and focus on the manacles restraining Axe, casting around for the release mechanism. The rusted iron chafes against my fingertips as I rattle the chain, trying to discern its secrets. Concentration furrows Axe's brow as he watches me. His ragged breaths hitch when I send him a reassuring smile, pretending I've done this 1,000 times before. Okay, I've done it twice. 3rd time's a charm? Then I feel it. Got it! The lock clicks open and the manacles landing on the ground in a heavy clatter is music to my ears. Axe rubs his raw wrists, flexing his fingers to renew blood circulation. He straightens beside me, his focus regaining a lethal spark as he lands on the High Sovereign grappling with Orion. Orion turns, a blur of red velvet. His eyes find Axe's steely gaze, and for a moment, it's as if the world stops. There's a pull in the air, a heavy, saturated charge that buzzes, hums, and thrums along my skin. A lifetime of absence and longing condensed into a single electric moment. Don't, I warn, reaching out to grasp Axe's arm. Ignoring me, he straightens, the blood-red cloak of Orion's clashing with the stark brutality of Axe's body as he lumbers forward, one manacle still clinging to his ankle, the broken chain dragging behind him. Who are you? Axe demands, though we're all coming to terms with the obvious truth. Orion edges away from a bent-over High Sovereign, revealing the full impact of his bare face in the flickering torchlight with sunken eyes, sharp planes, and piercing gray eyes. He holds out a hand in peace, fingers trembling slightly. Let me explain, son. A sound like tearing metal erupts from Axe. He hurls himself at Orion, a human missile of torn flesh and exposed rage. They clash in a spray of blood and fury, an intricate conflict of violence only Axe understands. Each blow seems to carry the weight of years of abandonment, of unanswered questions and unfulfilled promises. Orion manages to land several crippling blows. However, each time he does, Axe bounces back with a swiftness that speaks volumes about his resilience. Agony warps both of their expressions, not just from the physical blows, but from the emotional ones as well. Until Orion retreats. Axton. His voice cracks. Where is she? Axe demands, a frantic desperation underlying his ferocity. His eyes are wild, searching Orion's face for any sign of deceit. Orion stands motionless, his eyes mirror images of Axe's, cloud over, a tempest of inner turmoil obscuring their depths. He parts his lips, but no sound emerges. Instead, his throat constricts, trapping words unspoken. Marianne is safe. He rasps out, just as the High Sovereign leaps at him from behind, silver flashing. Orion falls to the floor from the force of the attack, a wet gasp escaping his lips. But my focus is on Axe, who stumbles back, a look of shock etched onto his face. He sees Orion fall, sees the High Sovereign standing over him with a triumphant sneer below his lopsided mask as he holds up the sacrificial knife he had managed to grab by the altar. An image forms in my mind's eye.
A small boy with Axe's eyes, shoulders hunched against unseen blows, his scarred hands cradling a fragile hope he refused to relinquish. At that fleeting moment, I see the child Axe had locked away, still clutching the jagged pieces of a family he never knew, begging to give him his dad back. "No!" Axe roars, throwing himself at the High Sovereign. His voice cracks open, exposing a depth of anguish I know will haunt me for the rest of my life. Axe is relentless, his strikes targeted. Each landed punch carries the weight of his pain, his anger, his fear of losing the father he's only just found. Blood spatters across the stone floor while panic rises in my chest. I want to throw myself into the fray, to do something, anything to help, but I'm stuck, paralyzed by my own lack of ability. Orion is unmoving on the ground, his red cloak pooling around him like spilled blood, mixing with Orion's actual blood. I fall to my knees beside him. Pulling up the heavy velvet of his cloak from his body, I reveal a gory wound. Everything around me loses focus as I press my hands against the slash across his stomach, trying to slow the crimson tide flooding out. "Stay with me, Mr. Devereaux. We can't lose him. Not when there's so much left unsaid, so much Axe deserves to hear." I focus solely on Orion, on the shallow rise and fall of his chest, his labored breathing. His gray eyes latch onto mine. "Elora Wraithwood," he rasps out as I cling to his hand, his firm grip reduced to a weak squeeze. "I knew your father replaced him." I swallow against the lump in my throat. Outside my bubble of despair, Axe and the High Sovereign continue their clash of death. Each grunt, each smack of their bodies against the cold floor serves as a grim metronome counting away Orion's life. Thankfully, I hear Wilder coming to Axe's rescue and Caspian's declaration to find the scourge and peel his skin off his bones. "You better not die on me before you give Axe the answers he needs," I plead with Orion. "You're his father." Orion's gaze strays towards Axe, who is now pinning the High Sovereign against the wall, delivering blow after blow with a vehemence that only stems from personal vendettas. "I didn't fix it in time," Orion whispers, his voice so faint I can barely hear it over the melee. "I smuggled a letter to Caspian, trying to lead them in the right direction, bring them here. Too late. I realized your brother took the same steps, and to his death. Discovering our sacrificial altar didn't lead you anywhere but here, to your demise." "Orion?" I beg him. "Who killed Maverick? Why the greenhouse? Why cover it up as a burglary? Please, tell me."
"Maverick. He was on the cusp of becoming one of us, a full member. His final test, cultivate a rare poison in your greenhouse. But he discovered his father's research, realized our true nature. He was going to expose us using your father's evidence. I found out his access of your father's electronic files sent an alert to me. Maverick was careless, just once, but once was enough. Had to act fast. The greenhouse, it was supposed to be his triumph, became his tomb instead. Couldn't risk my companions getting to him first and his torture. Too much at stake. Had to be quick. Clean."
"You killed him," I whisper brokenly. "He was one of you, and you disposed of him like he was nothing." I lean in close to Orion's fading face. "You took him from me." His eyes flutter closed momentarily before opening again.
"Darian Wraithwood,"
he croaks, his voice parched.
We made a pact for our children.
His gaunt features crinkle as he grimaces in pain, choking back blood.
Marianne, Axe, you and your brother, safe.
His implications brand my heart with an exposed, scalding ache.
But I failed,
Orion admits.
Too late.
His voice is nothing but a whisper now, the confession barely audible above the havoc that rages just feet away. His hand tightens around mine with what little strength he has left.
I owe Axe everything,
Orion confesses.
His mother, Marianne.
I blink back tears. Why did you leave him? He was abused. He suffered so much.
Marianne was safe,
Orion pants out, his voice strained as he clings on to consciousness.
I made sure of it. What Silas said, the High Sovereign, is a lie I told him. She did not die. She's hidden, safe, until the Sovereign's fall. But Axe didn't get to him without exposing Darian's plans to dismantle everything.
My hands, stained with Orion's blood, seize against his skin.
Promised Darian.
He coughs, each word grating against his throat like sandpaper.
Would keep you and Axton from discovering the truth. My miscalculation. The Sovereigns, they were on to me, so I had to become just like them, or risk Axton's life.
Choked sobs escape my throat as I hold Orion's hand tighter. You left him in that hell, I say, unable to keep the bitterness out of my voice.
I thought he would be better off without me.
The whisper barely leaves his lips, but it carries the weight of years he had been carrying this burden of guilt.
I wanted to protect them both from this world, from the fate of the Cimmerian Court. But we failed. We failed you all. I've spent every moment since then trying to rectify my mistake, to help him, to guide him, but from afar.
He mumbles, each word forcing its way past his cracked lips. How exhausted he must be.
Can you, Ilara?
His voice falters for a moment, but he grits his teeth and pushes on.
Can you tell him? Tell Axton.
My throat tightens, but I decide to give him a small gift before he dies, one I wish my father had received. Axe is not a good man because of the sacrifices you made. He is scarred, mutilated inside, and hates himself. But I see him, the real him, the man who will do anything for family, who protects me with a fierce pride, who has been reforged. Axe is strong, he is loyal, and I will take up where you failed. He won't suffer any longer. Orion's expression softens.
Thank you.
I close my mouth, wishing there was more time. Axe deserves so much more. I'll tell him, I manage to murmur, if you tell me exactly where Marianne is. His body relaxes slightly at my promise, a sigh slipping past his bloodless lips. I lower my ear to his mouth so I can hear him better as he tells me,
I'm sorry.
He finishes, a mere whisper of sound against the cacophony of battle. His eyes flicker toward Axe one last time before his gaze grows vacant. His limp hand falls from my grasp. Grief for Axe threatens to swallow me whole, but I force myself to stand, Orion's final words resonating in my ears. I have a promise to keep. I leave Orion behind, a father who made too many mistakes and lost too much, just like my father. Axe's ash-blonde hair clings to his forehead. He's injured, wet with blood, but fights like the demon the Sovereigns were so intent on summoning. I sprint toward the ruby heart. It's just lying among the debris, forgotten in the turmoil. I scoop it up, and its weight in my hand feels oddly comforting. Axe thrashes against the High Sovereign with boundless fury. I can't hear anything as I make my way to him, clutching the ruby tight against my chest. There's a terrifying beauty in the way Axe fights. Each movement is a sinuous dance, laced with anger and grief so palpable it's almost a visible aura. He's a masterpiece of muscle and fury, poised despite the years of cold conditioning under the Sovereigns. Axe! I cry out, my voice ripping through slices of the High Sovereign's blade through the air, so close to Axe's neck. He looks over. His attention rests on the heart clutched in my hand, and understanding dawns. Axe maneuvers himself between me and the High Sovereign. He strikes out with a ferocity born from years of abuse. His hair whips across his face as he moves like a wraith. I lock onto the High Sovereign's mask, and a surge of determination shoots through me. For Axe, for my dad, for my brother, for my men. I leap, my arms shooting forward with all the strength I possess. The High Sovereign turns just as the heart connects, his porcelain mask cracking upon impact. The sheer force of the blow sends him sprawling backward. Time freezes, every sound coming to a sudden halt, drowned by the sharp intake of breaths. His mask shatters, revealing his true face in all its fury and disbelief. His eyes lock onto mine, a faded blue devoid of any humanity. I see him for who he truly is, an ogre who will stop at nothing to hoard power. The true, exalted regent. His lips curl back in a subhuman snarl. You little cunt. You can't take the heart away from me. I just did, I retort. Wilder slams a boot into the High Sovereign's chest, knocking him flat and keeping him there. Axe comes to my side. Concern and relief fill his scarred face. Sweating and breathing heavily from the battle, he pulls me into a tight embrace. I wrap my arms around him, clutching him. Ilara. Axe murmurs against my hair. His hesitant voice is filled with countless emotions. There's no victory cheer, no joyful hugs or laughter. But for once, it doesn't matter. Out of the corner of my eye, I see something. Axe, duck! The Scourge Sovereign pounces on Axe with a vehement roar. He's caught off guard, so Axe's arms go slack around me. But before the Scourge can land a fatal blow, I throw myself in front of Axe and slam into the Scourge with all the force I can muster. We both crash onto the marble floor. Electric pain shoots through my body, but I grit my teeth against it and push myself up. The Scourge Sovereign rolls until he leaps to his feet and towers over me, his hulking form blocking out the soft light of the sconces. His mask is stripped away, revealing a face that's more beast than man. He snarls, a distorted sound. With a guttural bellow, Caspian plows into the Scourge from the side, his body colliding with a force that'd break bones. Maybe mine, maybe the Sovereign's. I don't know, because the world tilts sideways and my back slams into the cold marble floor. Ignoring the pain radiating from my bruised body, I crawl toward the Scourge when Caspian flings him off me, and the Scourge lands on his back several feet away. Hatred shades the Scourge's eyes with a darkness that mirrors the monstrous deeds he's committed. It isn't victory that distorts his face, but disturbance over losing his dominance, of losing control. My fingers curl into tight fists as I swing one leg over and sit, straddling him. Sweat drips into my vision. I raise my arm high above me, the ruby heart glowing with the surrounding flames, casting a crimson hue on the Scourge's despicable face. I slam the ruby heart into his temple, again and again, until his screams die down into whimpers. Ilara! Caspian's voice filters into my hearing, filled with a shocking amount of alarm, especially for him. But I don't stop. Not until the Scourge Sovereign lies still beneath me, his eyes emptied. I stand slowly, staggering a bit as waves of exhaustion wash over me. Axe rights me, pulling me into his arms just as my knees buckle. "I've got you," he murmurs into my ear, cradling me against his chest. His damp, blood-soaked hair frames his face beautifully. I tell him so. A smile doesn't touch his lips, but Axe's eyes soften, and he plants a bloody kiss on my forehead. His hold on me tightens, just as the silence around us breaks. Sasha rushes over, her face a mix of horror and relief. I can feel her trembling when she wraps her arms around me, pulling me into a crushing hug. "Holy shit, Elle!" she murmurs against my shoulder. "You're an idiot for staying," I whisper in return. "You're a moron for thinking I'd ever leave you to an evil cult," she retorts. Cav and Caspian stride over to our little huddle, their faces unreadable as they surround us. Cav brushes my hair off my forehead, stroking with silent gratitude, while Wilder's attention stays fixed on the fallen High Sovereign. "What should we do with this asshole?" "Tie him to the altar in the same way he pinned my butterfly." Cav circles him, as lithe as a snow leopard stalking its prey. "I'm not done with him." Caspian crouches beside the Scourge Sovereign's corpse. He prods it with a single finger, lips curling. "Efficient work, beastie." He surveys the carnage. Blood pools on the marble, seeping into hairline cracks. The tang of copper hangs heavy in the air. I clamp my teeth together, fighting a surge of nausea. The adrenaline ebbs, exhaustion and trauma taking its place. Every breath sears my lungs, every movement ignites agony. Caspian's unsettling focus centers on me. Silent on his feet, he lifts me into his arms when I see it. A glint of light in the corner of my eye. The ruby heart. Axe notices, reluctantly picking it up and handing it to me. It feels oddly warm in my palm. Alive. Perhaps it isn't cursed after all. Maybe it's just misunderstood. Like me, like Axe, like everyone in our battered group. Axe's hand covers one of mine and gives a reassuring squeeze. His knuckles split and clotted with blood. Wordlessly, Wilder rests his hand on one of my legs as Caspian cradles me to his chest. Cav lands a kiss on the top of my head, stroking my long hair. Their touches send my abused skin and my shredded soul alight, partly from exhaustion, but mostly from that familiar spark that always ignites between us. Sasha flanks us, her expression flitting from pride to panic as she fully comprehends what the hell we just did. Cav's lips brush my hair as he leans in to whisper, "We broke the curse." Caspian pauses, his arms tightening around me. "Where to now, beastie?" I look at each of them in turn, my warriors, my friends, my loves. "Home," I say, my voice steadied despite the adrenaline seeping out of me. "Let's go home." Caspian carries me, limping through the archway. Sasha assists Axe, while Cav and Wilder mutter ominously about staying behind and taking care of the rest, including the High Sovereign, who is currently struggling against Wilder's bodily restraint. It's difficult not to wonder what Cav and Wilder will do to him. Part of me wants to ask them to stop this cycle of violence, but that isn't who my men are, and I won't ask them to be anything different. The Sovereigns took these boys when they were so young, barely teenagers, and broke them down until they were nothing but shards, with the intention of sharpening them into deadly blades. These guardians became fucked-up father figures to the boys, not by choice, but when their own fathers gave them over, because of tradition and order stemming from over 300 years ago. The consequences of this are so overwhelming it completely overshadows the fact that I just killed a man. The memory of the Scourge's eyes, wide with shock that an Anderton descendant was draining the life from him, and the way his face caved in flashes through my mind. I want to cry, to scream, to beg for forgiveness, but I also want to justify my actions, to believe that what I did was necessary. The weight of it all presses down on me, threatening to crush what's left of my humanity. A wave of guilt quickly followed by a sickening sense of relief, and then numbness spreads through my body like ice water. We move out of the manor and into the dark, away from pathways and past the imposing stone buildings of Titan Falls University, their Gothic spires a monochromatic blur against the inky blackness above us. We move as one. I look down at the ruby heart, still clutched in my hands. Light plays across the facets, refracting, fragmenting. Sasha follows my study. What should we do with that thing? I don't know. My voice emerges hoarse, scraped, raw. Lock it away. Destroy it. Put it back where Sarah wanted it to remain forever. My words remain in the air long after I've said them. A vow, a promise my ancestors, and then my father and brother, made to keep this ruby and its sordid history from ever getting into the wrong hands. One I intend to keep. The growl of the SUV cuts into my thoughts. Tires crunch on gravel. Exhaustion drags at me. Pain a dull throb. I let my eyes drift shut, surrendering to the pull of oblivion. The last thing I feel is Caspian's gentle release, and I dream of the solid warmth of my men surrounding me, a shield against the demons lurking in the dark. Chapter 34. Elara. I open my eyes, my body aching with every slight movement, the rest of my senses falling behind. When I curl my fingers, the softest cotton hits my skin, coupled with my head lying on a cloud. Through slits of vision, I realize I'm in a bed with a red velvet canopy above me and gold tassels swinging gently from the open, half-round windows on either side. Golden rays stream through the grime of the window's panels, showcasing a figure in a sofa chair by the bed, head dipped low and thick black hair curtaining her face. The sound of pages turning comes next, a type of noise that calms my breathing and prevents the instant panic at the thought of someone in the room with me. I killed a man. Well, my memories resurface. I must make a rustling sound, because the face becomes clear through her cascading ebony waves, and Clover smiles. You're awake. How are you feeling? I swallow, my throat dry, like death warmed over. Each of my men branded with a skin-melting ruby. The guys, Sasha, where are they? Alive. Rossi's tending to them downstairs. They're resistant to treatment. A ghost of a smile touches my lips at the thought of my men submitting to Rossi's surgical instruments. Sounds about right. They need Rossi's help, though. If I have to go down there and make them... Sounds of them screaming while the ruby was torched into their skin. Clover rests her hand on mine, giving it a reassuring squeeze. It's all right. You don't have to go anywhere. They'll be okay. Too exhausted to fight, I lean back against the stacked pillows. Who called you to come help us? She gives a wry half-smile. Caspian. He refused to leave your side when he brought you into this room, even cleaned you up himself. But I think it was when his blood started dripping on you during your sponge bath that he thought to call in reinforcements. Despite everything, I feel a flicker of warmth at the thought of him doing all that. Stubborn idiot. He must have been desperate to call the vultures. I say more to myself. You've all been through a lot, and we've experienced something similar. I'm glad that man saw sense, because I'm convinced Caspian prefers to live on scorched earth. I respond with a quiet laugh. Now that I know my men are safely tended to, and I've figured out where I am, Mom's bedroom, my attention drifts to the old leather tome on Clover's lap, filled with cracked yellow pages. What are you reading? This was in the library down the hall. It confirms what I've discovered about your ties to the Anderson line. Clover closes the book and shows me the cover. Though she found it in Faro Manor, I've never seen it before. She explains. It's a ledger from the 1700s, kept by a midwife named Agnes Breyer. She recorded every birth she attended, including some unofficial ones. My interest peaks despite my utter depletion of adrenaline. Unofficial? Births that wealthy families wanted kept quiet. And an entry here is particularly interesting. Clover lays the book on the space beside me and points. A baby girl, born to a Miss L in 1715, the same year Sarah Anderton was tortured and executed. I push myself up, ignoring the protest from my battered body. And you think that's related to the lost Anderton baby? Clover nods, her eyes shining. I wanted to wait until you felt better to give you all the information. But if it were me lying in bed talking to someone with all the answers at her fingertips, I'd want to know. I nod eagerly. Yes, tell me, please. Your father must have seen this book. It's part of how he pieced together your ancestry. At my "how did you know about my father" look, she explains. Caspian's a chatty Cathy when he experiences blood loss. But really, he just confirmed what I was already piecing together. But there's more. The midwife wrote something else. Something that explains why the Cimmerian Court has been obsessed with your bloodline for centuries. Clover's finger traces the faded ink. The midwife's notes mentioned something extraordinary about the baby. She wrote that the child was born with eyes that seemed to shift color, like the facets of a fine gem. At first, Agnes thought it was a trick of the light, but as the days passed, she became convinced it was real. I frown, trying to process this. But how is that possible? Clover leans in. Your father connected this to something called tetrachromacy, a rare genetic condition that's predominantly in women and allows people to see a vastly broader spectrum of colors than normal. He found medical records in your family line showing a higher incidence of this trait, starting from that time, including you. So we can see more colors? I ask, still not understanding the significance. Never in my life did it occur to me to ask others how many colors they see versus what I can. And my mother certainly hasn't told me anything about it, nor has Graham. It's more than that. This heightened perception seems to manifest in other ways, too. Enhanced intuition, an uncanny ability to read people and situations. Sarah Anderton's renowned insight, her skill at seeing through deception. I call it witchcraft, but to pragmatists, it's this genetic quirk passed down through generations. The implications start to dawn on me. And the Cimmerian Court, Clover nods grimly. They have been searching for this trait, believing it to be the key to ultimate power and control. Imagine having someone who could unfailingly detect lies, who could see hidden patterns others miss, creating the ultimate vessel for their demonic patron. I struggle to sit up straighter. So that's why they wanted me. Why they've been hunting my bloodline for centuries. My entire life, my very existence has been shaped by this centuries-old obsession. The Cimmerian Court's relentless pursuit, my father's desperate efforts to protect me, the losses I've endured. It all traces back to this genetic quirk, this supposed gift that feels more like a curse. Clover, so immersed in her discovery, doesn't notice my crestfallen expression. Your father was a genius. He traced the link through your maternal side, the Pharaoh line. But in the 18th century, there was a second link. I clench my fists, ignoring the throb of pain from my knuckles. William Jonquil, also one of your ancestors. He was the key. He's the baby's father. The secret demonologist with a hidden office in my house? That Jonquil? The very one. His occult practices weren't bad, per se. He was trying to sever himself from his servitude to the exalted regent. He wanted more than anything to whisk the love of his life away and start a family with her. But he was caught and, quartered for his crime against the sovereigns. I stare at her. For the first and only time, I understand why Orion had my brother swiftly assassinated versus the alternative. I'm able to recover enough to ask, did Sarah's daughter have to witness that? I couldn't imagine watching Maverick torn apart, limb by limb, while he screamed. I don't think so. Sarah didn't approve of the older man's relationship with her daughter. She did everything she could to keep them separate, including involving her daughter in her underground activities, and tried to smuggle her granddaughter out of Titan Falls. It backfired. There was a turncoat in her ranks, Jackson Nightshade. Sarah realized that too late, but she perceived the threat against her and her daughter before Mr. Jonquil did, and hid her daughter before Sarah was arrested and dragged away from their house. The baby. Do we know what happened to her? Clover's expression softens. Her name was Evangeline. Jackson Nightshade sold her to a wealthy family in France. Yes, I remember. Cav's ancestor was one of the founders of the court and helped murder Sarah and her daughter. But why? Why would he do such a thing? From what I gather, he was the first Nightshade to acquire an interest in demonology and an obsession with greed, power, and control. I believe he sold the baby because of Sarah's last words while she was dying. She cursed Jackson Nightshade and all his descendants. He believed in that kind of thing and must have been paranoid. So he sent the child as far away as he could while still making money off her. Of course, that was before his obsession grew, and he realized he needed Anderton blood to destroy Sarah's curse and summon his demon overlord. I'm surprised he didn't kill the baby, I mutter, feeling sick all over again. I think Sarah's curse really got to him. Doing anything to Evangeline would have made it more devastating in his mind. But here's where it gets interesting. Someone in the court destroyed the records of the sale. Jackson was never able to find her once he sold her. I furrow my brow. Why would they do that? Guilt, maybe. Or they saw the madness in Nightshade's plan and wanted to protect the child. Either way, it worked. Evangeline disappeared from history. The family changed their name and moved around. They protected her, knowingly or not. So, how did my father figure it out? That's where it gets fascinating. Clover continues. He cross-referenced this information with old court documents he'd acquired through less than legal means. He discovered that Evangeline's protector was none other than Hope Blackwood, Jackson Nightshade's wife. My breath catches. Nightshade's own wife betrayed him? Clover nods. Hope orchestrated Evangeline's sale to a trusted friend in France, then systematically destroyed all records of the transaction. She even planted false leads to throw off anyone who might come looking. But why would my father risk everything to uncover this? Because of you, Ilara, Clover says softly. When he found out the Anderton line was in his own blood, the blood of his wife and children, he wanted to protect you by understanding the full scope of your heritage and the danger it posed. Oh, Dad. I close my eyes, tears breaking through. And now? Clover gently closes the book, lays my hand over it, then squeezes mine with her own. At the same time, she lowers and picks something off the floor. A glittery, blood-red ruby. She lays the heart on the book and beside our joined hands. Now, you have the power to reshape the court's future. Your father's work, Maverick's death, Hope's sacrifice. It all led to this moment. The question is, what will you do with it? I gaze at the terrible jewel. The gem's rough, uncut surface forms an irregular, heart-like shape, its edges jagged and uneven. Deep crimson dominates, but streaks of darker red run through it like veins. Where the two halves were rejoined, a thin line is visible, like a freshly healed wound. I can't bring myself to touch it. As I turn my head away from it, light catches on countless tiny imperfections, each one a little firefly witness to the blood spilled in its name. Fear and disgust clench around my neck like a noose. I have the desperate need to hurl it across the room, to smash it until nothing remains but dust. Yet, I can't let it go. Can't stop staring at the legacy of pain and greed I've literally held in my hands. Clover watches the horror play across my face. I don't know what to do with it. I stammer, looking up at Clover with a wretched gaze. There's no right answer, she says kindly. But I suggest you consider what your father and brother would have wanted. They protected this heritage for you. And Sarah? I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. Sarah wanted her heart to be used for good. I can promise you that. Clover breathes out slowly, her stare unwavering on mine. She wanted it to protect her family. And from what I've come to understand of you, Ilara Wraithwood, you are the embodiment of that wish. I want it locked away, I declare, my voice choked with emotion. Forever. Maverick found Sarah's vault and kept a piece of the ruby there, hidden deep within Titan Falls University's catacombs, where the heart was safely locked away for centuries. No one should wield such obsessive power. Back to the buried vault it came from, I add. Clover raises one nearly perfect eyebrow at me, but doesn't object. She studies me for a moment before nodding once, as if affirming a question within herself. I might know of a better place to hide it. I incline my head quizzically, which she responds to with an enigmatic smile. Sarah's daughter. I found her, Clover says, and I know where her body rests. My chin dips, my eyes widen. That's a very important piece of information you left out of your thesis paper. I don't plan on ever revealing it, she explains. Whether you believe in dark magic or not, so much bloodshed, violence, and terrible downfalls have come from the Anderton deaths and their hidden jewels. Sarah wanted her secrets buried with her. I stand by her wish. I nod. Me too. Clover gives me an understanding smile. My thoughts whirl and stumble over each other as I process this information. So, you want to bury it with her? Yes. The heart should rest beside the first innocent life lost. Clover's solution hits me like a blow to the chest. It's beautiful, hauntingly so, just like the tragic tale surrounding it. The ruby will go to Sarah's nameless daughter, I say, tasting the syllables on my tongue. The decision feels right. It feels just. The heart has brought nothing but pain and sorrow to my family line, spiraling down through the centuries from Sarah to me. Now it will bring closure, a silent end as it's buried deep within the earth alongside Sarah's daughter. Nameless to many, but not by all, Clover says. Only the vultures and I know who she is, and it will die with us. Will you bring it there? To her? I ask Clover. Her approval is immediate and without hesitation. Of course, we could put it there tonight. Do it. I put as much steel into my tone as I can muster. When I voice the decision, I feel closer to my brother than I have since his murder. It's as if he's standing beside me, whispering in my ear. You've done well, Ellie.
Chapter 35. Axe. The Phantom. The stinging sensation over my heart draws me back to reality, and I glance down at the blood seeping through the bandages Rossi wrapped around my chest. It's the only thing I wear other than white boxer briefs. Any other piece of fabric touching my skin is too much stimuli. It's all too fucking much. I was the most docile of the four of us, so I was treated by Rossi first, then ushered into a guest room by Tempest before the real fun began with the rest of my brothers. No one has shared with the vultures all of the homemade traps Caroline laid, so every now and then, I hear a genuinely deplorable curse before whatever dared threaten them is broken in two. In the quiet of one of the forgotten upper-level bedrooms, the fresh, ugly burn pulsates in time with my heartbeat, a constant reminder of the ordeal I put us all through. And even though I sit on the edge of the bed, safe and cleaned up, this peace does little to comfort me. My eyes scan the room, taking in the moth-eaten curtains and once ornate wallpaper of roses and gold crests. The dark opulence is undeserved. I should be rotting in the ground along with my father. Then the door opens, and Alara walks in. She crosses the room gracefully, dressed in cotton shorts and a white tank, her fiery auburn hair dancing around her shoulders like a living flame. I can't bring myself to look at her face and see what's reflected there. The pain, the heartbreak, or even worse, the hatred. So I keep my gaze locked on my hands, resting on my thighs. There's a moment of silence when Alara doesn't speak, and neither do I. The rustle of her clothes precedes the slight weight on the bed beside me. She's chosen to sit next to me. That has to mean something, right? But what does it mean if she can't look at me either? Are you all right? Alara's words are soft, almost drowned out by the muffled threats downstairs. Her face is still turned away from me. All I see is the soft silhouette of her profile, caught in the dim light filtering through the threadbare curtains. What's one more scar? I say with a jaded curve at the corner of my mouth. The attempt at humor falls flat, and I am ashamed for it. Closing my eyes, I recalled the block of text I forced myself to memorize before seeing Alara again. Alara, I was the one who broke into Maverick's room that night. The Sovereigns, they'd just told me of my sister, that she was alive, and I remembered enough to know it was true. I had to discover what Maverick was hoarding, give them evidence so they wouldn't track Mary down and kill her. You did what you had to. Alara lifts her hand, gently tracing the edges of my new bandages. It doesn't justify it, I reply, still unable to meet her eyes. I messed up his things. I sullied his memory. I broke your heart. Did you have a choice? Always. I say it with such vehemence, I almost believe it. It's not about forgiveness, Axe. Alara's fingers entwine with mine, and every dark impulse within me quiets underneath her touch. It's about understanding that we were all forced into corners, and when pushed into a corner, we do what we need to survive. I feel her gaze on me now, ever watchful, ever caring, and for once in my life, I hope she sees the truth, not the hardened, unfeeling brute I've been led to believe I am, but the man underneath who, despite his hardened exterior, cares deeply for the people he's wronged. My silence stretches on, but Alara's patience is unending, her understanding infinite. A woman, a miracle I do not deserve. You're not a monster, Axe, she whispers, squeezing my hand gently. A keening sound catches in my throat, and I blink rapidly against a foreign sting in my eyes. Alara's words bring no relief. Rather, they carve deeper into my soul as a hopeless truth that's hard to swallow. But I want to believe her. A hesitant nod is all I have to offer as a reply. I know what you're thinking, Alara murmurs. Her thumb rubs comforting circles onto the back of my hand. I've seen it in your eyes every time you look at me, at your brothers. You're asking yourself if there's still redemption for a man like you. Yes, I whisper roughly. It's an admission that costs everything. Alara pulls me closer until her head rests on my shoulder. And the answer is yes. Her response is firm yet gentle, confident yet empathetic. It's as assertive as she's always been, unwavering in her belief that there's goodness in everyone. Killing, it stains your soul, I tell her. And you think that stain is permanent? She counters. She releases my hand to cup my face, turning it toward her, forcing me to look. If that's true, Axe, then I have blood on my hands too, so deeply ingrained that no amount of scrubbing will ever clean them. I killed the scourge, violently, viciously. Her eyes sheen over with tears as she voices her brutal actions. Do you think I'm undeserving of forgiveness? Never. The strained word is strangled, tormented. Then why? She breathes, her voice steady even as tears drip from her amber eyes. Why can't you accept that you deserve forgiveness too? I falter. All I can do is stare at her in disbelief. I work my jaw, trying to voice the fears and doubts that have caged me for years. I've done so much. So have they, she interjects fiercely. She pulls away slightly, holding my gaze with the force of her conviction. The court, the sovereigns, the same way they forced their ideas onto Wilder, Cav, and Caspian. They've hurt us enough. It's time we stop hurting ourselves. I look at Alara, really look at her. She is a bittersweet symphony of regret, hope, bravery, and punishment. She is pure, even when covered in gore. She shines brightly amid shadows. She is good and kind and compassionate, even when forced into violent actions. And me? I don't deserve her, yes, but I have her. Alara's gaze holds mine captive, refusing to let go even as I try to break away. Her fingers trace the outline of my face, pausing at the slash down my cheek, brushing my lips, before running through my unkempt hair, grounding me in this moment with her, before she closes the gap and touches her mouth to mine. I want to believe you, I confess, as almost a silent plea against her lips. The kiss is not one of possession, not this time. It communicates in ways my words can't, my lips moving with something akin to dark and sweet desperation. When we break apart for air, she rests her forehead against mine. I know you do. She breathes out the words so softly that they almost get lost in our stillness. Her hands, warm and steady, continue to cradle my face. Time stops as I allow myself to drown in her warmth, in her faith in me, in us. And then she drops another bombshell. Axe, I need to tell you something, she says. Before he died, Orion told me where your sister is. She's alive. I hold my breath as uninvited images assault my mind, of family dinners we never had, of school races I was never a part of laughter that never echoed in our home because we were separated, bartered with, sold. But Alara continues like a gentle salve, soothing my open wound. She's safe, living in Montana. She got into college there on a scholarship for dressage. She rides horses? Always has, Alara replies, her voice tender. I asked Clover to look into it earlier. Your sister's even won a few competitions. She goes by Melody Parsons now. I sit there, stunned into silence. An equestrian. It seems so gentle, so delicate. But then again, it's fitting. My hand instinctively reaches for the wound on my chest, a reminder of my past mistakes, the price paid for my imagined redemption. She knows she has a brother somewhere, Axe, Alara murmurs, stroking the stubble on my jaw. Orion made sure of it. Her words punch through me like a bullet, leaving me momentarily breathless. My little sister, alive, and she knows about me. Write to her, she whispers, bringing a hand up to push back loose strands of hair from my forehead. Her touch is heaven. Let her know that you're alive too. I hesitate, studying Alara for a long moment before I finally nod. Alara's face softens, a small but genuine smile as she fetches paper and a pen from a nearby drawer. The blank page stares back at me as I place the pen onto it. It feels foreign and unreal. The whole concept is dated, one born from a time when people trusted their hearts to mere parchment and ink. Alara's arms encircle me from behind, her chin resting on my shoulder. Her body molds against mine like it's made to fit. Soft where I'm hard, curved where I'm sharpened. Because of her, I begin to write. Dear Melody. Fuck. It feels strange to write her name down, to acknowledge that this person exists, that she is part of me. I've wasted so many years believing we were alone in this world. The words flow from my mind, through my hand, and onto the paper. It's a confessional. It's healing. It's terrifying. But every word is worth it. After finishing the final sentence and signing my name, I carefully fold the paper and turn to Alara. Thank you, I say, for everything, for being here, for not giving up on me. Setting the letter aside, I pull Alara onto my lap, careful of my injuries. The pain is there, but it's dulled by Alara's warmth. My hands find her waist, steadying her. Her lips meet mine, soft at first, then with increasing passion. I'm broken, Alara, I confess, while losing myself in her taste, her scent, the feel of her. We're all a little broken, Alara responds, punctuating the end of our conversation by sliding her tongue in my mouth. Her body is the best kind of fire, a blackening I'll gladly allow to seep through my bandages and into my skin. Alara's hands are tangled in my hair, pulling me closer, deeper. She straddles me with absolute certainty, her thighs on either side of my hips, My hands slide up from her waist to the small of her back, pulling her flush against me. My hands find the hem of her tank top, and I pull it off in one swift motion. Her softness contrasting with my calloused, scarred exterior. Her attention flicks downward briefly, before she goes back to my face, while reaching into my boxers and palming my dick. I groan at the intimacy, but there's nothing quick or fast-paced about her shifting her shorts and underwear to one side and exposing her pussy, while she guides me into her in a single fluid motion. I hold her tight as we move together, the sensation of being inside her shattering every wall I've built around myself over years of loneliness and despair. I bury my face in the crook of her neck and release a guttural groan. This is Alara, the woman who has captured my dark heart and refuses to let it go. My fingers dig into her waist as the pressure builds up inside me, that sweet agony just before release. And I give her a scar while I come, biting just above her heart and proving to her, to myself, that I'll never let her go either. Chapter 36. Caspian, the Boogeyman. The soft hum of computer towers fills the sitting room section of Pharaoh Manor's library as I stand at the center, surrounded by multiple screens displaying the digital lives of each sovereign. Silas Morcant, the High Sovereign. His digital life is as austere as the man himself. Bank accounts brimming with ill-gotten gains, a calendar meticulously filled with coded Cimmerian Court meetings, and a cold correspondence style. The Silent Sovereign, Orion Devereaux, and Axe's deadbeat dad. His online presence is even more elusive, which isn't shocking, considering how he ghosted his children. His transactions are conducted through intermediaries, proxies, and throwaway accounts, leaving me to sift through layers of encrypted messages and transactions that leave only the slightest digital trace. And then there's the Scourge Sovereign, Evander Verlaine, whose e-life blatantly reflects his sadistic nature. Graphic photographic exchanges and financial transactions linked to underground fight clubs and black market arms deals are only some of what I sift through. My fingers dance on the keyboard, hacking into their accounts, draining their coffers, shrouding my and my brother's bloody deeds in a veil of cyber deceit, changing camera footage, manipulating data files, planting false electronic trails. It's a kind of ASMR that somewhat satisfies my thirst for revenge. Rossi would not approve. Alara's voice drifts from the doorway, soft yet laced with concern. I swivel in my chair to face her, covering my wince of pain just in time. Fucking bandages. I'm certain Rossi and Tempest used too many strips and mummified me on purpose. But thoughts of those featherless birds go out the window when I fully take in who's standing in front of me. Ilara's dressed in a tight white tank and tighter blue shorts. Her thick hair is finger-tousled in all the right ways, falling around her shoulders in tangled waves. But beneath all that sex appeal is something else. Worry. Oh, fuck. It better not be for me. Are you going to tattle to Daddy? I ask, drawing out the question. No, she says, stepping into the room. I've come to understand why you're not resting. Her bewitching eyes hold mine. My chest constricts in a way unrelated to the horrendous burn under all the gauze. It's the sight of her trying to piece together the enigma that is Caspian Valenti that does it. Such a futile effort. Even I can't unravel myself fully. Ilara's asking me, without uttering the words, to let my guard down and let her in. But damn it, vulnerability isn't a language I'm well versed in. So instead, I scoff, rubbing my temples as the headache that's been steadily building since our final encounter with the Sovereigns throbs behind my eyes. And what's your theory, Dr. Wraithwood? Ilara crosses her arms, narrowing her eyes. The only person who could make the death of 3 leaders somehow worse is you. You're nursing a brainchild of mischief over there. My mouth tugs up into a half smile. Always so quick to assume the worst of me. She moves closer, the faint scent of her spicy perfume teasing my senses. I try to focus on the screens around me, but it's damn near impossible when Alara's standing within snatching distance. I'm not assuming, she counters. I know you. The silence that follows her statement stretches on for an agonizing moment. She knows me. The thought should be terrifying. What's more frightening is that it's not. Then you should know, I say finally, forcing myself to break eye contact. Rest is a luxury we can't afford right now. I have deaths to cover up and a court to fix. Alara sighs softly, stepping closer until she's leaning against the back of my chair. Her fingers brush against my bare shoulders, and despite myself, I stiffen at her touch. Your body needs rest to heal. And your point is? Alara's quiet for a long minute, her fingers trailing lines of heat on my skin. My point, Valenti, she finally says, is that you're not invincible. You couldn't even put on a shirt, could you? All you can manage was sweatpants because your body's been through too much, and God forbid you ask for help the way you help others. Like me. I chuckle coldly. The sound slithers over the surrounding bookshelves before dying out. I'm still invincible where it counts, I retort, leaning into her touch and rubbing my palm over my growing erection through those sweatpants. Her hands freeze on my shoulders. Caspian? She warns. Fuck. The sound of my name on her lips does things to me that no assortment of bandages or painkillers can alleviate. I shrug out of her hold and utter the biggest lie of them all. I'm fine, beastie. Stop being so goddamn stubborn and let me help you. Her words tap against the walls surrounding my heart with more force than a battering ram. I can't deny the sincerity burning in her eyes or its effect on me. Help? I ask, looking over my shoulder and forcing a smirk that doesn't reach my eyes. I didn't realize being shot at and branded made me eligible for a spot in your charity case lineup. You've got your hands full with Axe anyway. Her face smooths, then turns cold and bloodless. If I weren't cold-blooded myself, I'd be genuinely concerned over what I just unleashed. Until she buries her fingers in my hair and yanks my head back until I bang against the chair, leaving our faces inches apart. I dare you to put him before yourself again, Caspian. She hisses through gritted teeth. You're as important to me as he is. I laugh at that. A low, harsh sound. You amuse me, Wraithwood, I say, muscling past the knot in my chest. Your misplaced sense of duty is certainly entertaining. Is that what you think? Her voice is softer now, the rage in her eyes slowly replaced by something akin to hurt, but she doesn't let go of me. That I consider you a duty? I'm a liability, Alara. I regret my words as soon as they slip from my lips. It's unlike me to let anyone in like this. But with Alara, everything's different. Her fingers soften their grip on my hair, and she uses her other hand to trace a soothing path down to the side of my jaw that almost makes me purr. I don't deserve your faith, I say grimly, even as I close my eyes to her touch, trying hard to ignore the fluttering feeling in the yawning pit of my stomach. But you have it. Regrettably, her hand leaves my face to rest on my shoulder. The pressure is gentle but firm. A silent promise of staying right here. Why are you so hell-bent on saving me? I snap, ignoring how my voice weakens on the last two words. It's pathetic how desperately I want her answer to be different from the one that's trumpeting in my head. Alara scans my entire face, from my crown, to my eyes, to my mouth. Because, she murmurs, you're worth saving. Alara. It's my turn to warn her. She places her hand gently over the layers of bandages protecting my heart, that traitorous organ the ruby should have melted along with my skin. Alara stares down at where we're connected, noting the pounding underneath her hand. There's your answer. Her eyes rise to mine with such conviction, it steals my breath. I can't push her away. Not now. Maybe not ever. Instead, I grab her wrist, intending on pulling her off my chest and slipping out of her shockingly strong grip on my scalp. But I pause. Your definition of worth is skewed, I mutter, my gaze fixed on my hand wrapped around her small wrist. I notice the difference of her delicate fingers against my battle-worn skin, the purity of her touch against the grit of my life. Sensing the slack, Elara moves her hand lower, tracing along the edge of my sweatpants. Is this what you want, Caspian? The little beastie is testing me, pushing boundaries. I'm not afraid of you, she says, circling to my front, still keeping me in her hold. And you shouldn't be afraid of yourself. Anger flares. I abruptly rise, sending her staggering back, then yank her against me with all the strength of a wounded, cornered animal until we're toe-to-toe. Elara pulls her head back to glare at me while I dig my fingers into her hips, locking her into place. Her cheeks are flushed with a color that rivals her hair, her eyes bright with good, hatred. But she meets my gaze head-on, and that's when it happens. A moment. Just a second when my facade cracks enough to reveal a sliver of the uncertainty brewing inside me. My fate, or future, everything hanging in an unsteady balance. There's a hushed silence as Elara takes in the change in my demeanor. That fleeting vulnerability that makes rare appearances even when no one's looking. But she's looking now. And if I prove you have every reason to fear me, I challenge darkly, every muscle in my body turning into thin, taut sinew ready to snap. Do your worst. She dares with a defiant chin tilt, although her voice wavers just slightly. I immerse myself in the intoxicating scent of her, spice and honey, the scent that's been driving me to insanity since the day she first walked into my life. I close my eyes, pressing my forehead against hers in a rare moment of surrender. Her pulse quickens under my hands, warm and alive. Then, in one single arc, I spin her around and pin her against the desk, a monitor crashing against the floor and cracking the screen, its picture turning into flashing pixelated colors. Elara doesn't struggle or try to break free. Her hands snake up the clasp around my neck, pulling me closer. My teeth snag her lower lip until my taste buds burst with her blood. Still unafraid? I question, running my tongue along my teeth. After a second of silence, she says, Always. I descend onto her lips with all the brutality that has gnawed at my soul. Elara returns my fervor with surprising strength. Our bodies collide, fight, struggle, and eventually find a rhythm only star-crossed lovers understand. Elara's moans fuel the poison burning inside me. I grip her hair, pulling her head back so she can watch me grind against her. Elara bites down on her lower lip, leaving a bruise over my bite mark, and I nearly come on the spot. I slide a hand up her thigh, teasing her clit through the thin fabric of her shorts and eliciting a sharp gasp from deep within her throat. Her inner walls clench around my fingers once I edge around her clothes and stroke her closer toward orgasm, but I can't give in yet. With one last forceful push into her wet heat, I pull out abruptly, leaving both of us panting heavily. Elara's eyes burn with unshed tears but also desire, pleading for more punishment, for release from this tormented lust that consumes us both. Please, she says between ragged breaths. I beg you, fuck me harder. Without warning, I lift her and slam her onto the desk. Keyboards, towers, and monitors crash to the ground as I pin her down with a firm hand on her neck, the other ripping away her shorts and undergarments. Her legs spread instinctively, and I position myself over her trembling body. She arches into me. Her fingers claw at my back in a desperate attempt for contact, loosening my bandages until the blood-soaked gauze covers her chest instead of mine, exposing me at my most raw, ugliest self. I thrust in all the way to my hilt. Her welcoming heat envelops me, robbing me of any lingering sanity I may have clung to. Ilara's screams reverberate, a blend of shock at how fast I've stretched her and her unadulterated pleasure. I can't help but match her cries with my own throaty grunts as I drive into her with unrestrained force. She grips the edge of the desk as if she's clinging on to her very existence. Each time I thrust, she pushes back. "Caspian?" She breathes out, her voice coming out in shuddering gasps as she wraps her legs around my waist. My calloused hands grasp her hips tightly as I pull out and slam back into her, each thrust harder than the last. Ilara whimpers slightly, but it's not out of pain. No, it's pleasure that has her tossing her head back and gripping my shoulders with white knuckles. I kiss her wildly, sucking on her bruised, cut, swollen lips. I pull away so my tongue can lick along the column of her neck, tasting the salty beads of sweat dotting her skin. She squirms beneath me, panting, writhing, and it only drives me deeper inside. "Say you want more," I demand between grunts. "Yes," she sobs. There is a sick satisfaction in knowing that she wants more of my carnal hunger, a vindication that I have succeeded in marking her as mine. I withdraw and surge deep within her, rewarded by her cries, her whimpers, and the way her eyes roll back in pure electric pleasure. I press my forehead against hers as I continue to find home inside her. Ilara's nails rake against my back, drawing blood that trickles down my spine. She watches every expression cross my face, each wince, each clench of jaw that marks moments where control slips from me, and each hiss through my teeth when I plunge deeper into her. Her hand wraps around my hilt and moves rhythmically along with our bodies' forceful collision. Her thumb brushes over my tip just as I pull out and crash into her, making both of us groan aloud. My teeth find her bare shoulder, where I bite down hard enough to make her shout, but the taste of her skin drives my primal need. Relentless, I drive into her harder and faster with each passing second. Her legs tighten around me as her moans turn into high-pitched screams. Ilara's walls clamp down on me, sending sparks along my spine and pushing me closer to the edge. With one final thrust, we fall together. Entangled, our bodies heave and shudder. My fingers press into the flesh of her waist, anchoring myself as I try to find my bearings in this fugue only Ilara can escort me through. While I'm working on being able to see again, Ilara lightly probes around the flayed, charred skin on my chest. I watch her exploration for a while before snatching her wandering hand. "I didn't think it was possible," she whispers, her voice haggard. "What's that?" I ask, feigning indifference, yet unable to break away from the intensity of her study. For you to let me touch the worst parts of you," Ilara murmurs. She leans forward to capture my lips with hers in a surprisingly gentle kiss. My heart stammers at her words, at the accusation and finality they carry. But instead of retreating behind my usual barriers, I find myself admitting, "I can't help it around you." Her eyes widen slightly at my confession, but instead of retreating or pushing me away as others might have done before her, she smiles and traces my lower lip with her thumb. "You don't have to wear the mask with me," she says softly. "Not anymore." Ilara's words are my anti-venom, seeping into the most eroded sections of my soul, where no one dares to tread, lest they never come out again. A breath shudders out of me at her acceptance, Ilara's downright stubborn insistence to see me as I am, and love me. Chapter 37. Cav, the Puppeteer. The decadent, cobwebbed study inside Ilara's family manor should have felt like a respite after our night's barbarisms, but the plush Persian rug does little to absorb the stench of blood and offal still clinging to Wilder and me like a second skin. We'd strolled in when Rossi was finishing up restitching Caspian's bullet wound in his shoulder. As soon as Caspian shoved him off and stormed out of the room, Rossi took one look at Wilder's gore-streaked face, matted hair, and the jagged edges of scorched flesh peeking through the multiple tears in his shirt, and pointed at the scarlet fainting couch while I reclined in an armchair near the hearth, sipping on bourbon and thinking about what we'd done. "You know, Cav," Wilder rasps once Rossi finishes up, "when you described peeling away the High Sovereign's eyelids, I didn't quite appreciate the artistry until I experienced it myself." An ugly, satisfied grunt punctuates his words despite the obvious strain. The way the screams evolved, absolutely exquisite. I shrug, rolling my shoulders to loosen the knots of tension. Even now, with the High Sovereign's life having fled his mutilated husk, I can still perfectly recall the crescendo of his death agonies. Rossi rises, Tempest pushing off from the wall and muttering, "Thank fuck we're done," before shoving his half-full bottle of whiskey at Wilder and striding for the doors. I'd express my appreciation for their assistance, but know it's wasted. The vultures trade in favors, much like the court does, and Rossi will call in our debt soon, I'm sure. Rossi dips his chin in farewell, his impassive expression hiding an exhaustion he must feel after dealing with 3 extremely rabid animals. His focus switches from surgeon to mafia don as he searches for his woman in an instant, the doors clicking shut behind them. Bottle in hand, Wilder rises to a sit and kicks aside a viscera-stained fragment of the expensive rug. "Did you have to leave quite so much of the High Sovereign on the study's imported silk aubusson? What, and rob you of the chance to lick it up later?" I shoot back. The room falls silent, but for the crackle of flames in the hearth. It's a quiet moment between us, fractured warriors each nursing our demons. "Do you have any regrets?" Wilder breaks into my thoughts, nursing the bottle of whiskey. "None." Wilder runs his free hand over his stubble-covered jawline. "This is what I was born to do. It's what you were born to do." A smirk tugs at my lips, the taste of the High Sovereign's defeat still fresh. Fulfilling our bloody destinies? I muse. But what now? Wilder becomes engrossed in cleaning the blood caked under his nails. With the Sovereigns gone and us holding the reins. I consider this while swirling the amber liquid in my glass. We'd spent so much of our lives, sacrificed so much, only to unseat monsters just to become them ourselves. The irony isn't lost on me, but neither is the opportunity. No more Sovereigns, I declare. "Won't that be a bit like letting a dog off its leash?" Wilder's brows come together in contemplation. He carefully rests his back against the couch, grunting through stiffness and the residual ache of Rossi's stinging disinfecting techniques. "Not if we change its nature," I propose, staring into the dancing flames inside the fireplace. "And how do you suggest we do that?" "We remake it." I sense Wilder's gaze on me, but keep my own locked onto the mesmerizing swirls of orange and blue. Reforge it into something harder, leaner than those depraved Sovereigns could have ever conceived. "You sound awfully sure that turning boys into swords will end any differently this time." I tilt my head in minute acknowledgement. I'm counting on it not ending the same. That's the whole point. Wilder barks a harsh laugh. "Isn't it, though? Years of the Sovereigns breaking us down, remaking us in their grotesque image. And for what? So we could put our own fresh brand on the stock? Have you already forgotten the first obligation we owe?" My voice is pitched low, gravitational. We control the herd, not slaughter it remorselessly. That seems to give Wilder pause. "You expect we can just temper ourselves?" Wilder scoffs. "After all the depravities the Sovereigns slashed into our bodies?" I lean back in my seat. "We have Ilara now." Wilder stiffens, eyes narrowing. "Ilara is not a tool to repurpose our darkness, Cav." "No," I agree, shifting my gaze from the fire to him. "But she reminds us of what we are underneath all these layers of blood and grime. Men with hearts that still beat for something other than violence. She is the end of my curse." Wilder takes a long drink, eyes never leaving mine. She's our saving grace, then? She's our hope. I correct him quietly. Wilder's gaze turns distant then. An emotion flickers in his eyes before disappearing as swiftly as it came. Regret, maybe? Guilt? Remorse? No doubt thinking about Tegan, his lost love who fell prey to this savage competition we're all caught up in. Do you think? Wilder trails off. We'll make it right. I assure him before finishing my drink in one swift gulp. Part of that means swearing our devotion to her, vowing our protection. Nothing will happen to her with the four of us surrounding her, Wild. His rugged features soften, easing the tension along his jaw slightly. Thank you, Cav. He grinds out, his voice low and gruff. I'll hold you to it. Before I can lighten the moment, the door swings open and Alara walks in, the soft glow of the fire casting a warm shimmer across her face. Her approach brings a halt to our argument, capturing our undivided attention as we both straighten up, instinctively trying to diminish the effects of our recent injuries. What are you two arguing about now? She asks playfully, taking a seat beside Wilder. I give her my best smirk, while Wilder counters with an easy grin. We know this dance all too well. The subtle battle for her approval, a silent contest of flirtations when Alara always emerges as the victor. Alara raises a brow at us before her attention drops to the bandages covering Wilder. Then my dirtied, bloodied clothes I'd refuse to remove so Rossi could take a look at me. You two should be resting. She says it as if she's requested it multiple times before. I suppose she has. She would have passed both Axe and Caspian on the way downstairs to us. I laugh humorlessly. Resting? Wounds are a part of the life that we live, Butterfly. We'll be all right. Wilder joins in with a wry chuckle, the corners of his mouth twitching upward in a semblance of a smile. Yeah, we're as tough as they come. An odd quiet descends. Wilder's mock laughter fades away as quickly as it started. Alara seems to sense the shift in mood and reaches out tentatively to touch Wilder's bandaged arm. John, she murmurs, her voice barely audible over the crackling fire. His hazel eyes snap to hers, and for a moment, all I see is a man laid bare. Not the wild child of Titan Falls, not the rakish enforcer of the Cimmerian Court, but John Wilder, the boy who lost his first love too soon. Sweet witch. His tone matches hers. I mean to say something casual, maybe downplay the heavy moment with another witticism, but Alara's stern glare in my direction stops me. She can see through our deflections, our worn defenses crumbling under her scrutiny like brittle autumn leaves. Cav, she says. Alara's eyes are golden pools of worry and challenge, an unspoken demand for sincerity that somehow tugs at the hardened armor around my heart. God help any man who tries to hurt you, I say. The sentence comes out in a quiet exhale, our gazes unbroken. She looks startled, taken aback by the unfiltered confession in my voice. No deflective jest or charm-laden pretense. All minefields cleared and walls crumbled. A man ready to die for her. I don't want you to be okay because you're tough. Alara's focus drifts to Wilder, then back to me. I want you to be okay because you're loved. Her words hit me square in the chest, a punch worth more than any physical blow. I blink at her. It's all I can do. Wilder stares at Alara with the same expression, his hand buried in his hair, looking younger than I've seen him in years. He reaches for her hand resting between them and lifts it to his lips. Wilder's kiss upon her knuckles is tender, achingly intimate. It's a side of Wilder few truly get to see. I stand, then extend a hand out to her. She eyes me, her gaze alternating between Wilder and me, before slowly reaching out and slipping her other hand into mine. The softness of her fingers sparks a surge of emotion in my chest. I pull her up and toward me, our bodies flush. Wilder rises as well, wrapping an arm around Alara's waist and pulling her back against him while I hold her from the front. "Both of you," she breathes out, looking at each of us in turn, her voice shaking with emotion. "I want you both." Her declaration is bold as the blood-stained altar room Wilder and I strolled out of, but tender as a kiss. We're filthy, but Alara makes us clean. Wilder brushes his lips against her neck. I lean down to capture her lips with mine. She tangles her fingers into my hair, pulling at the strands as Wilder nuzzles into the crook of her neck. Her taste is sweet, tangy, and mixes with the blood on my face and our bodies. Wilder's hand trails down her front, tracing a path over her top, then her shorts. She visibly shudders as both Wilder and I find that tender spot beneath each of her earlobes, while our hands continue to explore. I tighten my grip on Alara's waist, pulling her closer until there's no more room between us, until she's consumed by us. Wilder hooks the hem of her shirt and pulls it over her head, revealing my butterfly finally out of her cocoon. It's then I notice the bite marks, one on her chest and one on her shoulder, and I recognize the patterns immediately. Axe, Caspian. We all are laying claim to her. Wilder cups both her bare breasts, drawing circles around her nipples before capturing and pinching them. Alara moans, arching her back while her nails dig into my shoulders. My name is a tattered gasp against her lips. I release her mouth, and Wilder takes over, his tongue sweeping in as he teases her breasts. The thought of Wilder tasting me on her lips makes my erection form a heartbeat. I trail my fingers down her stomach, dipping under the waistband of her shorts. Alara squirms as my digits discover just how ready she is for us. "Cav," she moans, turning away from Wilder's kiss only to have him latch onto her pulse point with a low growl. The sight of his teeth grazing against her skin ignites an insatiable hunger, spurring me on. My thumb strokes over her swollen nub, drawing a strangled cry from her as I push down her shorts. Alara's bare underneath, and so damn wet. It makes my head spin. Wilder lifts Alara onto the coffee table, scattering whatever drinks, bottles, and first aid items lay there. He parts her thighs wide, settling between them. His eyes find mine over her writhing form, and an unspoken understanding passes between us as we take in the sight of Alara, our woman, spread for us. Wilder dips his head to kiss down her stomach, and Alara arches upward with a low cry. Her fingers tangle in his hair, while I lean forward and maintain my rhythm on our butterfly's most sensitive spot. His tongue circles around my ministrations, swirling through her folds, drinking all of her. My cock throbs, begging for a turn with this beautiful creature. As if reading my mind, Wilder looks up over her pussy and smirks before standing and guiding Alara to her feet. I take the lead, returning to the armchair and pulling out my cock, while Wilder helps Alara position herself to straddle my lap. She gasps when she feels my hard length pressing against her wet entrance, and without any hesitation, I give in to my greed. Alara cries out when I bury myself inside her, but moves in sync with me, just as ravenous, her tits bouncing. And then there's the sight of Wilder behind her, his hand on himself, watching us ferociously. "I want in," Wilder grinds out, his meaning sending a shudder through Alara's body that I feel deep within her. He drops his pants and steps forward, positioning himself at her back entrance. Alara sucks in a breath as I pause. She feels Wilder pressing against her, but doesn't protest, instead spreading her legs farther apart for him. I get to witness Alara's eyes widen when Wilder breaks through, stretching her in ways she's never felt before. But she takes him all, moaning in pleasure while wincing with the sharp sudden pain. Every nerve is alight within me, because I feel him coming close to me inside her, and I have a front row seat on what we're doing to her. Slowly, Wilder's buried as deep as I am, He sets a torturous pace, slowly pulling out and pushing in while I thrust up with increasing urgency. Wilder's strong hands grip her hips, guiding her movements, matching mine. His head falls back, his eyes closed, tight, as he mutters something unintelligible under his breath. I wrap my hands around Alara's waist, holding her tightly as I increase the pace. Each thrust gets harder, deeper. Alara tenses, her breath catching. She's close. Wilder and I share a knowing glance. We won't last much longer either. How can we when the woman between us drives us to insanity? Her eyes flutter shut, as she bites down on her lower lip to keep from crying out. But there's no way in hell I'm letting her silence herself. Let go, Butterfly, I tell her. We want to hear you. Wilder rumbles his agreement from behind, lowering to swoop her hair to one side and place a kiss on the back of her neck. The tenderness in the act makes me realize how much things have changed between us, how we care for her like she does for us, and only her. I'll carve into my future with ruthless precision, but at her altar, I'll always kneel in devotion. I'm... She gasps out, a warning before going over the edge. Her release triggers ours, and we are lost, my cock emptying into her in powerful spurts. Wilder's groan tears from his throat as he buries himself fully, his own climax pulsing through her. When our breathing slows and our heart rates return to normal, Wilder pulls out, leaving Alara to collapse against me. My Butterfly is exhausted, but she's wearing such a sated expression that I can't help but smile, brushing a strand of hair off her sweaty forehead. When I also pull out slowly, she winces a little at the sudden emptiness, but doesn't complain. Alara sighs deeply, sinking into my chest while she reaches for Wilder. He moves closer and wraps an arm around her shoulder, pulling her into a tight hug from behind. We sit there in silence for a while, lost in each other's company, bound together in a way we never thought possible, while the darkness outside fades into first light.
Chapter 38. Alara. The Jewel. The aftershocks of pleasure still ripple through me as I sink into Cav's warm, lacerated chest. My body bears the imprint of Wilder, Cav, Axe, and Caspian's touch, a map of sensations I'm still learning to navigate. Even as I catch my breath, it feels like a dream, a dark, twisted fantasy that I never knew I wanted until it happened.
Quite a sight to behold,
Caspian drawls, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he saunters into the room. His gaze flicks over the three of us, a wicked grin on his lips.
I must say, I'm almost disappointed we missed the main event.
Axe follows close behind, rolling his shoulders as he walks. The atmosphere in the room shifts with the arrival of Caspian's silky menace and Axe's lethal quiet, but not in the way many would think. They complete my home. Cav shifts underneath me, propping up on one elbow to regard Caspian coolly.
It's not our fault you were late.
I move to cover myself, a sudden surge of self-consciousness washing over me, even as I ache from letting these guys do whatever they wanted while I got off each time. But Cav's arm tightens around me, reminding me that I'm all of theirs now, and have been for a while. Only Wilder remains still, his eyes closed and unfazed by their entrance, while he reclines on the fainting couch. Axe moves deeper into the room, bypassing Cav and me to settle down next to Wilder. His bulky height dwarfs the other man's lean shape, but their connection is undeniable, a bond formed from years of brotherhood.
Do you need them to draw you a picture?
Axe's baritone rumbles the question to Caspian, but his steel-gray eyes don't waver from mine, forcing my heart into a wild gallop. Caspian eyes me sidelong with a suspicious quirk at the corner of his mouth.
The show may be over, but encores are never off the table.
A blush burns my cheeks, but I don't shrink back from his statement. I'm no innocent dove to be coddled and protected. Not anymore. And these 4 men have made sure of that. As different as they are, each man resonates with a purpose, an unspoken oath to protect me and what we share. It feels like I've become their hallowed ground, and they're the devils I let dance on it. And then, just when I sense their collective need to pounce on me again, the sound of bare feet padding on the floors heralds Sasha's arrival. She appears in the doorway, a tub of ice cream clutched in her hands, and her soft curls all frizzed out like she had stuck her finger in a socket.
"Oh, my sweet baby Jesus," she says, the whites of her eyes obvious as she takes in the sight before her. "I go away for a few hours to drown my sorrows in mint chocolate chip and return to find—" She pauses, her gaze sweeping over the room. "Well, it looks like some sort of sinful Renaissance painting." Her faux scandalized tone has Cav breaking into laughter, his chest shaking beneath me. Wilder cracks an eye open to regard our intruder with lazy amusement before closing it again. Sasha sidles closer, arranging herself onto one of the plush armchairs as if she's settling in for a movie. "I think I'm gonna need more ice cream," she mutters, staring hard at what's left of her pint. Caspian counters with a sly grin. "Ice cream won't be enough to erase this image from your mind." "Yet," she shoots back, "it's a scene that keeps entering my reality." She takes another dramatic scoop of ice cream. Axe pulls off his shirt and hands it to me. I accept it gratefully, enjoying all too much the warmth of his body heat and the smell of him lingering in the dark green fabric, its oversized length swallowing my thighs. Sasha's jaw drops at the sight of Axe's mutilated chest, obvious even through the multiple strips of gauze. "Okay, I definitely need more ice cream and maybe a few shots of vodka." Wilder snorts at that, not bothering to open his eyes. "Innocent is the last thing you are, Sterling. You helped save us by putting your 2 boyfriends in a coma." Sasha points her spoon at Wilder. "Don't make me come over there and do the same to you, pretty boy." Cav loops his arm around me as I resettle on his lap, his body a shielding presence against my back. "Seriously, Sasha, are you okay after everything?" Sasha looks up. She stares at me, her usual spark of mischief dimmed by the weight of recent events. I can tell she's considering her response carefully, weighing the gravity of what's happened against the instinctive pull to lighten the mood. A soft sigh escapes her lips. "It's not exactly what I had in mind for a Saturday evening. I mean, I was hoping for maybe a movie night and some popcorn. Casual human sacrifice wasn't really on my agenda." A tidal pressure enters the room at her words. Wilder's eyes open, Caspian's snide expression falls a fraction, and even Cav's grip on me tightens, while Axe's mouth thins to an even grimmer level. Sasha simply meets their gazes head-on. "But hey," she continues, managing a shrug as if we hadn't just spent the night fighting a murderous cult, as if she hadn't just been chained and forced to watch me almost die. "Upside is, I got a pretty good workout, and I'm pretty sure I lost like 5 pounds from the stress alone." The tension eases slightly at that. Axe huffs out an amused breath. "We owe you, Sasha," he murmurs. "Are you okay, Elle?" she says next. Sasha's simple question stirs the 4 men, like they've been reminded that I am, indeed, not just theirs, but also a woman who has faced terrors previously foreign to her. "I'm more than all right," I reply, reassuring her and myself.
Sasha's gracious nod confirms she understands the pretext under my answer, that this entanglement with these men is my choice. I linger on each man in turn, drinking in the sight of them, alive, safe, and perhaps this is what it takes to create something real, something that matters. As if reading my thoughts, Caspian says, "We've got a lot of work ahead of us. The court won't fix itself." Wilder grunts his agreement from his sprawl on the couch. Axe, watching the exchange with a thoughtful expression, adds his input. "We need to ensure that what happened tonight never happens again." Cab says, "We stand against an entity that has wielded power in Titan Falls for centuries. Victory won't come easy." Everyone nods. Caspian continues, "We can all agree that the title of sovereign died with them. If we're to take over, we need a name, something befitting of what we've done and what we'll continue to do." Wilder chuckles, nudging Axe with his foot. "I didn't realize we were starting a band." Sasha laughs, a delightful sound that bounces off the walls and softens any of our flashbacks. "Oh my God, yes, I vote for Sinister Skulls." "Pass," Cav says, almost immediately. Sasha throws him a mock glare. "Barbarians, then?" she suggests next, which earns an amused snort from Axe. I'm quiet for a moment, idly circling my thumb on the chair's velvet arm. "The Regents." Wilder sits up at my voice. "The Regents," he repeats. "Yes," I say with more confidence as the name takes hold. As in governance without a monarch. I glance at each stunning, devious face in turn. Isn't that essentially what you are? Leaders without sovereignty? Caspian gifts me with a rare smile. "It has a certain ring to it." Cav nods, a deadly glint in his eye. "The Regents. Simple, powerful, unforgettable." Axe adds, his smile sharp enough to cut. The name settles over us like a mantle. These men are no longer nameless survivors or rebels. They aren't just the guys to me anymore, or even the untouchable four that my sweet, ignorant past self dubbed them. They're the nightmare other monsters fear. I study each of them, Cav, Caspian, Axe, and Wilder. My regents, my monsters, my lovers, my family. They sense my stare, and I see everything they've been through in their multicolored eyes, everything they're capable of. I've walked through hell with these men. Now I'm ready to rule it. The Regents aren't the heroes of this story, but they're mine, and I finally feel whole. Epilogue. The Regents. Thornhaven Manor breathes differently now, its grandeur no longer cursed by the sovereign's death grip. The mansion, a decrepit source of power and menace in the heart of Titan Falls, and the initiates within it, now live under the firm grip of the Regents. Cav stands by the expansive window in the former High Sovereign's bedroom, his eyes reflecting the untented landscape bathed in moonlight. The moon, as in love with him as I am, caresses his aristocratic features, but his intentions are as sharp as his cheekbones. He's traded his role of consul, second in command, for that of de facto leader. But none of the four are subordinates to each other. They're each a force that protects their shared vision. Weeks after disposing of the sovereigns, Caspian took the Scourge's quarters, and as soon as Axe entered his father's, he didn't emerge for days. I moved back in with my mother for a week after she was released and put on proper medication and counseling, unlike the private doctor she used before. He ended up being on the Sovereign's payroll after Caspian went through their records that Cav managed to uncover before joining us and finishing off the Sovereigns. At the time, Cav also discovered the Silent Sovereign's identity after rummaging around the private wing, but was saved from having to personally deliver that brutal blow to Axe when Orion admitted it himself. Today, I moved in with my men. Caspian reclines in a chair, more like a throne, behind a carved wooden desk, typing on his laptop with an air of casual irreverence. Those spectral green eyes of his, now free of the casual boredom they held under the reign of the Sovereigns, gleam with a corrosive delight that mirrors his newfound position of power as he writes up a new code for the Cimmerian Court to follow. His hair, groomed back from his face, but not quite enough to tame one thick strand from falling onto his forehead, makes him appear deceptively approachable. Wilder paces the room, a wolf-like grace to his movements. Tegan's loss crafted him into an impulsive creature of vengeance and ambition, but with his brothers and me by his side, he's only impatient now because he wants to meet with the initiates waiting downstairs and get the new order started. Meanwhile, Axe stands apart, away from us, but his nearby presence sweeps toward me like a thundercloud directing its lightning shot. His complexion matches the marble bust lining one wall. My previous words of forgiveness as effective as whispering to a statue. He needs his brothers to voice their mercy, too. My heels click against the wooden floorboards when I enter. Each man stills, their movements compressing into a small universe that includes only us. Caspian's fingers halt on his keyboard, the silence in his corner oddly deafening. He leans back with a practiced nonchalance to watch me over the screen. Wilder freezes mid-stride, an incorrigible smirk tugging at his lips as he leans against the front of Caspian's desk, crossing his arms over his chest and eyes dancing as they rake over me, showing no remorse for the explicit appraisal. Even after their proof of utter devotion, I still turn red under their scrutiny. They like my new outfit. Donned in a flowing white cloak with a gradual ombre effect fading into the regent's chosen color, midnight blue, I come into the room. I have to fully turn my head left and right to see all of them due to the custom mask I'm wearing that obstructs my peripheral vision. But its beauty is worth the partial blindness. Cav crosses the room to get to me, and Axe's towering figure stays put in the far corner, eyes fixed on me. Axe chose the rose gold finish of my mask, while Cav, Caspian, and Wilder argued over how best to reflect me in its design. They decided the mask's shape would resemble an uncut gem with subtle, asymmetrical facets. These facets wouldn't be sharp or defined, instead choosing gentle slopes and planes that catch the light. With my hood up, I look like I've stepped out of a fabled labyrinth. I would know because I couldn't stop staring at myself in the mirror for over an hour. And I may be wearing nothing but white lace lingerie underneath. Cav reaches me first, his hand coming to rest on the small of my back. A whirlwind of emotion radiates off his potent form. Pride, possessiveness, a hint of wonder. His touch grazes against the silk of my cloak, sending pleasurable zings up my spine. "Butterfly," he murmurs. "You look stunning." Caspian abandons his laptop and strides over to us. He uses a finger to lift my chin, just enough to peer beneath the mask and catch the yearning in my stare. His own is a fractal of its usual acidic burn. "You make power look irresistible," he says. his smile hinting at the wickedness that slithers under his skin. Wilder joins us, a spark in his step as he circles us and pays particular attention to my backside before stopping in front of me. He takes my hand and raises it to his lips, planting a soft kiss against my knuckles.
"You were always a queen," he says. "Now you have an army."
Axe remains where he is, his voice absent from the conversation. I break free from the circle, the three men surrounding me, understanding my need to confront their renegade brother. They felt the same sting of betrayal I did when he gave up our secrets to the sovereigns. But they also share the same depth of forgiveness in their hearts. They just may not recognize it as forgiveness yet. If I have to smack them on the heads to initiate a heartfelt conversation between the four of them, then I will. Axe follows my every move until I'm standing before him. I lay a hand on his chest, feeling the steady thump of his heart beneath the layers of fabric and muscle. His hands remain at his sides. Your brothers know what you did, the information you gave up to save your sister, I say, keeping my voice level despite the racing heart against my palm. They may have hated you for it, but they love you in spite of it. Mostly, I've missed you because of it. Come back to us, Axe. His eyes darken, hardened marble melting into a churning sea. Axe's expression wavers, torn open by my words. There's no shame in asking for forgiveness, I gently insist, and even less in accepting it. Axe swallows, his Adam's apple bobbing with the effort. He lifts his hand, fingers brushing against my own where they rest on his chest. His touch is tentative. From behind us, Cab speaks.
"Axe, we've already forgiven you."
Cab's voice holds an edge, but his words are softer than I've ever heard. Cav moves beside me, his hand coming down to rest atop mine and Axe's. Wilder and Caspian wordlessly come up behind us, adding their hands to the pile. The five of us combined as one unit. There's no rule book for this strange, beautiful connection we share, only the knowledge that we are stronger together than apart.
"We're family,"
Wilder says to Axe, reading my thoughts.
"For better or for worse."
Axe tenses under our interwoven hands. His stoic expression breaks, exposing a vulnerability I've only caught fleeting glimpses of before.
"I'm sorry,"
he says, his open gaze holding mine captive.
"Ilara, I'm so damn sorry."
He lets out a breath, his chest concaving, the feel of it twisting something in my chest. But Axe finally moves, his hands settling around my waist under my cloak, almost as if he's anchoring himself.
"Join us as a regent,"
Wilder says, his tone vibrant despite the seriousness of the moment.
"You weren't meant to stand alone, bro. No matter what you think. Let us help you carry the weight."
Caspian encourages, his sharp barbs conspicuously absent. Axe's gaze cuts to Caspian, then back to me. His heart rate slows.
"Thank you,"
he says on a whisper of breath. The cool moonlight may bathe our forms, but the warmth coming from within us grows stronger. We move, as if the pull is magnetic, toward the gigantic canopied bed. Wilder's the first to pull at the ribbon tying the cloak at my neck. Caspian grazes the unfeeling metal of my mask.
"Wait,"
Cav says.
"Leave the mask on."
Cav retreats into his expansive closet for a few seconds, his erection leading the way, before emerging with a large black case. Laying it on the desk, he pops it open to reveal 4 unique gunmetal masks.
I was going to reveal these during our ceremony downstairs, but now is the better time, he says, turning to us with a delicious grin. Cav. I breathe out in awe as he presents each man with their regent mask. They're not mere disguises. They're symbols, tangible representations of the identities they've carved for themselves within our group. Cav's is thin and sleek, with faint lines etched into the mask, resembling strings and converging at the eye. Wilder's has subtle, canine-like contours around the cheekbone and jaw, with a pointed edge near the nose. Caspian's has angular lines etched into the surface, creating a fragmented appearance that's hardest to read and slightly unsettling. Axis has almost imperceptible depth changes across its smooth, pristine surface, creating the illusion of a smiling face fading in and out of view. All four slip their masks on, their identities merging with the designs crafted by Cav. They are the puppeteer, the hellhound, the boogeyman, and the phantom. They are mine. And within seconds, they're wearing nothing but their masks. Axe comes behind me while I kneel in the middle of the bed, sliding the cloak off my shoulders and tossing it aside. He reaches out and brushes my hip, his thumb running along the edge of my lace underwear. His touch is softer now, no longer hesitant, but still cautious, as if worried I may vanish like smoke under his fingers. That's why I take his wrist, guide his hand beneath the front of my underwear, and make his fingers wet between my folds. With a groan, he slips a finger all the way into the knuckle and drags it out. His other hand cups my breast, pinching and rolling my nipple through the lace as I let out a soft moan and clench around his fingers. Wilder kneels before me, taking my other breast as Caspian spreads my legs wider. Cav prowls onto the bed to join, replacing Axe's hand between my thighs with his own, and slipping inside effortlessly because of Axe's careful preparation. Cav watches me through the darkness of his mask. My face is hot under mine, but I don't dare take it off. If I'm finding it so damn sexy to see them in theirs, they think the same of me. Axe, no longer restricted, spans his hands over my waist and trails them higher until they caress the swells of my breasts, just left bare by Wilder. Wilder has chosen to move lower, tracing the ladder of my ribs before settling between my thighs and joining Cav, making me squirm in anticipation. Cav's fingers move in slow, deliberate circles around my swollen bud, enhancing Wilder's teasing fingers underneath. A sigh escapes my lips, rewarding their efforts. From behind me, Axe's hands venture lower, tracing the delicate lace of my lingerie until they find the strap's edge. With a quick snap, he removes the barrier. I'm fully exposed now, to him, to all of them. But I've been like that for a while. Caspian has been watching with an unsettling intensity that sends a current close to an orgasm through my center, just by his blackened stare alone. He leans in now, joining Wilder and Cav by sliding 2 fingers inside me, matching Cav and Wilder's rhythm. I don't just gasp. I almost pass out from the crippling, unbelievable sensation of being finger-banged by 3 masked men. Not to be outdone, Axe prods at my backside, inserting his thumb. It's undeniable. They have me encased and surrounded. I'm theirs, claimed in a way that transcends the typical bounds of intimacy. My head falls back on Axe's shoulder as their pace quickens, fingers plunging deeper,
movements growing more frantic as they respond to my gasps and trembles. Sensing my impending climax, Cav picks up speed, swirling in tighter circles. I'm spiraling toward the edge, my release building and ready to crash down on all of us. Wilder changes his rhythm, plunging higher inside me. Caspian pulls out and presses the edge of his palm on my mound, using a grinding pressure that joins Cav's and has me panting his name. Axe's thumb pushes deeper into my ass, and I think I've gone blind. The world fades away, leaving only the biting feel of the mask, the tempo of their movements, the heady scent of male musk, and the spices of sex. But I keep my eyes open, watching them through the slits in my vision as their metallic faces look back at me. The knot in my belly tightens. They press in until they become a wall of heat-soaked skin and domination. My faded world unbearably sharpens when I reach my peak. My toes curl and my hands clench into fists. Caspian notices first, and with a loud, carnal growl, he strong-arms Cav and Wilder away and spears into me with his dick, just as my orgasm crashes over me and my scream takes over the room. Caspian filling me through the wave of my climax is special, fucking addictive. He's relentless, thrusting in a rhythm that matches my own quivering spasms, drawing out my pleasure until I'm whimpering his name over and over. Not to be left out, Axe plunges into me from behind, sliding into the wetness he's created with his spit. His entrance is so deliciously unexpected that it reignites the fire burning low in my belly. He moves in a rhythm different from Caspian's, a slow slide, each thrust shifting Caspian inside me. There's a unique intimacy in this act, heightened by the way Axe's breath catches in his throat, and he buries his masked face into my hair. I'm filled and emptied simultaneously, Caspian and Axe's dual invasion driving me to another peak far too soon. Cav shifts, moving around Wilder, and stands on the bed until he can position his cock at the mouth of my mask. He flicks my mask off with an impatient, tight grunt, revealing my sweaty, overtaxed face and lax jaw, because I'm a boneless puddle. Of course, he takes advantage. His arousal slips into my mouth. Cav's groan vibrates through my body. He tastes salty, delicious. I circle my tongue around his length as he sets an unforgiving pace until each thrust hits the back of my throat. By now, my body has tuned into their movements. I suck Cav in time with the pace Axe and Caspian set, spit flying. The taste of Cav makes me want to conquer him in a way he's never been before. Wilder gives a warning at my side and takes hold of my free hand, bringing it to his erection. I wrap around him, matching my harsh strokes to the pace the others have created. Their control wanes as their greed takes precedence. Caspian's thrusts become more erratic, and the noises from Axe come closer to rabid snarls than human utterances. Cav's cock twitches in my mouth, and Wilder's hand locks around mine, increasing and shortening my strokes. I'm helpless, surrendering to the climax about to shatter me. It's an overwhelming wave that has me arching my back, spasming around Caspian and Axe. I scream around Cav's length, and he chokes out a muffled curse, his own release coating my tongue. Axe follows suit, his frantic drive slowing down as he fills me from behind. And Caspian, my name is a resounding oath from him, one that causes a tremor coursing through me. His climax is an intense burn that has him gasping, the power behind his thrusts never wavering. Wilder is the last to surrender, his grip on me rigid and painful until he's swearing under his breath and pouring himself into my closed hand. But even as their climaxes taper off, they refuse to leave me. Cav slips out of my mouth with a satisfied sigh, while Axe guides me to lay down, while he and Caspian shift lazily inside me, making their own Ilara sandwich. Our bodies are slick with sweat, the room thick with the scent of sex. We're all panting, but it's surprisingly peaceful to hear, as Cav, then Wilder, climb into bed on either side. "Fuck, sweet witch." Wilder's voice is hoarse from exertion and deep with contentment as he rolls onto his side and discards the mask. He reaches over Caspian to cup my face and force me to look at him. "You good?" he asks. There's a tenderness in his voice that contradicts his gruff exterior. I manage a nod and moan. "More." Wilder smirks as if he knew the answer before he asked the question. He leans down to kiss me, ignoring audible displeasure at Wilder's looming over him, his lips rough on mine. Cav stretches out on his back, watching us with hooded eyes. "We have a meeting to get to, but hell, you are the blessing that removed the Nightshade curse and returned my heart. You can have whatever the fuck you want whenever you want, butterfly." Caspian, mask gone as if it were never there in the first place, pushes Wilder back so he can lick my neck. "We'll never be done with you." And I wouldn't have it any other way. Maybe it isn't normal to get off on this, being used by 4 men. But then again, what the hell is normal? Normal is for people who haven't seen the things I've seen or done the things I've done. Axe grips my hips and flips me onto my belly. His hands are strong and unyielding on my flesh as he raises my ass into the air. He parts my thighs, his fingers skimming against my sensitive, swollen pussy. "Axe." I breathe out, clutching the sheets beneath me. Cav pushes himself up, stroking his impressive length. Wilder kneels on my other side, his eyes slitted as he calculates where to go next. Caspian bids his time, watching, commanding, and I oblige them all. These men, they're awful. Murderers in cloaks and masks who are determined to keep ruling their underworld. Yet, behind the scenes, I have them wrapped around my finger. Because I, Ilara Wraithwood, am not the popular girl on campus, the tragic victim who lost her father and brother, the Anderton witch descendant, or the demonic sacrifice. Not anymore. I am their coveted jewel. This recording of Shattered Jewel was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Narrated by Gordon B. Diamond, Amelia Bauer. Produced by Tanya Eby. Text copyright 2025 by Ketley Allison. Sound recording copyright 2025 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.